Clink,
What?
clink,
What?
clink, clink. Woke up with a drink, ayy. Don't blink. Look for your boo high seat, ayy. Roll that shit pronto. Kush OJ Bronco. Pass that shit rondo. Now yo ho my ho. She bloom like a flower off that whiskey sour. And she lit in Vegas in the Encore Tower. She know I can only lick it after showers. Keisha fuck Tommy and Belly and Empower. No, my eyes ain't low. That's just the way my eyes go. Fit back on work out at home. She squat this pole like cardio. Two wheel Bobby got her jumping, doing flips. Front flips, back flips, boom, for mattress. We just crack the tablet, feeling fantastic. Sun went down, your whole showed up. Threw it in a circle like donuts. Thought she was sweet, I knew she was free. But hey man, take one to no one. Party in the hills, party out pills. That's why you can't keep still. Niggas be fake, but the hate be real. Somebody tell the bro niggas chill. Ass on fake, but it feels so real. Fuck it, I'm still gon' drill. Say she don't go and she gon' go ho. Yes, or I bet she will. I'm just trying to get in her bed. She just trying to get in my wheel. I'm rolling on 2 wheels. So bitch don't tell me chill. I don't drill, Bob just spill. She tryna get a refill. Walls gotta get rebuilt. Looking for that nigga, he here. Tell her I hit it all night. And I was being so sincere. Say that she celibate, I know she celibate. Act like I never trick, she wants some evidence. She been tryna smash in some elements.
What? Huh?
Panrific!
What? Huh? What?
All right. Peace. Oh, believe it or not, this is the 3rd time I'm doing this video. What this means is the information that you're going to get this time must be some real deal shit. I was told you can judge the potency of the revealing based upon how much invisible resistance you get. Bobby Hemmett. And this one has been a mother. The first time I decoded, first let me point out, I decoded this movie before. And there's a decoding of it in my book, a thorough one, breaking down the names and the chakra path, which still exists. It still holds up as a model from this movie, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. So you don't have to take one thing and throw it away and replace it with another. Just be proud that you can understand these things on different layers, because that's a testimonial to your transformation, which is the point of all of this shit. So one doesn't cancel the other. or the next man's interpretation of the same information is just as valid. This stupid asinine idea that there's a debate competition between just information is probably your greatest indication that you're listening to a fucking fool. Some nigga that's there for likes. This is really, and has always been, just an information share with the idea to do as thou wilt with the information. So if someone has that in their heart, they should be listening to everyone to extract the relevant information to them. The idea of one person has figured out something and the other person has got it wrong is a stupid fucking notion. So I urge you to judge who you are listening to based upon the value and the intention. Are they doing it for likes? Are they teaching you anything? Or are they explaining to you how smart they are? You got to do that. I'm just only displaying what I went through. Therefore, I don't have the intention to sell you on nothing, make you convinced of nothing, make you know what I know, believe as I believe. I just know the progress I made, I manifested, show you what it is, and show you how I got there. You do as you want with it. That's always been the story of this. So we truly have to get out of this old mindset, debating and competition, and I like him and I like this one. This is about you. All of it is about you. I am so tired of doing this goddamn lecture. I did 7 hours the first time. What I did differently, I went through the movie frame by frame almost, but I streamed it. So therefore Zoom only recorded a black screen. That's how they protect themselves. So you got a whole 7-hour video of me talking to a black screen. Though the information is incredible, I still might just turn that into an audio, because truth be told, everyone, pretty much everyone, has seen this movie a gazillion times and probably already knows what I'm talking about without visual. So it took me an entire morning, find the DVD, go to an old computer, find the DVD to MP3 software that I purchased, then find that key to put it on the new computer. Then you put it on another old computer, because none of the new computers have CD-ROMs. So I finally did that, and when I got it, I was able to put it on a backup, bring it to the new computer. All that shit took all fucking morning to do. So when I finally had it, I did the second tape. This time, not streaming, I have a local copy on my computer that I'm going from. Sure enough, the images showed up. And that tape was for 5 hours, going through frame by frame. As soon as I put it on YouTube, 100 and something views later, down, Warner Brothers flagged it. I never did anything like that. So I figured it could have been a problem, but it was just so fire going through frame to frame. So here's what's going to happen now. I am so excited. It is 12:49 a.m. Friday night. I have to get up at 5:30 to 6. This, I'm going to try to get through it quick. Maybe a couple hours, maybe not. But that's how dedicated I am to getting this to you, because I think this particular revealing of the Wizard of Oz starts going into some real serious area of who and what we are. All right. First, I'm going to say something. 2012. That's now. Think about it. 2021. Turn the 21 around. What do you got? 2012. This is the real 2012. 2012 that's coming is the birth of the new world. You need to know that. You have to be psychologically prepared. What's that preparation? You have to deal with the hidden self. Otherwise, I need you to understand something. This was also revealing that happened. I probably would have did this tape over on Sunday until I seen this shit. I already told you that white people understanding the spiritual shift that you don't, that you're still debating about, it's trying to convince yourself of, swearing is yours like nobody else exists down here but you, or no one knows this but you. It's folly. They know it and they're reacting to it. We just came out of the Kali Yuga. You guys should know, or watch my last lecture about it, or watch Bobby Hemmer and whoever else, you know what I'm saying? We're ending this era. And in this era, there was a phenomenon going on. What is the Kali Yuga? Let me explain it from this point of view, or the Kali Yuga point of view. Kali Yuga, or Kali, and let's look this up now. Let's see what they say, if they say. Kali Yuga's followers, yeah, there we go. Thuggies. I forget the Thuggies were represented in Indiana Jones. He's the chief Thuggy. But let's see, let's say like a Wikipedia may say. All news. Oh shit, let me share this screen with y'all niggas being lazy. All right, share screen. So Thuggy in Wikipedia, let's see what it says. All right, so Thuggy refers to the acts of thugs who are organized gangs of professional robbers and murderers. The English word thug traces its roots to the Hindi, which means swindler or deceiver. Swindler or deceiver. Relates to words thugna, to deceive, from the Sanskrit sathaga, cunning, sly, fraudulent. He conceals. The term describing the murder and robbery of travelers. Travelers, remember that word, was popular in the northern part of India, subcontinent, blah, 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 blah. So you got the idea. So group of thuggies, 1894. So look closely. Does anyone see Tupac? Does anyone see Pac in there about that thug life? So the thuggies, let me see if they just connect them. Let's do Thuggy, because y'all seen it, y'all can go there. Let's do Thuggy and Kali. All right, so it comes up again. Thuggies, it's on Wikipedia, this. Thuggies refer to the act of thug, gang, professional robbers. Thuggies considered themselves to be the children of Kali, having been created from her sweat. However, many of these thuggies were captured and blah, blah, blah. So thuggies are the children of Kali. Tupac was a thuggy. He was the children of Kali, or child of Kali, or Tupac was a child of the Kali Yuga. What is the thuggy for real? It's the exact thing I was telling you about the shadow self. The thuggy is the creation Sweat could represent stress or distress or fear. You're sweating because, you know, I got that nigga under the lights. He's sweating. So we create these spooks, thuggies, or shadows. It's the kind of shit, you know, that bitch got an attitude. You don't want to go in there and do that. But if you talk to that bitch, whoever she is, she thinks she's very fair and very just because the outside of her has created this invisible thuggy or spook or shadow to protect her because she's really scared that someone's going to say some shit or do some shit. And she vowed, they ain't never going to do that to me. No niggas ever going to do that to me. Or ain't no bitch ever going to do that to me. So we call it, wow, that's a sensitive area for that person. Oh, don't talk about that. She gets sensitive. What she did, she's not sensitive, but an aspect of her that is hidden in her to protect herself. Once she senses it, she calls on that thuggy to come and do work. Oh, you talking about my mama again? Yo, let me tell you something. My mama dead. And you may see it like that, but that attitude, that emotion that always comes up when somebody mentions the one thing is actually one of your shadows that came out to protect you because you were cowardly. Or we're going to get very much into that. So we understand truly the physical manifestation is everything they said there, but this has a spiritual reality. It's based on a spirituality. So of course we know Tupac had thug life across his chest. So I always was like, you know, I'm pretty much the same age as him. So the magic of Tupac never really went on me. I was a rap creator. So therefore, his records never really, he felt the feel me. How did it feel me? But try to tell that shit to somebody. It's the worst you can do. One year, Kanye West said some real shit. As crazy as he is, he said, well, Tupac wasn't really this or that. He was really evaluating his skill set. And anybody with a real musical skill set, it was always a dual thing. And then I found out why a little bit later. I was like, nah, them records, they was so shallow to me, right? Well, that's my opinion. So when Kanye said it, I was like, but it was the dumbest thing you could ever say. Because he's loved, but half the reason he's loved, most of the people who actually love him don't even know what the fuck he was doing or what he stood for, really. Wasn't there when he shot up the club that time at Palladium, trying to figure out where's the white man in this. But then, well, before we get to that, because I'm going to tell you the revelation. And somebody might have already figured out 2021, 1 and 2 is 12. Oh, if they haven't, then yeah, nigga. But, or maybe you have. But we're in 2012 now. This spring, you're going to see a magic show. Mark my words. And like I said, I told you that they're going to make the poor white trash the absolute #1 enemy. That's their army that they're killing off. They don't need them anymore. I'm going to tell you how you make armies. You got to create shadows. How the shadows are creating? Through abuse, through pretty much the entire Black condition creates this whole shadow world. That's what they were saying in The Sopranos. Based upon their abuse and their lifestyle in Costa Nostra, you have to build up shadows. The shadows are willing to do the dirty work. So when they're murdering, how do you live with that in your conscience? Well, it's a and they dealt with that in The Sopranos. I can't sleep. I'm having dreams. So your humanity and your morality, whatever that was taught, that's what you're following. But how are you doing this in the first place? What zone do you get in? Who are you calling on? Watch the Charles Manson on HBO. This 6-part miniseries on Charles Manson, real good. But it'll show you that if you're watching, he knew how to talk to the people's spook, shadow, the thuggy in them. And he honed in on the abuse. He told them once he found out how they were abused, like a pimp, he told them how he's their daddy. They need more fish sticks. He's the guy with fish sticks. They need less fish sticks. He's going to take the fish sticks away. And once the person starts seeing that he knows how to speak to that thing my parents didn't, that's why I ran away in the first place. That's why I'm out in the street looking for something. I didn't get it at home. He just has to find out what you're looking for. And connect you symbolically to him as the source. This is mind control 101. This is what he did. He was saying in court, where did you get these kids from? He said, y'all gave them to me. What he was saying is y'all motherfuckers abused them enough that they're sitting out there looking for a predator like me. He's saying, I'm just doing what I got to do. But y'all the one who keeps supplying me with the fresh meat. One of his biggest supporters or mind control, in pimping, they call it bottom bitch, was a girl named Squeak. And she just was all about that Charlie life. And Charles got convicted or pleaded guilty to something, or something he did that was against the code. You see her sitting there outside. You said there's a motherfucker who started from, where did they say? Some location in California and crawled from this location a few miles to the courthouse, crawled on their hands and knees. She was saying she still has scars and can't do this and that and the other. These motherfuckers was gone. This is mind control. And if anybody ever walked one fucking California block for whatever reason, I walked one block to go to Fat Burger, and I was fat. So you know that shit was heavy. And they crawled this motherfucker. These motherfuckers was gone. So they told Tweet, or whoever, I think it was Tweet, she was talking regular. Yeah, they said, well, Tweet, you know you got convicted. She said, you see her and come back gone and start spewing all of that. Charlie is not free, he's free on the inside. You can trap his body, but not his mind. And you see her go into the altar or the thuggy. We just call it that nigga got mad. But what the fuck happened to me? Just lost it. Well, what was you talking about? Nigga said his pops was, nigga said implied his pops was pussy and he lost it. Some in that shadow is what you talk, the thuggy. So now that we know what the thuggy is, Biden gets up and starts calling all of those riders, which I told you. All that shit's a setup. Now, what they're going to do is make poor white trash the new niggers. You can no longer be the niggers. You, in the golden age, if they oppress you, your realization is what they're scared of. What they need to do is pretend they're appeasing you, so you don't look elsewhere or inward for your leadership. You want to say, oh, they're being much nicer. Finally, they get our point. Finally, all our marching pays off. And finally, those ancestors. Finally, who we vote for. Oh, Kamala. Listen, Kamala is Kalima. Kamala, Kalima. Kamala, Kalima. But what they're trying to do is take that energy and raise it up for them. Kamala is Kalima. Biden gets on and says, these thugs, these insurrectionists, these motherfuckers, these son of a bitches, these thugs, these thugs, these thugs. So they're the new thugs. But then it hit me. I said, yeah, thugs, thug like, oh, Kali thuggies. He's defining them now as the new thuggies, which all has to go. The Kali Yuga. Well, what were they created for? How did they get created? When the whites came over, supposedly, there was a rich class who were slave owners, but there were also other whites who came over and were sent over as indentured servants. They owed money to the rich on that side. So to pay off their debt, they were sold too. They were shipped here too. The thing is, they just wasn't getting a whip to their back, but they had debts to pay. So they became overseers. Mind you, all you have to do is look at Australia's history. Europe had that. They were trying to purify themselves. So all their thugs and what they found is low class and assholes. And, hey, sir, what's that for? Get the fuck out. And sent them to Australia. All the whites in Australia, B.O.B. Went to Australia early 2019, I think. Yeah, early 2019 or 2020. Went to Australia. He said, yo, he's never met poor white trash as much, or encountered it, I should say, as much as he has in Australia. More so than anything in America. I said, yeah, they're the same stock. Listen closely. The redneck, he said that shit is the standard of operation in Australia. Never encountered so much, because they're the same thing. That's a class of whites. So after, I'm sure I told this story, but if you don't know, after slavery was over, you had the overseer and the rich man. The rich man is like, I'm not dealing with this shit. That's what we created these dumb whites for. Now, all they have to do is keep us in opposition so they can eat, do whatever their agenda is. Let's just say that. They need to keep us fighting, us in conflict. You know what I'm saying? So they needed mind control specialists for two groups, Republican, Democrat. The Democrats are there to mind control niggers, and Republicans are there to mind control whites, the poor whites. They do it with hope, pathways to hope. Just keep fucking with us and, we shall overcome. And, you too could be Donald Trump if you work hard in America and let the government stay out. So they're all behind Trump because they think he's a fucking success story. If they really wanted to end Trump, all they have to do is just expose his records for real, for real. They keep hinting and saying he ain't got no money, but show he ain't got no money. And then they'll be like, well, he doesn't really offer us the psychological hope. But at this point, they're actually past that. He enraged them because all of us are actually walking around enraged. That's why we create shadows and thuggies. So they were keeping us at bay so we could have this animosity, this anger, and you create all of these hidden personalities to deal with it. And so they know that was the order of the day, but they needed to keep it at bay. So what they were doing is saying, if Black people rise up in the Kali Yuga because these thuggies get out of control based upon the trip, we have an army. That white trash was getting the same rough eating jelly sandwich, doing worse, sister fucking, living in the hills, turning into fucking Frankensteins fucking each other. And so they have a lot of shadows and hate and animosity in them. So this war, they kept talking about, it's them saying that shit. There's a war coming, there's a war coming. Donald Trump was just stupid enough, and they put him there for that reason, to start exposing this mind control that they were under and bring them to the next level. They wanted that behavior. Now that the world has seen it, see, all Donald Trump did is went and say what he normally would say, whether he's aware of it or not. The crowd was all stirred up, and all they need is 5, 6 government agents to start walking towards the Capitol, start breaking shit. Then the rest of them are joining the mob mentality. That's mind control 101, mob mentality. That's a chapter. So you got a few actors who's really leading this shit. They wanted that. Now that these images are there, they have the beginning, and that's why they keep telling you it's the beginning. It's the beginning. The beginning is it's the beginning of the end for them. So what they're first doing is showing all them niggas had their feet kicked up in Nancy Pelosi's office, that them niggas is caught putting his name. They're showing you how do you do that? You're not getting away. Your face is on everything. This computer I'm on, it signs me in through my face. Nigga, they got you. This is all a grand show. But the key is what they're doing is putting this old energy on display, and they're going to sacrifice those whites. It's going to be shameful to be that. It's going to be morally, irreprehensible to be this. And the personification of that entire framework of behavior, that entire white trash, KKK, skinhead, Hail Hitler thing is actually, they're doing away with it. They didn't before because it could have turned into an army if we started doing that to the Capitol. You get what I'm saying? Now they don't need that army no more. We're in the golden age. We're in the age of peace. So you're going to see a big peaceful thing from them. What they're really trying to do is get into the mood to continue to rule you. Still appease you enough to match the climate of what they create with what's going on in your heart in this new golden age. So when you look in your heart and say, oh, I feel this way, if you look around and Biden's telling you how much he loves you and how fair he's going to be, and Kamala Harris is sitting there with that dumbass smile trying to show you, black woman, we've made it again, look at us. And you might just say, oh, yeah, we have. Why change was working here, especially when we worked so hard to get there. This is all mind control. And them connecting Biden to Thug, as soon as he kept saying Thug, Tupac came through. And Tupac said, I am the personification of the Kali Yuga. What do you mean, nigger? Now we know he had the thug life on his stomach, and I knew he was a thuggy, but it used to always bother me. What the fuck is this nigga's point? 1 minute, Brenda had a fucking baby and we need to save her. And then the next minute, shoot him up, kill Biggie with his fat ass. Fuck his mama too, I fucked Faith. Damn mama, but I fucked Faith and did this and turned her out and threw her away. This contradiction, I can never come to terms with. As a spiritual message, as a person, who gives a fuck? He's flawed like everyone else. But then dealing with the shadow self and the shadow concept, what he's showing me is what was in his heart was to save black people. Brenda's have a baby, dear mama. But this world created, his mom's named it Tupac, but this world created the thug life image that had to shoot guns in the air, fuck niggas up, blah, blah, blah. But then his heart is what makes him get out of the limousine when a cop is abusing another black man and actually put himself in jeopardy of arrest or getting shot himself, because that's what's in his heart. But the dual nature, which we're going to get into, the Kali Yuga here, the Cowardly Lion here, is a dual nature thing. So is the problem, is the reality of the Kali Yuga. I showed you in this picture right here, in the last one, all of these heads represent the invisible spooks that Shiva created. And he represents the man or the woman. This is about energy, not about people. He represents the man or the woman. The key out of this place is understanding the divine feminine. We're going to get into this. Now I feel I had to do this 3 times because there's gonna be some shit. Now it's like I'm almost an expert in this area. These are the thuggies, and these are Tupac. Shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up. This is the innocent damn mama down here. This, when they're together, is a contradiction. When Kali comes, she separates the thuggies and takes off the heads. She takes off the head and she drinks the blood so you can't spawn through abuse another one. It's the realization of the dark self. It is the actual idea of Tupac. The contradiction that we don't see is what we're dealing with now. Remember, I said in the last one, you don't see it, but your sister will describe you as a fucking asshole. Your wife will sometimes describe you, yeah, you're good and I love you and all that. But when you do that, asshole, and your friends just don't come around, and they were a friend for, but they don't want to fuck with you, or you think you don't want to fuck with them, but they don't want to fuck with you neither. Y'all don't want to fuck with each other. All of this because there was a whole invisible fight with your insecurities. And those insecurities are thuggies, because those thuggies, it's not like a friend says something, hey man, you know that hurts, I'm insecure. But when he says something that hits your insecurity, you fight back with sarcasm. You fight back with pouting. You fight back with, fuck that nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do this now. Oh, what? Oh, you things like that. I'm trying to fuck his girl. Dumb shit like that. Those are thuggies. And Tupac was he was a clue. I fucking get it. He said, now you figure this shit out. I could not figure this nigga out. He used to come in my dreams. I'm like, what are you saying? Never say nothing, just like slapping hands. And I'm like, man, where's the song? I don't even like the songs. Like, and that's a personal preference. I don't like the song. How goes of here when you feel me? Everything was the same one thing. What put it in perspective for me was Grandmaster Caz, actually. He was just speaking and he's like, well, Tupac wasn't nothing as a lyricist, but he made you feel something from his heart. He knew how to, I said, God damn it. Actually, yeah. Like as a rapper, you didn't feel it, but you felt the presence of his heart on it. So that I give him, supreme props in terms of that. And that's clear. And that's really what his magic is and what most people feel, the honesty. So the honesty aspect of Tupac is what we see. And if we're honest, if we're all honest, we have a dual nature. The first light side is the shit you think you are. I'm Brother Panic. I came to teach. I came to do, but there's 1,000 niggas. I ain't learning shit from him. That nigga's too arrogant. He eats on camera. Indeed I do. Indeed I do, bitch. And I do that, number one, because I'm fucking hungry. And number two, because this is not no profession. This is a information share, and that's all you need. And that's all you need. Not worry about my etiquette. So people who are worried about that, they ain't hearing this. It ain't for them. This is for those who can hear it, because it's your time to get off of this boat. Well, let me say this. Truth be told, it's your time for the boat to start moving again, to be quite honest. All right. So him calling these people thuggies, he's trying to put them and classify them as the heads that need to come off of them. White people are telling you, you need to cut this head off because it will not work with what's happening now spiritually. Kalima. Oh, no, wait. My real name is Kamala. Get the fuck out of here. Kalima. All right. This now, more than ever, the art of war. Khadijah said she knew this. So it may be known information. Just it didn't occur to me. Anytime it came up, nobody never straightened me out. And it could apply both ways. But this is about waging war on your own shadow self. This is not, it can be used how to engage or disengage and control physical war or your boss at work, depending on what level. But the real secret message in the art of war, the art of fighting without fighting, is how to control, understand the shadow. And that will help y'all get to a place where in the end of the Kali Yuga, in the end of the Kali Yuga, remember this thing broke, there's live glass. I need to empty it. In the end of the Kali Yuga, you'll be able to get these heads cut off. But that's only if you are absolutely, positively willing to respect, deal with the shadow. As I talked with updates with B.O.B., he said the greatest thing he's ever did, because he has done it, was start apologizing to people. After I told them I did it, and you know, the results, it wasn't a suggestion for him to do, you should do this next. He's not that guy. He's an actual peer in how we talk and deal with each other. So he doesn't follow, but what he heard he must have heard a trick or a code. He just did it, you know. And truthfully, his issue was, you know, 16-year-old, first record, stardom. It was a masterpiece record, and it did exactly what any dream of being a rap star would do. It did it for him. So you got to understand, everybody around him were damn near having nervous breakdowns. And in case y'all didn't get the book, it's The Art of War by Sun Tzu. It's the art of fighting without fighting. It's the art, it's really talking about how to disengage by understanding the true war. Just like in the movie Revolver, the true war, the enemy's closer than you think. You're talking about your shadow self, your ego, or your ego-inspired characters. I'm going to show you how this shows up, because I'm also going to break down Unbreakable, Split, and Mr. Glass. Now that I can see these things, shit, I'm gonna end Night Shyamalan's mystery system. That now I can see is his best work. I'm never a fan. It's too easy to figure out all his mysterious music and that look he gives you when he come on screen. Yes, it's in the lake. The lake. Like, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? This movie's terrible. And it's about your chakras. We get it. But I didn't really, you get it, but you don't get it. But once you know the key, I'm going to fuck y'all up off of Unbreakable alone. And Mr. Glass, your ass Split, he just established more for that last finale. But I know the keys to it, and we're going to do that for fun. So it's about the shadow self. I got to give a little shout out. I keep forgetting to Dave Chappelle for this. Even though he's on the edge of consciousness conflicted with his comedy, consciousness seems to be the order of the day for him, and you got to commend any of it. So even I'm an avid movie collector, movie buff, and if you listen to the subtleties in movies beyond decoding them, like I'm about to do with this Oz, you can learn a lot about the entire world. And Dave Chappelle did a movie early on. I'll do you one better. When he was a kid, he was doing, wherever he was doing stand-up, there was no Def Jam, there was none of that. But whatever outlet, my father said, yo, you got to see this black dude. He's clever. That's what my father said. Okay, it was Dave Chappelle. And so he always stayed in my mind because, you know, just his introduction. And he was clever. I was a absolute fan way before that fucking show. He was a clever motherfucker. Then his HBO specials, one of the funniest shits he ever said, and I thought was deep. He said, yo, homeless people. He said, why do you think we don't give a fuck about them? He said, that's because we got trained with Oscar the Grouch. He said, you see homeless people on the floor, you just step over them. Get it together, Grouch. Oh, it was so funny. So I knew him before that show and was into this comedy, which when he was making the announcement that he made a film called Robin Hood Men in Tights, the entire movie, they're damn near in drag. And back then, nobody was really talking about it. I just thought it was a bad movie at my age at the time. But I never forgot it. So then Dave Chappelle becomes Dave Chappelle and quits the show for the, you know, they're asking me to wear a dress. Well, he quit the show for exploitation, but put all of that on the table. A lot of things he was saying, people were saying, people were coming to Bobby Hemmett telling him, no, Dave watches you. You know, I gave him some shit. And he constantly watches you about Bobby Hemmett. So that told us it makes sense. He's on it. And we watch Bobby. There's no way he does not know I exist. So he's gone, his dignity. And even in my book, you know, because I labeled everyone and told what movie they were exploited in for the sake of mind control. And then I showed all the Black people collectively how it works towards one subliminal message. And that's pretty much the Willie Lynch letter. So the mind control of the Willie Lynch letter was the mind control acted out in Hollywood. So when, in other words, when they introduced Django, this is in my book too. When they introduced Django, and you seen Django kicking ass, taking names, and, you know, putting slavery on its ass. You get what I'm saying? You were proud of that, and you stood behind it, and you could. He rescued his woman. But after that, now they opened the door to do slavery movies again. And then I listed all the slavery movies that happened after Django: Roots, 12 Years a Slave, The Butler. And then there's much more. There was one, that Journey Smollett girl did some runaway shit with that other nigga. He used to be on the Cosby Show with some kind of shit when he was a kid, but they did some shit called Runaway. And then that was just playing slavery. I've never seen, it took everything to watch 12 Years a Slave, which is based upon the book, which is a movie that was done before. Captain Sisko was the 12-year slave, where they did it in Amistad. They rationalized this by acting like there's a court system. Like they stole everybody in Amistad, but these three niggas get to go to court to say they're naturally free. This is everyone. Ain't no, so in your mind, what they did in that movie was tell you to trust in the court system. That's where they balance shit out. You know, the whole shit is a farce. And they did the same thing, or similar shit like that, or that same kind of mind control, I should say, in like 12 Years a Slave. The real thing where you thought it was about this one guy who was actually free, who they made a mistake and put in slavery. What the fuck you think? No, this is a mistake. I'm a free man. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. It doesn't even make no sense. But you watching it and you invested in him trying to get free. But what about everybody the fuck else? Then there's nothing that makes them legally anything. So that means there's nothing that makes them legally free, because there's nothing that makes them legally slaves. This is a crime. The whole thing is a crime. But the fact that niggas are sitting there entertaining that is the trick. What's supposed to be inspired, you're supposed to find those good white people, like how Brad Pitt was. You're supposed to have this hope. No matter what these white people do, have hope and faith in a good way that it'll all get right some way. There's going to be a right person, or something's going to save you. Just don't kill these motherfuckers. All that's mind control. When that white boy sat there and saying, nigga run, nigga get, nigga, I'm gonna get you in that motherfucker's face. That's the mind control. That's the shit. So in my book, I pointed out, which I had to, that's how they first got his first movie. But I said, I commend him for standing up against it. I commend him for saying enough. I commended him. He never had to say, I did it, they got me, that's how I know, which I thought would have been stronger. But because they tried to bring it back on him later. Because after he said it, I remember going to buy records and they redistributed Robin Hood Men on Tights. And on the DVD cover, they put that nigga wearing a woman's dress. I said, oh, they'll wear this. They know what they're doing. I commended him. But then he was gone for a while. Here was the trick. He did SNL. Woo! Of course, I went in. The biggest thing, to make it simple, was he did all of those old characters those were the reason he left his show in the first place. They were exploitive, that crackhead and, Leonard Jefferson and shit. They were funny motherfuckers. Look here, young blood. And when we walked in the house, I don't smell no dinner cooking, bitch. Funny shit. But he realized people weren't laughing with him. They were laughing at him. That was his thing. But to get back in the game, he had to do those characters. That's his sellout move. Even though he killed them in the skit, you still was in character doing it. And that's all they needed you to do. Then after that, he's got his specials again on, on Netflix, 3 of them, masterpieces. Then he did a half an hour on something and people were saying, oh, he sold out. So he was hearing that because he went back on SNL. And that fucking monologue he did was legendary. Come and get these nigga lessons. How are you saying that shit on Saturday Night Live? That was the entire punchline. That's called an anchor in mind control. In the middle of it, you'll see them do it all the time. Comedians, they'll crack a joke in the middle of their set. And the joke was, he was like, white people, you got this, that. How do you do that without doing this, without killing a motherfucker, without being this? He said, well, come on and get some nigga lessons. Pretty much, we've been doing this for years. You just figuring this out. So he then kept on going with it. That was like, oh, niggas didn't know where to laugh. So then he went through this whole thing at the end of the show. And then the major punchline was like, well, like I said, come on, get these nigga lessons. Boom, drop the mic. So they already laughed to that and already understand it. So that's how they create that leave on a high note. They already hit that high note. They know that high note is high. So when they want to leave, they bring you back to that high note, anchored you in it, and then drop the mic, walk off. You're laughing at something that he knows already works. So he knows how to create the high note because he already tested it. That's the real science. That's why they do that a lot, comedians. But that's a hell of an anchor. Come and get these nigger lessons. He talked about Donald Trump. He said, why is Donald Trump doing this, that, the other? Because he's a white man. Oh, so if I was telling the story, he heard some critics talking about that, and he directly was talking about, if you think I'm bullshit, don't think nothing's changed. I just did what I needed to do to survive. So I think you need to call it I call it what it is, but that's that. So know this. Tupac was the personification of contradiction, because in the Kali Yuga, he was the manifestation of what the Kali Yuga, or what this time is. The self, the innocence, versus this imaginary war machine that only turns inward on itself. Because at the end of the day, all that shooting, all that spitting, though he's actually known because he actually took it to some white people. But most of that shit was nigga hate. And why is there so much nigga hate? You think it's because of white people? Maybe, you know what I'm saying? But in the end, it's what we're supposed to go through, because we're all abused and creating these shadows. And the shadow of self is really fighting itself, i.e., that's what I'm talking about. Your shadow self is fighting yourself. So yourself is your black brother. Yourself is your black sister. So all this arguing, that bitch ain't shit. Fuck them punk ass niggas. We going in and take that shit. Now I don't want to even hear that shit. Oh, here these niggas come again. Fuck it, get your crew, I get my crew. That's self-hate. Oh, self-hate? Self-hate? The art of war is dealing with your shadows that turned on you, because these shadows are fighting you. Your enemy is closer than you think. Your shadows are fighting their shadows. This is the League of Shadows, Batman. You must become a shadow. Batman was dealing with his shadow self. It came through abuse. They killed his moms and pops, and then he created a shadow based upon the bat tormented in his mind. Shadow Batman. So we're dealing with the shadow self, my niggas, and it's quite important that you do so. All right, let me just do some promotion, get this out the way so we can get down to, we are definitely going to Wizard of Oz our way into this one. All right, let's start here. You are watching, let me find my shit. Boink, boink. There you go. See this right here in the corner? Occult Lectures. This is me. So anything you see on YouTube that says Occult Lectures, it is I. Whoa, 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 what the fuck? Let's get it. Come on. I think I may be having internet issues. Come on, baby. Come on now. Come on, come on. Oh. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, I need this page. All right, well, let me unshare and deal with what's going on. Sometimes I'm in the basement and it just gets slow. But let me see if it's my site. This shit seems to be moving. All right, so let's see. All right, here we go. Slow but no cigar. Let's get it back. Where you at? Zoom, 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 zoom. All right, I'm a-coming, guys. I'm a-coming. All right, let's share this. Doink. And boy. So, all right, guys, here you go. This here is my website. Right up the top. occultlectures.com. Occult Lectures, again, as I was, right there is me. On YouTube, anything under the Occult Lectures, I put up. Occult Lectures with an S. People do cut my shit up and put it up. Whatever, it's fine. I don't really have too many problems with that so far. If I will, you'll be the first to know. So here you could get my herb pack. I'm gonna take down some of these other herb packs and just leave it to this. I'm scaling it down and get my book. My next book already done. I'm releasing it spring, I believe. In time for 2012. It's an entire book. I didn't realize, written from my dark side, how it got there. I don't remember anything in that book. I do know Courtney was crying though. So for classes, you could join here. I don't put up dates anymore. Seats are always open, always available. When it's time, you'll be on it if you pay. So, you know what I'm saying? And here's my Patreon from occultlectures.com. You could join the Patreon. The other 2 lectures that I've done, I'm going to post there. So you'll be able to at least hear them. So don't worry, be happy. I'm going to still give you all the other ones I give. This is, like I said, the 3rd time I'm doing this. Here's our old radio show, though we're not doing them live. You can listen to past shows. So people who didn't get a bunch of that, there was a lot of fun, a lot of crew, a lot of interviews, a lot of shit talking and jokes you wouldn't even believe niggas are capable of. Here's the spiritual readings, Khadijah's classes. Here's where you could connect to my wife, but not just that, consultations. These are my consultations. Here is how you click to Khadijah's site. That's where you will get the joint consultations that Khadijah and I are doing, and let me tell you, they're on fire. You need to do that in your life. It's more than just giving the same old spiritual advice. Do that with your chakras and do this. No, we're dealing now, and I see it feels like council sessions dealing with that shadow. So you can connect to Khadijah's site, Samedi, SAMEDI readings, READINGS.com. But you could go to Occult Lectures and hit her up. This is her picture. This picture is done by a sister named Kendra, and probably one of the more accurate depictions of Khadijah. I was blown away. So her testimony, Akashic Records, we'll go to her site in a second. So spiritual baths, meditation CDs, magical oils, an aura shield. I think I'm going to not sell these anymore. Just tired of doing it. They'll be available at live lectures, which when all of this crap is over, that's where we'll be at. Hitting these live lectures, coming to your city to give you this shit for real, for real. So thinking, and of course, these 2, I'm contemplating you can get them here, all the products. And this is just a shout out to my man, B. Hemmett, my man, one of the masters that came back to give you information. All right, so here you go. That's the website. Now let's go check out Khadijah's. Now you're talking about grown people shit. You know what I'm saying? This is Khadijah's website. Let's see what she got going on. Yeah, sometimes the shit is slow down here. Got a lot of shit going. Woo! Already we in a different atmosphere of sexy. Her first page is crazy. This is Akasha at its best. And she deals with the Akasha. Look at them record halls. Look at those gold records. This is a fly ass bitch. I looked at it and seen it, but god damn. And this is also done by Kendra. So if y'all like Kendra's work, y'all need to contact Samedi Readings, Khadijah, and I'm sure Khadijah will pass on the information. But this is incredible. And Kendra did the artwork. Even this logo is fucking on fire. This is a fire ass picture. Khadijah says she dropped a lot of codes in this. She had contests if niggas could figure out some of these codes. So y'all need to check this shit out. This shit is fly. All right. So on it, she has her about page. These are the type of readings that she offers. Well, let's just go. Let's see. Get this shit all out the way. So for now, and she always updates, let's see. She has the joint consultations with her and myself. This is where you get those. The gateway reading and the Akashic reading. All right, that's her readings, her classes. Chakra magic, Akashic magic, dream magic. Let's see. And she's developing more classes, and workshops. So magic is our medicine, dream dimension classes, and she's actually working on more. So here's her products. I'm not so sure she's keen on it, and she definitely sells these at, ooh, damn, look at this professional ass shit. When the fuck did she do this? What the fuck? This is like kicking my ass. Khadijah. And yeah, so she sells these. I think she's trying to do these at the live lectures, these chakra baths. I don't know. You could always count on her for knowing. So these are the seals of Samdi. Real tough guy shit. Here's my shit. Here's testimonials. Here's how you contact her. And there's a card. So that's it. That's how you do whatever you got to do to get us. All right, so now let's see. So Dave Chappelle got on, did a live set, and you could hear him clearly talking about reacting, I feel, to some, and even if he's not reacting to something conscious, his own spirit probably looked at that and said, okay, let me just put some dignity back in there. He did it. All right, we talked about last time Game of Thrones. They were preparing you for this time. Winter is coming, winter is coming, winter is coming. So what do you do after winter? The dead King John from the north is the Osirian, true Osirian master. He had to go to the realm of the dead. And, you know, his sister was Isis. The little one was the dark goddess. The kid was Haru, the blind Haru. So the kid, his legs or his wisdom, he was thrown afterwards, and he couldn't see really with this world. His third eye was up. So he was Haru, and he had to go out to bring the Eye of Horus back to Osiris. It was all about John, or Ion, or Osiris. And winter is coming. They've been hitting you with that psychological reference all on the news. Oh, this winter's going to be hard. This winter, when it comes, oh, we're going to feel it with the COVID. That's representing those ice dead things. They represent the pestilence of COVID. And after them, John becomes king. This is all about you. King of the North. Who's the king of the North? I told you what happens in the North, in the cusp. And what I'm about to show you now is the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Oz is the cusp. Ooh, we're going to get into this. So Game of Thrones was also another mind control fuck. Like, remember the dude who had the dogs, where he killed his father, and his father was treating him like a illegitimate son. He was a bastard, and his father gave him his name, but he went head to head with John and lost. He represented Set, or he represents, or could represent Donald Trump. You get what I'm saying? The father was the old regime. The young kid was taking it over and even killed his father and, you know, his ego. And he's got eaten by his own dogs, which represents, I guess you could say, the ego. I mean, if I go through it again, I really can go through it. But the kid was the blind Haru. Centra was playing the mother goddess Isis. Who else made it back? Yeah, she was playing the dark goddess. She was playing Kali, the woman with no face, you know what I'm saying? Or trying to be invisible. What they were showing her, the woman with no face, or the faceless woman, they were showing her how to master the shadow. The woman with no face. You must become empty, faceless. Of course, they did the drama with the stabbing and the running and the shooting, but in the end, what she became was she became symbolically the hidden side. She was the dark goddess. She was the hand of Sansa. Sansa wasn't going to stab anybody, but remember, she killed Sansa's greatest betrayer, Lord, whatever the fuck his name was. It was a dramatic moment. But he's the one that was finagling and fucking with Sansa. Littlefinger. But what's her name is the one that really did it, because she represents the hand, or the dark goddess, or Nephthys of Isis, the shadow side. That's why they're telling you about Nephthys and Set. It's the shadow, and those shadows belong to humanity. It's your human abuse and problem that created those heads, those thuggies, those spooks. You understand what I'm saying? those spooks. So it belongs to that. This was being played out at Winterfell. Winterfell, nigga. They're talking about now. They're talking about what was coming. She represents, well, the dragon lady can also represent Kali or the Kali Yuga. She was rising up in the time, but remember, she wanted to be the queen. John's the one that stopped her. Hold up, where did we see that before? Oh yeah, right here. We've seen it right here. Here you go, John. And here you go, Dragon Lady. You know what I'm saying? Mind you, the sun's behind her head. This is the cusp. Oh, cusp. Shit. This is real cuspy. So watch Game of Thrones again. Wonder Woman 84. Terrible movie. Here's a guy. I'm sorry, Caged Heat is on Screen Pics. There are a lot of naked bitches. You see doing it. And this is a scene with Pam Grier. Lights a cigarette up and just lays on the bed. And she's naked and, you know, she's just relaxing, baby. You know, I would turn the camera, but fuck y'all. We're going to just enjoy this moment. Yeah, it must be a little bit cold in there. Oh, yeah, she's lighting another cigarette. That means we got a little time here. Oh, shit, this is terribly great. All right, so Wonder Woman 84, terrible movie. And remember, it was supposed to come out early this year before Donald Trump really lost his fucking mind. So you may have had a harder time connecting the bad guy to Trump. But now that you've seen so much Trumpian ridiculousness, it was clear that this was Trump, and the director said, yeah, I based it on Trump, because he wouldn't have said it because you wouldn't have made the connection, still thinking while he was still talking before the pandemic and all that, or early on. Remember, they were trying to tell you, here's another thing I remember, that the divine feminine is in effect. They were going to drop, this pandemic fucked them up. Mulan, which they did eventually drop on Disney. They were supposed to drop Wonder Woman, which they eventually dropped on HBO. They were supposed to drop the one girl who Scarlett Johansson plays in the Avengers. She's not Scarlett, whatever that bitch name is. She was supposed to get her movie, and Birds of Prey. Harley Quinn was supposed to get, which they did drop too. And so it was supposed to be the year of the woman. Psychologically, what they were doing was setting up the false praise of the woman. Wonder Woman, strength. Mulan, I'm sure it's some fighting strength that they found. Birds of Prey, she left the Joker and found her own personality, her own strength. And then, of course, this bitch has been showing strength in the Avengers. Now it's time to see her origin story and how she got there. So they were supposed to drop all of that in the beginning of the year for a reason. This is the mind control outlet. Media is your biggest problem. It was terrible. It was about Donald Trump. There was some other science I had in it, but it was so terrible. It still was this immoralistic idea. Wish. When he's saying he's the wish master, that is America. Everyone comes to America with a dream. America's the place for dreams. That's the wish. So they're pretty much saying, why don't you take your wish back? They're pretty much saying, this shit is over. Take your wish back. They were announcing it was over in America. They're announcing America's over. So what she's talking, and this was a big deal. She's making this speech, and she says to Donald Trump in the movie, I wasn't even talking to you. I'm talking directly to the people. What she's saying is, we are no longer trying to correct or work with this mentality. So we're bypassing you, and talking directly to the people. And there's where she made an appeal to their heart, because we're moving into this new era, which when they make the connection psychologically, which they were supposed to, but now because the movie came out so late, they're making the connection actually, that's Donald Trump. But that subtle thing would have been lost to people maybe earlier in 2020 or whenever this was, they were promoting this in 2019 in the late year, talking about it was coming. So without all the Donald Trump explosion, you may want to, they wanted to keep it close, but it got too close because it came out later. That's what I believe. Now, so you later was supposed to, you're supposed to see this movie, it's supposed to be a blockbuster, it's supposed to be in your head. When Donald Trump started doing what he's doing now, psychologically, you're already hearing the Wonder Woman message. You don't want what he wants. He's the wish master. He's greed. He's out of control. He's almost the new, he brought this world to chaos. You walk in and you see chaos on the street, which was representing America or the pandemic. They was showing you what it is. So her direct appeal to the heart was supposed to psychologically say, this is the message of the day. And so when once they get Donald Trump out, Biden's going to sweet talk you. We're better people. That we're better than that. Let's get Donald Trump. Let's arrest him. No, let's put this behind us. He's no longer an issue. We have to move forward. What they're really doing is trying to connect you to this message. And so that was that. I mean, I could go through it harder, but fucking why? It's not doing nothing but showing you what they're doing. I'm glad. I'm gonna have to start writing these one-line notes because I kind of remember everything. And before we get into it, I'm getting, like, I was doing this throughout the lecture, going back and forth. Now I'm just getting all this shit out the way, and then we're gonna finish Wizard of Oz for real today. This day, like I said, I'm not going to show it on the screen. I'm just gonna talk about it while I go through it. Most of us seen these images already, so my description of it has to be sufficient. Then go watch it yourself. What I do want to talk about is a realization that I had. It's very serious to me. Bobby Hemmitt. Whoo, this was a big deal when it came through. Once you start to deal with the shadow self, which I urge you is your spiritual thing, you're going to have to be honest with yourself. You're going to have to be, I ain't got no courage. And I'm going to explain that concept as I go through. You're going to have to admit that to yourself. I'm scared. Cowardly lion. Right now, you walking around, put him up. Yeah, I fight you with one hand behind my back. So, okay. So, damn, boy, these cage heat women, boy, they having a fucking fight in jail. Ooh. Boy, oh boy, nipples and greases everywhere. Yeah. Ooh. That's right, Tasha. Fuck her up. They got them inmate dresses on. Oh, shit. I need to turn to goddamn CNN or something so we'll be distracted. Bobby Hemmitt. I didn't get it until I dealt with the shadow. Let me explain something to you, and I'm being real. Brother Panic isn't here no more, guys. Sorry. He's gone. And I know you can't understand that, but I'm going to try to explain it. I mean, I guess you understand it in theory because everyone's deep, but there are those who don't. And if you can admit to yourself you don't, then listen. And then it made me realize what Bobby was going through and what he was telling me. He did give me a message and he did leave. Boom. When I dealt with the shadow, I told you I was sitting here. Me and my sister got into it, sitting under my mother. And my mother, since she passed, has been coming through with fucking gems. It's almost like she broke it and she's fixing it. But I know to expect and how to look for that. So that's what makes it work. So I knew something was happening with my mother, and my sister was in a raunchy mood and she gave me the business. Nigga, you this, nigga, you that, nigga, you always doing this, nigga, 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 nigga. And I'm arguing back, bitch, please, bitch, let me explain something about you. Yeah, nigga, 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 but. So for some reason, it was sticking, not really hurting but I guess maybe, because it's sticking for a reason. And then 2 days later, me and Khadijah got into it. And pretty much, long story short, I noticed it's the same argument, the same beef. What we did was different, which became a sword. The sword that chops off the head was, she said, let's get a third party. And she was talking about whatever friend we could pick her up and just run both our stories so we can hear it. Therapy, really. I said, fuck that. Let's go get Torrin, our son, right now. I don't want to do it. I said, no. No one's going to be mad. Say what you want to be honest. Long story short, he was cutting off my head. Well, it seems like she's your enemy. Really? So what he's saying is the things that I went through with my mother that makes you distrust women, that even though you got to a point where you can have a woman, there's still layers that you do not see. It operates in shadow, the shadow Batman. And when it does that, you can't see it. So I was clearly seeing myself. So much so, oh, who is that guy? Oh, damn. Now it started becoming clear. That's why my friend in 1984, my friend in this and that, I remember talking to my boy Prince, and I know we went through it, and, you know, whatever you go through. And he was like, I was like, yo, man, how did you put up with me? Da, 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 and this and that, you know. And I went through, you know, my mom, she was sick. She was like this, and we were going through that. You didn't know that, even though he was next to me every day. Because you hide shit like that. That's a part of being a cowardly lion. Oh, we gonna get it. And pretty much he said, well, it kind of like I understood you. That's why. So even the fuck you gotta say that shit says there was, if you got something that needs to be understood, there's something there. There is there. So I was able to see what was there. I was able to see my whole self. That's a breakthrough. All right. Then, okay. So a lot started being revealed. I'm starting to see what the shadow self is, what the true evil twin is, what the doppelganger is, what is the hidden self, the spook, the thuggy. That goddamn Sopranos is an entire show about the shadow self, starting with Tony, but then they show the shadows that were created in his kids, the shadows that were created in his abused wife. All of the supporting cast, his friends, are actually angry, formerly abused based upon their criminal life. Shadows of anger, of tough guy, all created, and they were displaying this, and you could tell they talked to a whole bunch of psychiatrists to make this show. Excellent show. And if you're still that angry person, you'll cheer for Tony. After I was shown myself and was able to see myself, Tony is probably the most disgusting, sick, helpless coward ever on TV. And here's the funny shit. James Gandolfini, who played the role, used to say shit like that, and you couldn't figure it out. So when he would be in an interview, Tony has grown you so much, and how do you feel about Tony? He's a hurting guy. He's a disgusting guy. Look what he's doing to his family. Be like, nigga, why are you talking about Tony? See, because your anger, Tony represented from a perspective, the justification of your anger, because they kept showing Tony justifying his anger, beating somebody up, then paying their hospital bills. I'm hiding behind, I'm the boss, and ain't shit you could do. That's what you want. To be able to walk in anything, your job. Shut the fuck up, I'm the boss, boom. You get what I'm saying? So Tony represented that. So you loved him for that because you still are angry. When you are dealing with the anger in the shadow, you are able to see what it is and what the shadow is, and see how Tony's control, the entire world is actually controlling Tony. Tony's not a big boss. He's a big reactionary punk. The big boss, or the cowardly lion finally stepping up with courage, is to admit you have been hurt, you have been scarred, you have been abused, and you're hiding like a little kid inside a tin chest. Tin Man. First, let's get this out the way. There's so many symbols in the Wizard of Oz, you can damn near apply it to anything. Just like there's so many symbols in the Bible, you can apply it to anything. So in 1960 something, some teacher applied it to an economic system, and they think that was the real code. Physical ass nigga, physical ass deep niggas. Can it be applied? Absolutely. Is something wrong with that? No. Is that wrong? No. But let's go a little bit deeper in the mythology that you know, the spirituality that you know. Economics is not deeper. American economics, it could have been even, well, first of all, let's get to this nigga. Hold on. Let's start here. Oh, before we start here, let's finish up with Bobby. I don't want to forget that because I know y'all niggas is mouth watering. So, able to see the shadow self. What I also noticed was Brother Panic was necessary to get the message out. But we are at the end of that time. So, I don't want to say a new entity, but a new aspect of Brother Panic. Panrific, nigga. By the way, this is protected. The music you hear in the beginning is, or the beginning of these videos, just so I could shout myself out, are definitely remixes that I do. But they're for fun. They're not for sale. You can't and don't need to buy them. I don't know what that means. I found that one of the things I'm here to do is just to create. So I am absolutely content sitting in this room making some bippity bop shit. If somebody offers some money, sure. Who's stupid? Not, but pursuing it, not gonna do it. So all I could do is be braggadocious, put it on the beginning of the video, and hope you enjoy. That ditty that you heard was by my best buddy, B.O.B. And he actually had a contest for that song. It's a trap song. I said, watch, and I can't be in the contest, but I said, well, give me a copy of that acapella. All I want is props. All right, watch. So instead of doing some old slow trap shit, I just put it on the boom bap pace, so you can hear how fast it is, and it's fucking sicker. He said, the shit you did with that, he said, niggas wouldn't even understand. I said, I know. So y'all heard it for yourself. So that's an introduction to that. I think that's out the way. So understanding the shadow self and seeing how Brother Panic, then thinking, oh shit, and I think I told y'all this. We used to work for a skating rink. It's the 80s. When we handed out flyers, usually there's flyers left. So I pile them up in the house, and it was just a stack of them. So what we started doing was drawing on the back of them, just whatever graffiti. And I was drawing Panic. It was me and Dane. So for years, well, a couple of years at least of this, we would just get high. What you want to do is go draw. Sit at the kitchen table, panic. But when I was drawing this Panic, these words, I was thinking of a guy, a character. I was thinking of who he was. Long story short, I was creating a double. I was creating Mastermind, which is Sam Jackson's character that brought you all the other characters. Wait till I do that. And Brother Panic was the mastermind. He wasn't activated, but know who Panic was? Oh, he was chilling. He had his own house. He had a shitload of sneakers. He had a girl, give him no problems and was fine. He didn't work for anybody. He did what he wanted to do. Yeah. And all the other things a nigga would possibly want is here. I have it all. But then as I think back, I was designing that in the ghetto. We do it all the time. Every nigga in the hood has nicknames. That's your mastermind. That's your shadow. Larry, hi mom, it's me, Larry. Outside, what up, nigga? My name Panic. What's up, nigga? That's a shadow. That's two niggas. Hi, dear mama. When I get outside, nigga, holler if you hear me, boy. I ain't talking to my moms like that. Yo, mom, holler if you hear me. You making pancakes? It's a front. Slick Rick said it best. Slick the fuck Rick. Everyone in hip hop is front. Hip hop is a big front. Nigga, I kill you. You old ass lottie dotty ass nigga. How dare you say some blasphemous shit like that? Explain yourself, Slick Rick. He said, yo, because the way you talk on records and in the street, you don't talk to your moms like that. That's the foundation for a double personality. Right there. We're not talking about good or bad, evil or nothing. You have a double personality. Hi, mommy, I'm home. You don't go to your friend in the street. Hey, Dane, I'm home. Yo, what up, nigga? Yeah, I'm back. Hey, nigga. Hey, nigga. You ain't, or imagine telling your mom, hey, nigga, what's up, nigga? I'm home, fool ass nigga. Throw some eggs on, nigga. Kill your ass. So you are fronting each time. Yeah, know what I'm saying? Panic. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? I just be studying this shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to ride your dick or nothing like that. Panic. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really that type of nigga in my heart, but you know what I'm saying? I feel compelled. Like I have to say something to you. You know what I'm saying? If I see you, know, you feel me on that black? Yeah, nah, I ain't nothing, nigga. I ain't even take it. You know, then I'm really appeasing that cowardly lion in them. Yeah, nigga, nah, I ain't even taking it like that, son. I get it. You know what I'm saying? This shit is spiritual. You know, you just doing what you feel and da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? So I really just appeased one of his thuggies. One of the thug that he created that doesn't want to ride dicks. He's speaking. He's making sure the coast is clear. No panic, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't really come up to niggas. You know, that ain't the really type of nigga I am. You know what I'm saying? Yes, you are. You're, in your mind, at least, you're doing it right now. The type of nigga you are, which you're not addressing, is the nigga who's scared of being perceived as a dick rider. That's the type of nigga you are. And that's what you're not admitting yourself. Once you admit and conceive that, then you're dealing with the true in you. You're saying all of this because you're protecting yourself from the idea of someone thinking you're riding dick. You know what I'm saying? Panic. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of niggas come and be riding your dick. And you know what I'm saying? I ain't that type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? I got to say something. Now, I'm not taking it that way, and I never did, because I'm not weak, where I created something in my ego that says I need niggas to tell me I'm more special than anybody else. See, if I was doing that, I'd be debating with these niggas. And if I decided to debate, I would embarrass a lot of niggas with the shit they even proposing. But no. Because that's what this not all about. And I would do you one better. I never was about that. And I'll do you one even better. Bobby Hemmett looked me in the eyes before any of this shit and said, never argue this. You argue it, it's going to be the beginning of the end. It may take a while, but it's over. And look around you folks. How does the climate look now after all of this shit has landed? This debate shit. You got it. I don't even need to say no more about that. You know what it is already. Shit failed miserably. And Bobby Hemmett told me about that way ahead of time. So you got to come to terms with yourself. It ain't about me and if you was riding my dick. Why the fuck would you bring that up? That's what you have to question yourself. And that is hard. See, learning about your chakras ain't hard. You just too dumb to really feel what's in you and let yourself guide you to this information that's really you. You're trying to learn it how you did in public school, not learn it from different areas in yourself. That's a whole other thing. But let's even say you got there, then you have to turn this inwardly. And inwardly, I ain't the type of nigga to ride your dick. That's kind of saying you are. And you created a defense mechanism in case you do it again. In this moment, I was about to say stupid, but I don't want to say stupid because you're not stupid for this. To be quite honest, this is the work. You know what I'm saying? You're really not stupid. You're only the same thing as everything. The difference is when you decide to be honest with yourself and say, yo, I'm scared of being perceived of being on this dick because back in the days, I was really wearing somebody else's t-shirt and realized, wait a minute, am I a flunky? I'm wearing Busta Rhymes shit. Yeah. But then you may, or whatever it was, and you may have grown up and grown out of it, but something in you never came to terms with that. So now, even though I've inspired you or inspired something in you, and you had the opportunity to meet me, it's a whole speech of how you're not on my dick when I didn't even imply it. I'm not even thinking like that. I don't even care about that. Or if you're not saying the speech, you're trying to show me that you're not on my dick. It's pathetic. And you got to come to terms with, well, maybe there's some there with why you feel that way. And you got to be honest, well, why do I feel that way? Then you may realize, oh, damn, boy, Cage Heat is serious. You may realize that there's something in your past that's unresolved that created a shadow, a thug, a defense mechanism that's always on the lookout for shit that may not even be there. And how many times and how much you do it comes out in your fucking anger and dysfunction and your ability. And when people, the more people feel they have to watch what they say around you is because there are more shadows around you. If you feel like I can't say that, can't gauge that, can't talk to my lady about that, that's because this beast keeps coming out to fight that because you're touching on something. And those things are what you need to, what winds you up, what makes you do that. Question that. Turn it inwardly. It's hard, but it's what you got to do. It's what you got to do. So the main thing I noticed, I started to feel and see panic. I'm even referring to myself in the third person. Come on, panic, get that shit together. Like it's a different person. And then you hear, well, you're just a vessel. You're just a vehicle. You are just an avatar. What if you have a consciousness that's multi-layered? And all I did as Larry was just call on that aspect of my consciousness called panic. He's right out of my mind. Or created an avatar called Panic to work here. And he did his work. And even as I was panicked for years, and niggas said panic, Larry panic, when I met Shabazz, something just said, don't say nothing about Larry, panic. Shabazz was the first one, brother panic, don't call me that. He started writing panic on the tapes, but Bobby went crazy, brother panic. And that's all she wrote. So it's a character. Even, I mean, let's not kid ourselves. All the, you know, the assholeivity, anger, y'all never really seen that in me. Y'all just seen a performance on tape. And you silly niggas still think that's the real whoever. Whenever there's a camera rolling, it's all an act. The same way, hi, mom, the camera start rolling, yeah, nigga, you know what I'm saying? We hear da, 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 da. We were told in our early tapes, I can't play this. I can't set this out. I can't put this around. Why not? They laughing too much. They seem too happy. That's what niggas told Shabazz about us. They're too happy. So they wanted us to be on tape. The black man, we are in a predicament, nigga. We was like, yo, we ain't in no fucking predicament. unless you only have to realize that shit not blah blah. You know, we hitting that, so we laughing, we giggling, we joking. Then no, we need to be mad. So all of this is an act. The mad I'm talking about is you always have the right to be mad and angry, but I started out with so much abuse and so much anger and so much shadows that had to be created for protection that the standard mode of operation is anger in any interaction with others. And it's not necessarily always expressed with them, but in your head, man, fuck this son of a bitch. I hate humans. You know, that becomes an excuse. That's niggas running away. No, let's get into this shit before we get into that. So I went through all of that to show you I've really experienced panic is gone. Panrific is here. You know, it's still panic, it's still brother panic, but there's a big shift. My spirit has shifted within this yuga, and I'm telling y'all how to do it. You gotta confront the dark side. That's what that means. If you ain't doing that, you die, nigga, die. And I can see now I'm gone. Then it started to remind me of something. First and foremost, when me and Bobby were talking about 2 years, he hadn't did a lecture before he was sick. He said he said everything he wanted to say. And his words were, how many times can you talk about my yacht? I said, nah, but niggas. And he said, no, I felt this. He was like, I pretty much feel this is 2 years before any sickness. So of course we know the story. He got sick, had a stroke. Y'all human niggas think it's because of diet and, you know, he was always eating something greasy. That ain't it. I didn't realize what he was doing. He was bringing himself all the way as far as he could to the edge of death to come back with an answer. And he did. I thought it was some stroke shit, but I didn't hear it. Now, here's a fact. All the what and the when and the where and the who, we got that under control. You could study your way into that reality or that clue that leads you to your conclusion of what your reality is. But truthfully, there's no clear answer on why. It comes down to two concepts. Why is all of this happening? Well, something bad trapped you, put you here. You did something bad. It's punishment. This is a prison. This is a trick. They got your mind, blah, blah, blah. Bad guy, you're here. Or the other side is you came, this is learning, this is a college, this is something you asked to do, you willed it, blah, blah, blah. So it comes down to the why, a whole category of we came here, then you can say 10 things into that. We were put here, 10 things under that. So you could get, if you think we're here by design, then there's plenty of things you can study that reinforce that. If you think for instance, Gnosticism, that we're here by an evil demiurge or Satan fall or whatever you want to call it, then there's lots of sports that. I didn't realize Bobby came back with a why this is happening. Thought it was a stroke talking. So after he's back and me and him start talking again. Whoo, nigga, I thought it was curtains, nigga. I thought you was going. Yeah, I thought I was going to, you know. Yeah, then he started saying, yeah, man, you know, Bobby Hemmett is gone. He said, Bobby Hemmett, the lecturer. That's what he was saying. Bobby Hemmett, the lecturer, he's gone, Panic. He's gone. I didn't realize he was telling me goodbye. I didn't realize it. Yeah, because this is people you would call, yo, hey, B, what's up, man? I ain't here for you 3 days. Yeah, well, I went to another dimension. Now, you know he damn sure ain't leave the planet, but his head was somewhere else, is what he's saying. So we talk like that. You didn't really take that so dramatically. So when he's saying this, I'm not taking it dramatically. I'm thinking he's trying to explain his stroke. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Bobby Hemmitt's gone. He ain't no more the lecturer. He elevated. He went back. What do you mean? And we've talked plenty of times about the body being an avatar. C. Freeman L. King. I'm not making this 2 and 2 together. So we're talking at this point 5 times, let's say on the phone. And that's all he kept really talking about with something else. He kept saying, man, I love you, man. Yeah, I love you. And anybody on the phone, I love you. I would call, he'd be on the other line, you know, the other phone, so I could hear him talking to Azariah, to Aleem, all the people through the years that are concerned, know, and were touched, were calling them, of course. I love you. I love you. I love you. Okay. So then he was telling me stuff. But then, you know, eventually we went over there. And what was weird was he said he wanted to speak. I said, well, we can do it right now. I got my computer. Let's go get it. I can record you. Okay. We recorded the half an hour. It's on this channel right over there, Occult Lectures. And he said a bunch of I loves you on the tape. But after the tape was over, he looked at Linda and said, wow, I'm surprised I could do that. He's like, I didn't know I still could talk. And I'm like, yeah, even if you left, like me, you see, I can still lecture for hours. It's not like that left, but the emotional idea behind Brother Panic has elevated, or the shadows that I had to be Brother Panic ain't there. I have no more argument for niggas. It's not like about being pushed around, taking advantage of. Now you can say, fuck you, motherfucker. And I go, peace be unto you. So fuck you, motherfucker. Before it's like, well, fuck you too. Now it's like, fuck you, motherfucker. I hear you, dude. You know what I'm saying? Fuck me. You're right. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. And it's not like I want to be their friends or want to give them a hug and show them I'm better. I don't give a fuck about them too. It's not about people. It's not about cultivating personal relationships, but it's also not about getting entangled with these motherfuckers. Even if I'm right or could say fuck you back better than them. Even if I can knock their jaw on the backside of their head. Why? What am I proving? To who? That shit you prove to your hidden self. You need to give it confirmation that it's a protector. So that's why you out in the street with tough guy shit. You may be more confident that you could beat one up and you think you're doing the right thing. You may be less confident when you fight them. But either way, you're trying to create protection and you have to express it some sort of way, meaning you got to show your heart, courage. What's the dusky dusk of the musky musk? Courage. I'm gonna go through this wizard faster. I'm gonna put up the other ones where you can hear the 7 and 8 hour breakdown. I'm gonna give you everything when we go through this. So Bobby kept saying, Panic, it's all about love. It's all about love. Okay, nigga, I got you. You know, that sounds generic and it sounds okay. Yeah, you know, I get it. It's all about love, baby. You're numb to that. How many times you heard the song? All we need is love. Do, 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 do. All we need is love. Do, 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 do. You heard so much shit like that. Love, love, love. Genius of love. In everything. The entire R&B is about love. So when he says it's all about love, yeah, ain't nothing deep about that. Everyone says that. But I didn't get he was telling me the why. Until I elevated and recognized what he was talking about when he said Bobby Hemmitt, the lecturer, has left. I get what he means because Panic has left. The good news is I still can lecture. Whew. At least I think so. Y'all might be going, what the fuck happened to him? I don't know. But the point I'm getting at is I know what he means. I started to know what he meant when he kept saying Bobby Hemmett, the lecturer, has left. So maybe 2 or 3 times after that, maybe a couple of more meetings. It's about love, it's about love, it's about love. Then I was on the phone and we were talking about gossip. He was 100% with me. Yeah, they started debating, nigga, when you was sleeping, and nigga. He's like, what? Stupid ass this. That nigga did what? Yeah, Ray Charles died. Ray Charles is dead, nigga? Yeah, while you was sleeping. And or whatever, you know, whoever it was who died. And anyway, that's probably, then I said to him, yeah, well, I was studying, no, let's make something up. I was studying Kali and the Kali Yuga. And those heads, what does those heads really mean? I don't know. What? If he didn't know, we had thousands of hours of phone conversation. You're like, I don't know, but I was reading this book and then I felt in just that one sentence, it was over. But I'm thinking logical. This is stroke shit. No matter how much he showed me, and he did, that he was absolutely competent. We went out to dinner one time. He said, yo, name a year. 1973. All right. And then he just told me all the events in 1980. Nixon got a dog named Noodles. That was in women's suffrage came back up. They re-voted on this and that. I'm like, what in the fuck? Because he always had a photographic memory. He always had a memory that was fucking incredible. And you only seen 1 or 3% of that shit in lectures. Knowing him, oh, you knew you were seeing a phenomenon. Talking to a phenomenon. I'm telling you, big deal. So when he said, I don't know, he was stating to me that this ain't happening no more. In hindsight, those conversations, he really was saying goodbye to me. Bobby Hemmett was gone. Bobby Hemmett, the lecturer, was gone. His body's here, just like mine is. So because your niggas is too stupid when I was saying it before. Is he gone? Is he dead? His message is what's forever. Listen to it. That's what he wants. I know that much. He never wanted people to follow him. He wanted that message to ring true. You want to do honors to Bobby? Also this, you want to send so you know clearly I haven't spoke to him. I don't know what's going on since then. I can't help you. I don't know what he's doing about donations, but I know no one turns down free money. So because he didn't give me the okay to say, here's his address, send it this way, go look at his tapes. On his tapes, he gives out his address plenty of times. Get his address from one of his tapes, which if you're compelled to donate, then you should be just as enthusiastic to listen to his message. And when you hear his address, which he still lives at, last I heard, mail it there. And I'm sure they'll forward it or it'll come back if there's an issue. Mail it to him. I have nothing to do with it no more. He said goodbye to this, to me. He's elevated. He did his work. For 2 years, he was talking about I'm done before he was sick. He got sick to get an answer. That wasn't no, he ate too much goddamn, fucking fried green tomatoes. That shit was about him taking himself to that level to come back with a message. And he did. I didn't get it till now because I had to elevate and see the shadow to see what he was talking about. And I think he was leaving that message for this time. And why are we here? I'm going with what he said. It is truly about love. There's no evil demiurge. I think I'm gonna have to say that. There's no evil demiurge. The demiurge can be your own self. It's the enemy that you create within. That's what that shit is symbolic of. It is the true evil is your human urge. But that's what you came here. That's the mystery. That's what you came here to deal with. Your humanity is the true evil. So each time one of these dumb motherfuckers sit around, act like they leading you to get you interested in a fucking economy, what the fuck Trump is doing next, how much they hate Obama. You can look at that, but that's all human shit. And none of the Camites are talking about, none of that shit. They don't give a fuck about it. They were telling you the true enemy was self. Gnosticism is showing you the enemy within and giving a detailed description of that enemy urge, your urge to hold on to humanity, to create the shadows, to protect yourself, the fucking ego. Dorothy is about freeing these things and telling you what your true work is on this planet. That Dorothy story is straight out the pyramid text, and it is the true key. We're gonna see. So Bobby Hemmitt's message when he went on the brink of death, that stroke, when he came out of it, see, because the more he became aware, the less he started saying it. It's almost like he was waking up and forgetting, but he would not stop. It was like he found it. He found, and because it was a stroke and the shock of him coming back, I didn't see it. But he was talking like he found the answer. Panic is about love. It's all about love. That's what he kept saying. Well, you know, you ever see that? And the guy had a mind. Yes, panic is about love. It's love. I love you, Panic. Tell everyone you love them. Tell everyone you love them. Okay, I'm gonna start telling Khadijah, I love you. And I didn't get, he was trying to tell me he found out a big mystery. And he was telling me because he knew one day, like right now, it would be time to tell you. There is no evil but that which you create in your own head. And that's what you're doing in consciousness. You're getting past all the demiurge. You're getting past all the chemtrails. You're getting past the white man is from the cave and doing this shit. You're leaving it behind. That's what you're doing. You're walking that yellow brick road and you're getting the fuck out. All right, now let's get to some of this shit. First and foremost, oh no, let's go to the share game. All right, Khadijah Samdi, SamdiReadings.com. Let's look up this. There's a movie, 2016. It is now on Netflix. B.O.B. called me and said, nigga, watch this. When I watched, I'm like, how in the fuck did you find this goddamn movie? Oh, I didn't even look at this. See the upside down clock here? Let's see if I can get a bigger picture of this. Yeah, here we go. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. This is the dude that was the ugly fucker that was in the movie Queen. But look at the clock. It's upside down. Wow. And remember, this world is considered the world of the upside down. This is really some Baphomet shit. And you understand what that means. Set has turned this world upside down in the illusion. So when I look at this picture, the picture hits my eyes, and in my brain, it is turned upside down so I can view it. You're in the illusionary world. So they tell you when you die, you're turning back over on itself as the dead king, you know, and we went through it. In this movie, you see him go through the cusp, wash up on the beach. In the beginning, he has his happy family, tragedy hits. At their funeral, he's yelling, I don't believe it. It's not true. What he's saying is, I'm in the illusion. This is not happening. It's not real. So he has to fix, long story short, you see him go through the cusp, is symbolic. He, at one point, was laying in the boat under the sun with his arms crossed like Osiris. I'm like, no, he's the dead king. The end result was, here's what's interesting, and here's where they're making a statement, I believe. His end result was, when he washed up on the beach, which was symbolic of him going through his journey in the cusp, his family was there. He was home, like Dorothy. which they're trying to say, let's say Khadijah, all of them. When I truly go home, the family that's my family, they will be there on that other side waiting. That's why they're here. I dream. I'm not even going to get that deep in terms of saying, no, you dreaming all of this. You're the dreamer. So my soulmate is truly Khadijah, but she may be somewhere else having another dream. This is my matrix. We're just sharing in the dream, if you will. Y'all got to get this. But we're in a place where you dive, trife, because this is what this game is, this simulation is. This is what you got to figure out. And the fucking instructions on how to get out is in the Wizard of Oz. That was some clever shit. But if you don't know what it is, it's very entertaining, but it's psychologically clever. And I'm gonna go through it frame by frame. One day I'm gonna figure out a way for you to get the visuals, because now I'm gonna have to describe it. But again, you've seen that movie so much, I'm gonna describe the parts so well. When you go back, you'll see and look for yourself. So I only wish I could do that. I'm gonna try to get some pictures and see if they're conducive to the point. We'll see. So where are we at? Where are we at? So that showed me what he started out in a happy home on earth. His heaven was his family again. So that says a lot. No place like home, no place like home. So watch this. It's the same framework. I'm also going to do Avatar with a whole different, I did a breakdown years ago. I'm going to give you a masterpiece. The spirit told me to watch that and Avatar. Oh, it's going to fuck you up. Now, the next thing, so Buster's Mal Heart is free on Netflix. It's about a journey through the cusp. What's his name? Hold on. What the fuck is that nigga's name? L. Frank. All right, L. Frank Bonham. All right, this is the creator. This guy. Let me see if I can find that image anywhere. This is the creator or the writer of The Wizard of Oz. He had a picture with his wife. Let me see if I can find that. If I can't, doesn't matter. I'll tell you about it. You can see it online somewhere. Actually, let me do this. All right, well, that's some of his pictures. This is the white man that created. Let's talk about him in a second. Let me see if we can get that. No, there was a picture I seen of him and his wife standing in front of the Egyptian temple. All right, okay, it was just in a YouTube video when they were describing. So look up him on YouTube, you might come across that. Oh, fuck that the fuck. Din, 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 din. Here you go, nigga. The spirit. So this is Frank and Maud Baum in Egypt, 1906. Glad we found it. Don't you love it when a plan comes together? This tells you this man understood Egyptian shit. That's number one. We now can connect him to knowing Egypt, but it ain't just that. And we didn't know that. And I'm going to see if we can get, if it says any of this on his Wikipedia, which was told on YouTube, if you don't find it here, that he was a member of the Thule Society. That's Madame Blavatsky, I believe. If not, somebody, yeah, that's Blavatsky, the Thule. He was conscious. He was aware. His wife, Maud, her mother was a part of the suffrage movement. So they were considered feminists of their time. And he was considered, or he considered himself pro-woman. He figured something out. And I'm going to tell you, he was into, I'm going to see if they have anything on his thing. He was heavily into goddess worship, they said. Goddess worship. And yeah, I'm trying to look life and let's see. Okay, his beliefs, they're under here too. I'm going to see if they got any of this. Blah, 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 blah. They even declare Oz amusement park because of a lot of theater. No, this is his life with theater and music. Let's see. All right. They've been doing this as a play, as something forever. This story is so timeless and touches people's psyche and they don't know why. Now I'm going to tell you why. All right, so let's see. Life. Okay, they have none of his occult background here. Beliefs, literacy, political, woman suffrage. Ah, here we go. That's at least one. He was a woman suffrage advocate. So Sally Roche Wagner of the Matilda, and this should be bigger. Yes, Matilda Jocelyn Gage Foundation has published a pamphlet entitled "The Wonderful Mother of Oz," describing how Matilda Gage family politics were sympathetic, channeled by Bonham into his Oz books. So she's saying the goddess worship or the feminist movement is channeled into his Oz books. He made 14 books, or the 14 pieces of Osiris. Mostly you get The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. The first one was the one, and everything else is kind of supporting that. So the one he put all of that science in was that story. All right, some of his contact with suffragists of his day seem to have inspired much of the second Oz story, The Marvelous Land of Oz, blah, 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 girls in the arm, blah, 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 blah. All right, so you see they connecting him and his radical views surrounding the 890 Ghost Dance movement and Wounded Knee Massacre. Byron wrote 2 editorials about Native Americans for the Aberdeen Saturday Pioneer, which have provoked controversy in recent times because of the assertion of the safety white settlers depended on the wholesale genocide of American Indians. What? The Wizard of Oz creator standing up for Native Americans? What do you mean? Sociologist Robert Venables agreed that Bonham was not using sarcasm in his editorials. The first place, the 1890, 5 days. This is 1890. You know what I'm saying? Niggas weren't even doing shit but sweeping at this time. You know, at this time, you know, we already did what we did. Killing the by holy man, Sitting Bull, peace of Sitting Bull's death, blah, blah, blah. So you see, he was doing something. Here's some whole political imagery in the Wizard of Oz. All right, so here's where perhaps they talk about the political aspect of it. But as above, so below, you're going to be able to find that because this is how we order things. That's why the story is so timeless, because it speaks to something we can't verbalize. When you see what it is, see, I can see it now. Oh man, I'm telling y'all got to deal with the shadow. So I'm telling y'all the key. It will free y'all niggas. I'm telling you. Just start saying sorry to niggas. Call your sister, your brother, your mom, I'm sorry. Even though you may even feel you ain't do shit. What B.O.B. started telling me was, wow, so much shit is being revealed to me. He said, I call this person, I don't even feel sorry. But I see them now. I see me. It's like almost like giving them a key. See, when you say sorry, when you admit you're wrong, all of those shadows that were there to protect the person lay their swords down. Then you crack the tin man. You're in the heart. So even if you didn't do anything, just saying, yo, you know, I just, you know, with sincerity, you got to really feel it and be sincere. You can't just say it like a trick. Yo, I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying? If I've ever offended you, just that. You'll hear no niggas say no, don't say nothing. I hear niggas say no with anger, but I still say it ain't about them. Then you'll get an explanation if it's that person or whatever. You'll hear the real story, the real reason they're hurt, the real reason they're arguing with you with their shadows, but you don't know the real motivation. See, the real motivation is you got caught being on someone's dick before. So now you want to exclaim to me before it's even said that you're not on my dick. You get what I'm saying? But the real reason is because you probably were embarrassed with it from before. So if I came to this guy and said, sorry, there was no reason for it, but let's pretend, what I'm doing is bypassing that guy who says he's on my dick. In fact, that's the easiest way to do that. Because if I'm saying sorry to you, and there's no reason for me to say sorry to him, but let's pretend. If I'm saying sorry to you, then there's no reason for you to ask or exclaim that you're not on my dick. I said sorry to you. So that means I bypassed that shadow and you can get to the heart. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Then you'll probably hear, yeah, you know, it just ain't no real shit out here. You start hearing, you know, everybody trying to take advantage of you because that's what he's worried about. Being on my dick and someone taking advantage of him. So that's when he'll start telling me his real worry. You know, it's good to see somebody honest like you, brother. You know, so many people out here taking advantage of you, you know, taking you for granted. You know what I'm saying? That's the real problem, but you'll hear that once you move past his guards, his thuggies, his spooks. You know, I do believe in spooks. I do believe in spooks. I do. You'll get past that by the humility and you'll hear the true story. You'll see behind the veil. See, once you do all of this work, the curtain comes back, nigga. I'm telling you, I can see everything. I can see Tupac was the actual message of what's happening in the Kali Yuga, the contradiction, the dark side and the light side of you in conflict. Your shadow, everyone calls the asshole, versus how sweet and helpful you think you are, versus what your brother really telling you that you are. Some of it may be his imagination, but his imagination ran wild for a reason. So this guy's imagination may run wild that each time he gives a compliment, he's in danger of dick riding. And that may be his problem. But when you wipe that all away and get past it, you'll see that he's just a coward because, and you don't want to say coward, he was scared. They're representing it as a cowardly lion, but you're all here as kids. And you start seeing things you don't understand as trauma. It's too devastating. Your parents arguing. You start creating shadows, thugs. That's the purpose of this place. You will never get past that, even in the golden age. How it's dealt with is going to be different, but this is the place of that. This is what you're supposed to get over, but the code was broken by the Kamites. That code is now being revealed now. Starting with us understanding, bringing the Judy K. King. Now I'm hearing other people had this. So what? Good, you're supposed to. You know, one is fast. This ain't about likes, nigga. And at the end of the day, I could have told everyone about whatever, and they still would like me more than you if we're doing this for likes. You're not that liked. So maybe you should calm down and just do what your spirit tells you to do and get off everyone else's dick. It's not about that. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for you. It really does. Because we just came out of a cycle of Jerry Springer. And you still waving that flag, nigga. You don't get the message. Nigga, it's over. It's all over. All you niggas trying to argue, trying to fight, that day is over. And that really never took hold. But it revealed a lot of sickness. But here's the real deal. The studies see that. The studies see that. And whoever had the consistent spiritual message and stayed to their integrity seems to be winning now. Integrity does matter in this. So the more you argue about how cool the fuck you were, how badass you were in comparison to something else, the more you show what a foolish mule you truly are. That's what's happening now. Don't blame me. Kali Yuga, nigga. You got to be honest with yourself and reflect that honesty. People see you. They see the hustle. And they'll play with you with the hustle, but they're not that stupid. Their spirit, you're playing with their humanity. When they want some spirit shit, you know what I'm saying? They ain't looking for that. I'm telling you that. All right, well, let's even just read his books. 1900, this nigga wrote The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Wow. The Marvelous Land of Oz. Queen Visitors from the Marvelous Land of Oz. Woggle Bug Book. Ozma of Oz. Dorothy and the Wizard in Oz. The Road to Oz. The Emerald City of Oz. The Patchwork Girl of Oz. Little Wizard Stories of Oz. Tick-Tock of Oz. Tick-Tock. That's the little mechanical thing. I'm gonna have to get into. I gotta watch Return to Oz too. Because that's on Disney. Return to Oz. It was the second one. It was a little bit more harder, but they had Pumpkinhead, the mechanical nigga, and the chickens. Lost Prince. The Scarecrow of Oz. Rinky Tink in Oz. I think that's the mechanical guy. The Tin Woodsman of Oz. The Magic of Oz. Glinda of Oz. And yeah, the two last one was posted after his death or some shit. The Royal Book of Oz. Oh, but it was the entire work of Ruth Plumlee Thompson. All right, so that's the name of his books if y'all want to read more of it. But The Wonderful Wizard of Oz is what we're doing here. Pop culture and legacy. All right, let's see. Chicago Library, in TV sermon in Shabbat Khan, school named John Bynum. See, when they always referencing Oz because they're referencing the same story. I can show you where that story is in everybody, damn every goddamn movie, because it is the message in the pyramid text is the same Judy King message. All right, so that's Frank L. Barnum, boom. This bitch ass nigga. All right. Where are we at? Are we ready to go? Let me see. Okay. Yes, we are. But first, I'm going to start with a bang bang boogie. Say up jump the boogie. With this guy. This is a deity called Acre or Acre. Let's go up. Acre or Acre deity. Acre was first depicted as the torso of a recumbent lion with a widely open mouth. Later, he was depicted as two recumbent lion torsos merged with each other and still looking away from each other. So that's this, right? Y'all get that? See this? Also note this image, the circle here, and these two tails looking at each other. Kind of looks like, let's see if I have one up. No problem. Let's go here and Let's look at these. Our good friend, the caduceus. Let's take one. All right, let's take this guy. Let's take this guy. All right, here we have the caduceus. You see these 2 points meeting? Kind of reminds you of this guy's tail meeting. And above this guy's tail, there's a circle or a sun or a entity or a goal. Same circle, same guy. Sometimes you see these snakes closer to the circle, but we're gonna see that again. So getting back to Occult, let's see if there's any more pictures. Well, you see it here. All right, Horus. Okay, Sap. Let's go back. Let's get to this nigga. He who is beneath. He who is beneath. He who is beneath. This double, I'm going to show you, is also the duality. I'm going to show you you're trapped in between this, the ego. Not when you die. Now, I am going to show you. I just want to read this. Mythology. Acre or Akur, feels like Akur, was depicted as one of the earth gods, guarding the gate to yonder site. He protected the deceased king against the 3 demonic snakes, the Lollipop Guild, them bitches, them 3 bitches. This trinity is representing that. They kept showing 3s throughout this movie. So there's remember, I talked about him on the series of 3, What to Do When You Die, about how your cosmic boat could get stuck between the 2 lions. They're also represented as the 2 mountains. This is where your cosmic boat could get stuck. And you see this red sun? This represents Glinda, the Good Witch of the North, as well. She's Isis, but she's with the sun Ra. Here's the 2 mountains. Let's look. Here's the 2 mountains right here. This represents the goal. So I'm gonna say it, but I'm gonna show you it. The goal here, this matrix was designed as an imbalance with the patriarchy, because one of your major goals is to understand the feminine principle. That's why he broke through Frank L. Baum with the woman and the woman suffrage and the goddess worship, because he understood a key, and he was able to get it in the pyramid text and tell you the story of your journey. But one of the things that it talked about, and I talked about, is in the Judy K. King book, the Isis thesis, was during your DNA transformation process, the boat stops between the 2 mountains or between the 2 lions. What needs to happen is this lactose B or whatever it was, lac A, another gene comes in, fills in what's missing in your DNA, and the boat keeps moving. That's another way of saying realization of the goddess, or another way of saying Glinda from the North. And even in the movie, she comes down in a red ball like that. It's calling them bubbles. So let's see, mythology. 3 harmonic stakes, he names them by encircling the deceased king. Akar sealed is deceased from the poisoning breath of the snake demon. Another deity, his word Gab, he is connected with Gab and other swimmers of praise, connected with Seth, and even determined with the Seth animal. He's actually taught this entity is connected to humanity. We're going to see it. I'm just laying it out. Acre also gives birth to the god Kepler, young riser, sonship of beetle, blah, 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 blah. Acre is connected with the horizon of the north and the west, forming a mythological bridge between the two horizons with his body. Certain sarcophagus texts from the tomb of Ramses, blah, 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 describe how the sun god Robert travels through the underworld, like going through the belly of Acre. Then Apophis was cut by Seth, right? In this case, Acre seems to be some kind of representation of the underworld itself. Acre is a representation of the underworld itself. And let me see. Okay, let's read this description. Acre was described as a torso lion, widely open mouth, labels two torso open middle, blah. From the Middle Kingdom onward, Acre appears as a pair of twin lions named Duaj, meaning yesterday, and Sefer, meaning tomorrow. Yesterday, tomorrow. Think about this now. Acre was often titled, He Who's Looking Forward and He Who's Looking Behind. When depicted as a pair of hieroglyphic signs for the horizon, the two merged mountains, a hieroglyphic sign for horizon, two merged mountains, and a sun disk was between the lions sitting back to back. Later also could be merged, two torsos, recumbent with human heads. All right, let me see, because there's some place else I wanted to say it. The Egyptian underworld god. So this guy is yesterday, tomorrow, yesterday, tomorrow, yesterday, tomorrow. He's the god of the horizon. The sun comes up, sun goes down. Sun comes up, sun goes down. Or you're stuck here. And they say in the Book of the dead king can get stuck between the mountains until Isis comes. Here's the revelation, niggas. Hold on to your pussies. You're already in the cusp. This is happening to you. You're stuck here right now. How do you know that? I'm gonna show you how you know that, nigga. Hold on, let me find it now. Make shit like we need. Oh, this is a movie. Oh, no. Here we go. You know the face on Mars? You know the Sphinx, right? Where we at? Look at this. Soak this in, nigger. This picture here, we can make it a little bit bigger. Slide. What they did was took, let's say, the right side of the face on Mars and just flipped it over, and it looks like this, a man. But when they took the left side, or vice versa, and flipped it over or inverted or something, it looks like this, a cat. A half man, half cat. Where did you see a half man, half cat before? Look at this guy. It's a half man, half cat. These are the lions. This is the stretch of Acre. You are now caught between there. You exist between the mountains. This is Acre. You're in the cusp now. You've already died, nigga. This is how you change your DNA. You're just dreaming. You're this guy. And you're figuring out the answers to Earth. But what you need to figure out is what your DNA needs to move on out of these mountains that you're trapped in. The sunset, sunrise, sunset, that's what it's telling you. These niggas wasn't playing. It's telling you, nigga, you are between these two motherfuckers, Mars and Earth, is the cosmic understanding or the interpretation in this dream. But you're not going to die and do this. You're doing it now. But your boat has stopped because you don't know what you need to continue your journey, Dorothy. The first thing you need, because they tell you in the Book of the Dead, ISIS, or set for you politically correct niggas. They're saying you need this divine feminine. One second, come on, don't do that, nigga. You need this divine feminine to, while you just think it'll make you feel better, but it's actually the DNA change. So when Bobby got into goddess worship, he actually changed his DNA. He's done. So though I understood and studied the goddess worship, when my sister parked my ass, then Khadijah parked my ass, then my mother, I know her spirit was parking my ass and training my ass. And then now that my son's come home with his family, they in our basement, his lady's here, who's like my daughter as well. I'm 20, and she's a mother, and the baby's here. I live with a triple goddess at this point, but it brought a whole new understanding. I hear Khadijah more than I've ever heard her. I see more than I've ever seen with her. In other words, that last element of true understanding the feminine happened. And my mother understood spiritually how to fix or lead me to getting it fixed because she's the one who broke it. And because I can hear the message, she was able to do it. Most of your mothers and fathers are trying to fix you now from the other side. You just don't know how to do it. You don't know how to hear and listen to the messages. That's what the spiritual work was important for, to hear the messages that's talking to your DNA. Those are guidances to get you through this game. You don't know the rules of the game anymore. It's like Mario, who doesn't know he's supposed to be saving the princess. You don't even know how. You don't know why you jump, why the mushrooms give you wings. You don't know it. You're just doing it. But you got to understand the goal is to reach the end. What do you need to do? All of those instructions were in the Book of the Dead and taken from us, restored with Judy K. King's understanding, and maybe some other, I heard tell that maybe some other niggas dealt with it great, whatever, whoever, good. The message needs to get out. I don't need the credit. You can trust me on that. I don't need the credit. Whoever did it. I just never heard it. And good. This is the message. If you haven't been doing it, high five, nigga. High five. Are you happy? Now, or be happy, or be whatever, but good. Nigga, this threatens nothing. This is good. We need this message out. That's what this is all for. We all supposed to be doing this shit in some sort of way. If you feel compelled, you should do it, but just do it. You know what I'm saying? And let the cards fall where they may. Now, and that's important. That's important. You know, this is not Springer. This is not who you got. This is about honor. If you're not honorable, they put on the movie Penitentiary. How many of you have seen Penitentiary? I've seen Penitentiary in the movies, but not 1982. It is fucking top 5 on the most exploited nigger movies ever. Leon Isaac Kennedy, fucking moron. Jane Kennedy was fine. They did a sex tape where he was into some depraved shit with objects and all sorts of shit. And, you know, but it is what it is. You know, they like what they like. And it came out at a time where she lost her career. She was a sports announcer, one of the finest chicks to walk the planet. Lost her career, got fat, and all this kind of abusive looking shit happened to her. Now she would have been Kim Kardashian, famous for sucking dick, famous for doing nothing. Kind of like a lot of niggas in consciousness, famous for doing nothing. The Kardashians of consciousness, as my boy Roswell would say. There's a lot of conscious Kardashians walking around, famous for doing nothing. Let me not get into a rant mood. So, where we at? Fuck, it's already 3:15. Shit, nigga. And we didn't even get to it, but we will. All right, so I'm telling you, we're not going to die and this is going to happen. It's happening now. And your reincarnation, dying and coming back here, is because you're stuck in the house of the lion. You didn't get the message or the actual work that needs to be done. So I showed you the two lions, Mars and Earth. That's the tail. I don't think the Kamites put that shit up neither. When this matrix was built, it's kind of like, you got to think of yourself like Mario. Mario wakes up, and if he was conscious, the only thing his spirit tells him is to walk that way, jump over that. This is your enemy, and the goal is here. That's all you doing. But you forgot how to play the game, but eventually it's going to come back like it's coming back now. That's why it's coming through all of us, because this is our message. This is not my, see, that's the problem. This isn't my message. You get to say, well, you never heard it before. Boom, it's coming through me first or whatever, but so what? Oh, it's coming to me 10th. Here's my take on it. Who gives a fuck? This is all of ours. No one owns this shit. You need to really get that, and it's going to emerge in us as at certain times, and it's doing it now. That's all. Let's get it. So let me see if there's anything else. Well, of course, we got our conducives. Let's see. All right. Maybe it's time. So what I'm going to do is stop the share, because that's what fucked us up last time, and just get through the movie. All right, so the movie opens up, and it's the whole backdrop is the sky. So psychologically, what they want to do is put you in a daydream state. They want to make you believe that this is a dream. So they want to start by putting your head in the clouds. That makes you happy, it makes you bright. So in other words, if I'm sitting looking down, usually I'm depressed. They say your posture, even in meditation, if you sit up straight and look up, even smile. Even I'm doing that, it looks brighter, it looks hopeful. So to create hope in you, look up. So clouds make you think of looking up. They're giving you hope, and then they give you this message about being a kid and for young at heart. But they already took you there because they put you back in daydreaming by taking cloud. So that tells me already they're doing psychological warfare on your ass in this movie. Okay, it opens up. Dorothy is running down a road with her dog in her basket, scared of something. You don't see it yet. What they're trying to display here, number one, her basket represents her subconscious mind. The dog represents Anubis or her guidance. She pauses on the road. The camera comes in close, and she is scared as shit. Total, did they hurt you? Total, is they this? What's going on? She isn't coming yet. She's scared of something you don't see yet. What this is representing, as you as a little innocent kid, because Dorothy represents you. Whoa, what the fuck? Like something just walked by me in the back. What the fuck, nigga? Like, Dorothy represents you. She represents your innocence. She represents youth, but she also represents consciousness. She's becoming conscious that this world is dangerous. They're threatening her guide dog or her consciousness, and she's running away. In the beginning, these things are invisible. Your demons are invisible. It's what you think. Somebody, you see something that's disturbing, you start thinking something's in the closet. That's even a better way of putting it. Why do kids think something's in the closet? Something's in the bed. My granddaughter already, when you close the door, she hears the door opening, she's already at the ready. Like, who the fuck is coming through the door? Like, you won, you just getting here. What is that coming from? So if that keeps developing, the something under the bed, as you start moving and understanding life, these somethings start to materialize, laws of attraction. So they're trying to show she's conscious, but the conspiracy theory thing, which most white people get into first, most niggas too, get into first, usually lead to their conscious upliftment. Ours was, we always hated white people, so it starts from, they're from the caves and we're from fucking the pyramids. But for them, conspiracy theory, that's what you see with all Donald Trump's people. The government is doing this, they really doing that. You know they stole the vote, come on, motherfucker. And then it turns into you storming the Capitol. Like I said, all that shit was just to pull these niggas out. So at this point in her consciousness, her mind is starting to create bad guys. She's walking on her path to consciousness and she's nervous. Well, not necessarily, she's becoming conscious and she's nervous. So she's running home conscious with conspiracy in her head. She's going to the farm. She lives amongst the animals. She's on Earth. She goes to her aunt and uncle. These guys represent, or she's trying to represent, it's not really your mother or your father. This lady, as sweet and as nice as she was, and as dangerous and deadly as she was, in the same person, kind of like Tupac. Dear mama, Brenda's had a baby, kill fat Biggie. That kind of thing is, or duality, is what we're all fighting or facing in some sort of way. Your mama is the sweetest lady, but she's actually the one that fucked you up. One of the things I used to say in my class was, what's the greatest forms of mind control? And people go through their list and they will always end up with religion, government, you know, the Pope, rap music. You would say whatever, but no one said the one and true master of your mind, your mother. You wouldn't give a fuck about religion if your mother didn't make you go to church. She's the facilitator of it. She's the one who had your mind. So the pain you feel is because of what she did or didn't do, because she's the first programmer. She's the first programmer. That's what they tell you in the Willie Lynch letter. Get to that mama, because she'll train the kid to feed out your hand. You understand what I'm saying? So your mama is the double-edged swords, but the reality is she's not your mama. Everyone down here is playing a role. You are self-created. You have no mama. You have no father. You are going through this to recreate yourself. You're going through this to improve your DNA. That's the whole journey. You are in the underworld right now. You're going through the gates right now. Your boat has stopped between the two lions right now. There's plenty of stories and methods to get out in the pyramid text that you can use right now. Panic has left right now. The only thing waiting is for this body to go. What I can guarantee you niggas right now is I couldn't come back. I've graduated. It's gone. The pain is gone. The weight is gone. The anger is gone. The need to be right with you is gone. I say, well, no, we're not talking pushover. Nah, nigga, that's wrong. Well, panic roulette. Nah, nigga, that's wrong. Panic roulette. Well, maybe you're right then, nigga. That's as far as I'm going. I'll try to reason. I'll try to tell you the alternative. But if you feel that way, I'm not going to argue with your shadow, Tupac. Those days are done. And we needed to go through all of these debates and get tired of them because we can't bring that bullshit with us into this new world that's coming, i.e., the Mayans talked about the new world. The sixth world is the next world. We're moving into that. We've moved into that world. It's going to truly manifest in 2021. Now, this year, you turn that 21 around. What is it? 12. This is the 2012, nigga. This is the shift. And they know it. That's why they're cleaning up their motherfucking act. Winter is here. They knew this shit. They were psychologically getting you ready for Game of Thrones. It's the Game of Thrones. Who will be the next king? They're hoping to stay throne. I don't think it's going to happen. We're going to make them retreat underground somewhere. That's what Charles Manson and them niggas was doing in Death Valley, trying to find a gateway to the fucking underworld. Did you know that? They understand. When they was in the caves, I'm thinking the sun is going to change and they won't be able to survive. They are the ones that go underground. All them underground shits they keep telling you, you go to Walmart, you can get underground. You go underground in Denver. At the Denver airport is a gateway underground, and under the mountains, they got a whole heap of shit. You know, 2012, the movie, them boats that you know, saving the rich and all of it. That shit's real. They got to get away from the sun. That's a whole other story. All right, so I'm gonna try to get this out the way. So Dorothy is coming to her aunt and uncle, which is saying, they never spoken. Where's her fucking mother? Because she doesn't have one. This is pure symbols. They are tending to chicks, and Dorothy is trying to tell them her conscious findings, just like you try to tell your mother, ain't shit in church, and I don't believe it, and it doesn't feel real. Shut the fuck up and go to church. So that's what they pretty much did. Shut up, Dorothy. But I'm telling you, this bitch is trying to take my dog, my consciousness. This conspiracy theory, she's conscious, she's talking to the dead. So, honey, incubator is going bad. We're likely to lose a lot of our chicks. These are the babies. Poor little things. That's what Dorothy says, poor little things. What they're talking about is these chicks represent motherfuckers who failed, and they're coming back to Earth. And these adopted people, or these aunts, this symbol of mother and father is really just the symbol of what you're just being born into. I mean, again, you honor and respect it. I don't see any less, but the reality is I grew past needing a mommy here. I'm no longer human in that way. I get that I'm still having a body, still having experience, and still can feel pain and pleasure. Yes, but we're talking about certain psychological needs. That's really all that matters. Your human body is going to need food, pussy, water. It is a product of this reality, and it needs to survive in this matrix. It never leaves this matrix. When you die, it stays here because it's a product here, and it sustains itself here. So yes, you do all the human shit, but psychologically, I'm sorry, like, I don't see her as responsible anymore for my pain. I let her off the hook because she never really was on the hook. Just like Dorothy, and I'm trying to show you, you're making your own pain. She started seeing it on an invisible level first. That's why they show you she's running from something you can't see. They're trying to make the statement, she's seeing it all in her head first. She's trying to complain to them, they're not listening. So the next interface, she meets these three farmhands. Now we know that these three farmhands are the later guys she meets in her dream or her adventure. They're giving her hints of who and what they are and what they mean. This represents the conscious clues you get. This is consciousness showing its face to her. They are also protectors. And the first scene, all three of them are working on this cart. The cart represents them helping her get her cosmic boat or her vehicle to ride through death. They're preparing her for death. And the wheel, or the wagon wheel, represents the universe. The spokes coming out represents the houses. So she's about to master that wheel and go through the gateway. The frequency here is 13. So truthfully, to skip ahead, when she completed her task, she became Christ. And once you become the Christ, you resurrect. So she has to become the Christ first. And there's 3 elements. That's the trick. That's what we're gonna get to. So they're making a cart and they're telling him, you need to do this. They're gonna make a statue out of me, blah, 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 blah. All right, so then the next scene, you kind of see her walking this fence, trying to balance. And on both sides of her are a gang of pigs. What are the pigs in Egyptian mythology? Those are Set. Set is represented as swine or the boar or whatever. So her walking this tightrope of balance kind of has her trying to walk the middle point, but she falls. She's not ready yet. And she falls into the swine, or it's kind of saying she's falling back into humanity. So she's not ready yet. That's what they're telling us. Because she's trying to balance, walk that middle point, and she's really trying to walk the yellow brick road there, but she hasn't found the real road yet. She's just really trying to walk the yellow brick road. That's a big symbolic thing, but she's trying to do it on earth and it's not working. You following? So after she falls, one of the farmhands rescues her. But what was interesting about that rescue, go back. What's interesting about this rescue is after he saves her, and the farmhand who saves her becomes the lion. He shows this bravery and saves her. As soon as he gets out the pen, oh nigga, I can't believe I did it. They're showing you duality. They're showing you 2 sides, or the double lion. Oh, niggas ain't ready. Niggas ain't ready. They're showing you the double lion here, the concept. Zeke, he fell in. Zeke saved that, but Zeke was scared as shit. The next thing that pretty much happens that's significant is I didn't know if I had the courage. Annie M comes. This is a mean bitch. Watch her again. What are you shiftless motherfuckers doing? Why am I paying you? And eat this shit, nigga. What they're trying to show you is this strong woman. And remember, the suffrage movement, Frank L. Bonham is trying to show that women actually really run your house. I learned that shit the hard way. Thinking me and Khadijah was on some even shit. Now I just fucking bow. Yes, as you wish. Bark like a dog, nigga. Oof, oof, a big dog. Oof. All of that shit's happening. Annie M really runs the crib. And what I noticed, the more I didn't stress Khadijah, I never came with her with a whole bunch of y'all still want to fuck bitches and nigga shit hang out. I was already over it when I met her. So, and definitely wasn't where you at, where you going, where was you? Never once. So there's a certain amount of freedom, human freedom, that she was, and once she got used to that lifestyle, she became maybe not mean as Annie M, but she. Oh, I want to say this before I forget. They said on the deathbed, Frank L. Baum, or L. Frank Baum, the creator of this, said to his wife right before he died, now we can cross the shifting sands. Almost like they understood they did the work here. I'm about to give y'all the work. You really got the work, but now I'm gonna lay this shit out. This is, again, this is the third time I'm doing this tape. Resistance was heavy, but just like the ball, baby, resistance is futile. I'm gonna make this shit happen. Again, it's 3:34 a.m. Did you hug your kids today? I'm supposed to be up in a couple of hours. I'm not going to sleep, but I'm going to do this. So she makes them eat. And again, that's portraying that this same stern woman showing you love can also be received as scary. In other words, try to go against Annie M. And let's see what side you see. You go upside your head with them fucking scones. So you see them listening, she's running it, blah, blah, blah. So Annie M, you got to watch her close, is also a symbol, a double-sided symbol. So she's trying to tell Annie M again about Miss Gulch. And what she says, listen, Annie M's word is, now, Dorothy, stop imagining things. Let me say it again. I'm gonna read, because I'm reading the subtitles. Miss Gulch said, you know what Miss Gulch said she was going to do to Toto? Now, Dorothy, stop imagining things. She's telling Dorothy, or you, this is still in your imagination. Stop imagining things. It's your imagination that's turned against you, i.e., remember the movie Revolver. Remember the movie Revolver. Your greatest enemy is where? Closer than you think. You make the enemies. You make the shadow demons ready to fight, and those demons look for the fight. You're always having the same argument because you created a demon to do that argument for you. So that's why, oh, here we go. Oh, these niggas on that shit too? No, it's you. You're on that. You're attracting that. You have a shadow that's looking, put him up, put him up. I'll put you with one hand behind my back. You're that guy, but he's really a coward. He really was developed to try to protect a hurt. He was really developed to protect an insecurity, a failure on your part. I will never fail again, and no one will never make me feel that way again, and no one will ever control me like that again. So you're always, why are you so sensitive about it? I'm not sensitive, I'm just saying, no, son, that was disrespectful. It's always a story, but it's you. You have to look at that. You know, people typing, yeah, Penny, you was an asshole. I'm glad you realized. I'm saying to myself, like, you're more of an asshole for typing that. And the point I was trying to make is everyone has to realize how they are an asshole. You're a fucking asshole too. The difference between you and I believe at this moment, is I realize the type of asshole I am, and I can fix that myself. And that's the point. You don't even realize you're an asshole. You're cheering me on. Yeah, he was kind of mean. You stupid fool. Nothing's changed on a lecture presentation. I'm just nicer now when I get in the Uber. I'm just no conflict when I'm ordering turkey burgers. They put mayonnaise, which I'm allergic to my burger. It's not like, didn't I just tell you not to put mayonnaise on it? No, it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm allergic to mayonnaise. Here you go. No problem. That's where you're going to see nicer. You niggas, no, y'all going to hear the message. And that's just that. So you congratulating me, if you really want to congratulate me, tell me what you realize about yourself. This is about self-revelation, not my revelation. I'm only teaching through my revelation, but I need this for you. I want this for you, or not. It's up to you. But that's the point of saying any of this, not to show you how cool and how much better I am, so you can be my fucking cheerleader follower, for you to understand the process and figure it out yourself. Like, for instance, and I told this on the other tape that I did, And I need to hear, you need to hear it on this one. Like I said, there's a lot of talking because the other ones were 7 hours and all this information is also goes along with this breakdown. And I just don't want to forget any of it. So I'm trying to get it all out so I can go through this breakdown quick, which will be once I get everything off my chest. Like, look at Leon Isaac Kennedy. With his, everybody in this motherfucker was fucked up. Big Jesse, Half Dead, Do Dirty. This was some real exploitive shit, boy. That big, but the second one produced, what's his name? The little black midget that's in everything, Bad Santa. This was his first film, Penitentiary 2. And he was trying to get Poo-Tang. He kept sticking his head from under the, hey, baby, trying to get a prostitute. And then he breaks her off in the end, and everybody loved that shit. While Big Jesse was fighting Too Sweet. Man, you know, this is classic exploitation. Like, I have all of these movies, I've seen this in the fucking movies. You know what I'm saying? OG style. This is heavy exploitation. I'm sure he's embarrassed by this crap. Or maybe not, you know what I'm saying? You know, it became a cult classic, you know, but it's true exploitation, you know what I'm saying? He should be embarrassed. I mean, he's done nothing for Black people, you know what I'm saying? But, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's what he's here to do. So he should do it. Dorothy, stop imagining things. So this is in the realm of imagination. You always fret over nothing. She's trying to tell the real nigga this is all in her head. She's now worried about things in her head. They haven't manifest yet. Find a place where you won't get into any trouble. Blah, blah, blah. Annie M. runs. She's not hearing her. There isn't any place with any trouble. Suppose there's such a place, Toto. So now she's about to sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. So now, let's go over this bitch's rainbow. All right, let's see if I have it up here somewhere. Okay, we'll just go get it. Get it. Let's find a tab. Oh no, I still have it up. Okay, here's the lyrics. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. Let's just start right there. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. What? Now, this is actually the Magneto's pause. I'm going to do this. Magneto's fear. Here you go. Here's your rainbow. Ooh, bam. She's talking about the cusp. Somewhere over the bow. Rainbow pot of gold. The realm of Osiris. Where you rest in peace waiting for the sun. Stairway. She's talking about the Magneto's pause. That's the rainbow. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, and the dreams that you dream of once on a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Now you could take that as, you know, just a concept of, you know, peace, happiness, bluebirds fly, until this. I seen this in the movie and said, oh, she's now, well, she got this after she got to the Emerald City. This is the bluebird. This is, you could say her creativity, throw conscious, going to the next level. You could say this blue represents peace. She now has peace over her head, and that's why she could go home. I mean, but if you look at pictures, what are you looking at right here, folks? Can't y'all see Baphomet? Baphomet. Oh, Baphomet's all through this. her wand is pointing this way, but you'll see mostly throughout the movie, that point is always going down towards her. Always. Let's see if there's more different pictures. She stayed with that. She was hitting her foot up. Yeah, let's see this. Baphomet. Boink, 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 boink. Baphomet. Oh, she Baphometed this bitch out. So Bluebirds, they were showing this as a reference because, like I said, in earlier pictures, she didn't have it. But so she got to a level where bluebirds fly. Oh, hell no, nigga. Why? No. All right. So where we at? Oh, pussy. We're going to deal with that pussy too. Okay, where's the, oh, here we go. So some other bluebirds fly, the dreams that you dream of. Dreams really do come true. Ooh, ooh. Someday I'll wish upon a star. That's the sun. Wake up where the clouds are far behind me. What is she talking about? That hole in the cusp. One day I'll wish upon the star. She's talking about the sun, where the clouds are far behind me. Well, that's looking at Earth. That's leaving Earth. One day I'll wish upon a star where the clouds are far behind me. Yeah, nigga, come on. Yeah. So she's singing about getting to the cusp. The reality is you're there now. She said, wake up where clouds are behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops. That's a reference to the melting witch as troubles. So she's representing the witch's troubles so far. Her own troubles that melt away. I literally melted the witch away. Who's the wicked witch in the West? Mom, I should not give it away yet. Let's keep going. High above the chimney tops. What's high above the chimney tops where bluebirds fly? What's the chimney? Oh, would that be your spine? Or how about this? Let's go here. Your spine is the chimney tops where bluebirds fly. A duh. High above the chimney top. She's talking about up here. And she had the ribbon up here where bluebirds fly. She's talking about escaping through the crown. This feels good. Smacking my own head. High above can niggas fly. Somewhere over the rainbow where bluebirds fly. And the dreams that you dream of, oh why can't I? Someday I wish upon a star, wake up where the clouds are far behind me. She's getting that off. So she sings this, she's really singing, and all the fucking songs in this connect. On the first one, I went through the songs as well. So we're not gonna go through all of that. I'm gonna give you enough clues to figure it out. So she sings her song. She said she's known, and as she's doing it, she's touching all these wagon wheels. It's really shoulder height. That's how big the wheels are. I don't know what she's driving or could drive, that the wheels are almost bigger than her, but it's a map of the cosmos. That's what she's looking at. She's trying to get out of this circle, this loop she's in between the two lions. That's why the Cowardly Lion is the most interesting character, because that's one of the last things you have to deal with. The Cowardly Lion, the ego of duality in you, the dark side. Oh, nigga, we are about to get real in here. All right, so more wheels, more singing. And then after she sings a song, it cuts to Miss Gulch. And on the back of her bike, she has a big basket. This represents your own evil. So now we're seeing Dorothy's insecurities, her fear, her need to make a boogeyman to encompass all her problems are now manifest. You're talking about the laws of attraction now. The way, what was the mom, auntie saying? Stop imagining shit. You're going to fuck yourself up, pretty much. And sure enough, here comes Miss Gulch. And on the back, she has a big ass basket. She wants to put Dorothy's consciousness in that basket. Those baskets already represent the subconscious mind. Damn. Hold on. Am I drinking the right water? Oh, no, that's why. It's all good. This is good. All right. So Miss Gulch is now Dorothy's problem made manifest. And mind you, this is the plight of the consciousness. She meets Uncle Henry. Uncle Henry represents nice, but not really running the joint. And really, most men aren't. Most black men aren't there. We think it's a problem from slavery, but that's something that's set up in this matrix because you are primarily raised by your mother and she's trying to play masculine and feminine. The feminist movement is not about raising up women. It's about women proving they can outman a man. A true feminist would understand the basic science of feminine principles, then explain how or improve upon or demonstrate or create a world conducive to feminine attributes, emotion, knowing, intuition, holistic thought, nurturing, healing. You can go on, as opposed to calculation, deduction, mathematics, reasoning, the masculine society. So women try to out-reason you, hidden figures. They make movies and you're supposed to be so proud that these women not only outthink men, but outthink white men. I guess they're special because they can think like you if you give them the opportunity. Brother Phil Valentine said it, and this is something I think I have to echo. Show me a great woman trick. So as a guy, oh, that's what you bitches been doing. And it's not like you have to show me. You don't have to show any man. But damn, this is the scene in penitentiary when he was in the bathroom. Shit, man. Exploitation at its finest. Look at this dude in this nightgown dress, genie. Yeah, this is exploitation. This is bad. So where were we at? It doesn't matter. We can keep going later. So, oh yeah, this guy, Henry, he's the representation of the missing father. But why they don't have to show anything deeper than Uncle Henry is because they're trying to point out we are already living in a patriarchal society. He has nothing to say. He actually is already running this world. That's the key. That's why they're not saying that. He's already got, this is not about him. This is really about Annie M, Miss Gulch, Dorothy, and the feminine principle, not really the masculine. The masculine patriarchy is not what you're supposed to learn here. You're supposed to understand it, but you're not supposed to learn it. You're supposed to learn the divine feminine, that concept. That's why they tell you in the Book of the Dead, the pyramid text, that once your DNA gets stuck and trapped in the land of horizon and nightfall, the land of horizon is just sunset, sun up, sunset, sun up, sunset, sun up. You're trapped in the double lion. So your DNA has actually stopped here. You haven't gotten the transformation until you get what you need. So you have to find what you need to do and what it is you need. And the primary thing you need is the divine feminine. And don't get happy because you have a fucking vagina. Having a vagina is not getting you over. It's just a representation of the divine feminine. You come back in the next life, you may have testicles. And I can tell you now how to clean them, you know what I'm saying, for your next life, because you're coming back thinking you have a vagina and you over. Most women tell you they don't like other women. Most women, all my friends are guys. Most women hate the divine feminine. And even like I said, the feminist movement is about making sure women can box and play football, comparing their salaries to what men get or what they don't get to what men did. It's still man as the standard. It's like you gotta figure out something to do. Like for instance, the most divine thing you could do is stay home and raise your kids. But they make movie after movie when old friends get together and one became a doctor, a lawyer, a butcher, a baker, a record exec. What did you become, Sally? Well, me and Panic, you know, we just had our family and I'm raising our kids. They look at her like, oh, poor thing. This man oppresses you by just throwing all these kids up in you, and you can't pursue your true ambition like a man could. So they demonize that when you should be saying, wait a minute, you want to go out and do all the work? Well, I have to just sit home. And not saying it's just sitting home. I mean, cleaning up, raising kids is fucking incredible. I can't even walk around with my daughter, granddaughter some days. You know, all she wants to do is walk. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, damn, my back hurting, baby. And the point I'm trying to get at, it is a full-time job. But I would rather do that job than some white man telling me, go in there and sweep. Or did you finish the report, Panic? Like, you know, that type of thing. I'd rather be home taking the kids. And is more than honorable and dignity, you're preparing the world for the next motherfuckers. Who you make matters. But, you know, we already know that shit is already broken down. So what you have is a lot of women duped into believing they're coming into something powerful, but they're actually promoting more patriarchy, more logic, hidden figures. We are more smarter and more logical. Hidden figures showed how they can outman men, not how, as women, they did something feminine, and now these dumb ape men understand a different layer of emotion that's connected to it. They have a holistic understanding instead of a linear, short-sighted understanding. I do that, I get money. But not only you do that, you get money, but you hurt this one. And if you did that to get your money, you'd help this one. This one helps that. Like, women see that. We just see, you know, get 15 cents and do whatever you need to make it $1. They say, no, why don't we do that and give 10 cents to such and such? So in other words, there's a company that makes socks. You buy their socks, they donate socks to the homeless. That type of thinking is the businesses that are going to survive coming up, because it has a feminine principle, a holistic approach towards its logic. There was a lady I seen on TV, makes hair buns, and you buy a hair bun, she donates it to a kid who lost their hair with cancer or whatever, you know, shit she meant. So that type of business, that type of thinking in business is a feminine principle. It's holistic, it's compassionate. It has sympathy and empathy. It's a love-based idea, an emotion-based idea. And then they took that with the masculine principle of logic and sold it. That's balance. So you had a couple of guys who did it with socks and a women who did it. So these logical guys use the feminine principle to make their business not only serve them, serve others. And the woman took the masculine principle and took her feminine idea of not only serving others, beautifying others, self-esteem for those kids who lost their hair and that have, beyond just being sick, just being bald at their age is torture. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to a rest in peace to my cousin Poochie. His incredible story. Had cancer when she was 6. They had to take her leg and told her, that's it. You're only getting a couple of years out of this. So kid, you know what I'm saying? But turns out she had 2 kids. You know, she had no leg, but carried that shit well. Decent life, went to Atlanta, and maybe a couple of years, maybe 5, 6 years now, she finally passed. But it's crazy. She was at home, hospice, she was gone. She looked and shrunk back down to exactly how she looked when she was supposed to die. I was like, yo, it's like she picked up where she left off. It looks like she's a little kid. She's about 40 something, so she made it to that. But when it came back, she just looked like a little kid. And know what was crazy? In the 13th hour, she went 8 for consciousness. She started just listening to all my shit. And these are my cousins who was calling me devil worshipers. She just started listening to all my shit, started doing holistic shit, da-da-da-da. She was just too late. So the shit spread. Her other sister said, fuck all of that. Got her back to Atlanta and took her to the regular hospital. Of course, she died. So I can't remember why I brought her up, but yeah, because she was bald and she carried that shit. So I remember that. I remember how I remember all of that shit. So you see this lady who does that for that. That's the story. That feminine principle. That's the story. We got to respect it. We're not talking about the Love and Hip Hop idiot girl, because she's not respecting her feminine principle either. And that doesn't mean you treat her bad or any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? My advice is don't fool with that shit. If you ain't already involved, don't get involved. But we're talking about an inner work. The feminine principle is different from just a woman. And you still should respect the just a woman. There's no reason for you to do anything disrespectful to anybody at this point. But ultimately, it's not a pass because she's dumb. Still respect her because you're trying to talk or speak to something bigger than those shadows that she might have created that made her nigga, fuck a nigga, nigga. You ain't even talking to that. Just go past that. And if you can't, no problem. Just don't do nothing at all. You know what I'm saying? But the feminine principle is what we're talking about. All right, let's keep going so we can get out of this motherfucker. All right, so here you have a scene where Miss Gulch is now sitting across from Annie M. What they're trying to show you, they're the same person. Annie M and Miss Gulch are the same person. Remember, your mother, as I pointed out, though she's your mother, and she put a titty in your mouth, and she loved you, and she gets stabbed in the street, she's also the one that told you to go to church. If you have an abusive father or abusive stepfather, like, mom, this nigga, well, just listen to what he says. Don't worry, panic. He'll be okay. Making sure I ain't got no booger. Okay, no booger. So, though she's not trying to hurt you, this human life is going to interrupt that flow. And Miss Gulch represents the disciplinarian at this point for Dorothy. So Miss Gulch is coming to get Dorothy's dog, a consciousness, and get Dorothy to put it in the basket. Annie M is actually traumatizing Dorothy, because in real life, that woman that came and said, we need to take your dog, I would say, you need to get these nuts. Then she said, it's the law. You don't want to go against the law. Annie M heard that shit. I think I do got a booger. Annie M heard that shit. Hold up, let me get a towel. Uno momento, por favor, suckers. All right. And I'm not even going to edit that shit. Y'all just got to wait for that break. Booger gone. Actually, I don't think it was a booger. It was just shit. But okay. You don't want to go against the law. You see, Annie M straighten right the fuck out. Annie M is human law, and she has to respect the laws of humanity. And this person is just using, I mean, well, you can see the opposition in Dorothy in the middle, because all of this is coming from Dorothy's mind. So Dorothy is recognizing in this now, or her shadow or her thoughts or her problems are starting to make manifest. But what she doesn't realize, they also come from Annie M. You're scared, happy, all of this, how you should feel about the world is what Dorothy was starting to feel. Annie M ignoring her, Annie M not talking to her. Then they showed the type of woman Annie M is. On Earth, Annie M is the witch. Your mom's is actually also the wicked witch. It feels like a booger is right there, but it's angles. All right, and we're going to probe that concept more. So you don't want to go against the law. And while she's doing this, like, no, the sheriff got to come and get him. You know what I'm saying? You mean she bit you? You don't want to go, unless you want to go against the law, Dorothy. This is the law of humanity. Nah, you stuck here. This is the law here. You not, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to win with economic plans and all of that. You're going against the law. The law here is suffering. Your goal is not to fix this. Your goal is to get out of it. It's the law. You're going against the law when you're talking about we need a new economy. Black people need to do this. Nigga, we need to sit down together and build because the people need to see that image. Fuck out of here, nigga. You called the wrong nigga. You're going against the law. All right, so they give her the dog, and Annie M gets up and says her word and says, I'm a good Christian. If I wasn't, I'd tell you. Annie M is stuck in her matrix. I'm a religious figure. Ms. Gulch is just the dark side. So as she's traveling back up the road, trying to take Dorothy's dog in the basket or the subconscious mind, she's putting Dorothy's consciousness back in the dark side. She represents the dark side, and this dark side is actually first started by your mama. She's the one that comforts you with fear and tells you what's under the bed. She tells you what's in the closet. She either fixes it or fucks you up. Ain't nothing in there, go to bed. I'm trying to tell you, Auntie M, it is. Or she tells you, this is how you deal with that. Then, Mommy, there's something under the bed. Let me tell you how you deal with it. Look under the bed. Do you see anything? No. And nothing will ever be under the bed. But let me put your action figure, I don't know, Luke Skywalker. He'll protect you if somebody. Thanks, Ma. Psychologically, she answered you. She believed you, like how when Dorothy came to Annie M in the beginning with the chickens, they didn't believe her. So this was allowed to fester here. So if your mother did it that way with you, it didn't fester. But the problem is, after the bed and after the closet, it becomes something else that they're not seeing that is allowed to fester. An argument that you heard through the window, through the door or through the wall. The time I walked in at age 5 and caught my mother fucking my stepfather. My mother had to come out later and give me and my sister the talk on the birds and the bees. We were mating. What the fuck is mating? That's when a man and a woman. Because you're traumatized by things like that. That creates the manifestations based upon just the laws of attraction of your thoughts. It festers and is represented as Miss Gulch. So, but the connection you're not making is Miss Gulch and Annie M are actually the same. Miss Gulch is the disciplinarian. Toto is causing all this trouble because he represents Anubis, a guide dog, a consciousness. He's the one he's throughout the whole story. And that's why Dorothy's holding on, because she found consciousness, her guidance, her intuition is guiding her. She's running with her intuition saying, something's after me, the invisible. Miss Gulch manifests, but remember, Annie M and them niggas are actually abusing her just by ignoring her. You know what I'm saying? That's enough. And what they're saying, when you keep ignoring these fetters and they come, and this stuff is trying to take your guidance, you start parking and you say, fuck it. That's when you became the Christian. I believe you, Mom, because a lot of these Christians, their parents were Christians. How come you said no, but everybody else seemed to be enjoying that shit? Because Miss Gulch got their dog. Because they're not ready to wake up anyway, so it doesn't matter. All right, so the dog gets out, runs back home. He comes through an open window in her house. What is a house? Her house is her soul. Bayal. What's that in the middle? I done told your ass. That's a house. Yoink, yoink. Gotta go yoink, 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 yoink. I can't do it. Yoink. Backwards. Oink, 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 oink. I bet you I did it right that time. All right, so that's a house. So this represents that window, her open heart. Her consciousness come back in, or you can say pineal, whatever. Her consciousness come back in, and she gets the bright idea to run away. This is perfect. Her running away, conscious, is equivalent to you running away. How do you run away? Fuck humanity. Well, the human shit, humans ain't shit. That church shit, fuck Jesus, could suck my dick. You ran away. That's not dealing with it. It's not fuck humanity. It is, what is humanity? What am I suffering from? What am I sick from? And how do I fix it? Not by just saying, fuck humanity. What's humanity? What am I even saying fuck humanity to? Am I saying fuck humanity because somebody inconvenienced me by making me go to church when I was little, which I don't go to now? Am I saying fuck humanity because I can't get the job I want? Am I saying fuck humanity because people are stupid? Is that or all of the above plus more? But either way, that's not what occult or conscious work is. Occult or conscious work is about confronting humanity. So when I confronted my dark side is when I got the results. When I'm saying fuck humanity, I lose responsibility. So how people feel about me, which doesn't really matter unless you're trying to evaluate what's generating those feelings. Is it dysfunction, mine or theirs? So when I say sorry, well, when B.O.B. started saying sorry, he noticed people was either saying sorry back or making more excuses. That's telling within itself. They may have the issue, but you just now know it ain't you. And you were with it. You were playing tennis with them back and forth. But you just stop playing tennis and you feel they still trying to serve. And let them, because that's their problem. Just don't serve it back. And that's a way of dealing, or one way of facing humanity. So now running away is what she's doing, and she comes up on Captain Marvel. He represents consciousness or the lecture circuit. All right, so she sits down with him. He's cooking out. He's talking about big cities, big mountains, big oceans. What he's telling them, you want to see other lands? You want to hear about Egypt? You want to hear about when you was in Mali? I mean, Mali is Ziggy ceremony. The Dogon people. You want to hear about Sri Lanka, Peru, the pyramids of Mexico, the Olmec, big fucking heads. What is it? That's what he's really saying. You want to find out about the world through your conscious work, right? And we know this particular actor is the Wiz or Wizard. So one of the other things he says while she's like, yeah, he sees that she's clearly a runaway. She's like, it's like you could read inside of me. So what she found, another conscious person. Yeah, yo, I didn't know nobody else was into this. And then that person was like, well, you ever hear Brother Panic? No, who's that guy? So he's finding that. This is that moment. He's cooking a hot dog. Toto takes the hot dog. She says, Tolo, it's not polite. We haven't been asked yet. The wizard says, he's perfectly welcome. Let's keep going. As one dog to another. So what he is saying is, he's a guide. What he's actually saying in this context, because he's the wizard, he represents consciousness all throughout this movie. That's why he plays like 5 or 6 roles, this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roles. Because he represents a conscious in this point as one dog to another. He's guiding her the right way. He is Anubis, one dog to another. He is that, well, Osiris, Anubis, and Tahuti are the same. Now you're going to get it. And Bobby Hemmett talked about that. If you need more, pre-dynastic time, they were worshiping Set. So they made Set the bad guy as we moved on. And they took the attributes of Set and created a new god, Asar. And they took the attributes of Set, put it in Anubis, Tahuti, and Asar. And that as these dynasties moved on, it came about Osiris worship. But pre-dynastic, it was Set worship. And it doesn't matter the name, the science matters, I think, more than anything. These things are just trying to get you to understand principles. That's why this movie works the way it does, because he dealt with principles and not shadows, if you will, not without explaining all of that, blah, blah, blah. So one dog to another, he's telling us he's guiding up. But we're not supposed to catch it as the true story, because what they're doing psychologically, especially by using the same actor, and what they're establishing here is our conscious mind sees him as just a huckster, a hustler. But spiritually, he gave her the right advice. Go back home and deal with this shit. You get it? So he goes, this crystal ball that we're about to use is used by the priests of Isis and Osiris in the days of Pharaoh of Egypt. That clearly shows you they knew this shit. They wrote that in the script for a reason. They made a connection with Egypt in the movie. Not to mention, I showed you L. Frank Baum in Egypt with his wife. They know this shit. They understood and understand the pyramid text. They told them about the cusp. But what I realized, everything happened when you die, but you're dead. When this body goes, that's the true day. I don't know if I make it. You know then. Ain't no more you got to do. I'm going to tell you, that's what it was in the Navi when he's climbing that tree. When Jake jumps on those flowers, it's about letting go. It's about knowing that you got this, not when you get in the devil, oh shit, I'm gonna be fooled and come back. If that's gonna happen, that shit's gonna happen because you're being fooled now and you won't get this message. You busy watching fucking debates. Is the Moors hats our friend? Is the black woman God? Who the fuck are you? Why would you even ask some shit like that? Don't you know? Yes. And so are you. It's not about male or female. It's about who and what. It's about genetics. You fucking foolish mules. You think that's what's going to happen when you die? You got a first-class ticket back because you didn't get the message, nigga. You better follow the yellow brick road, nigga. Otherwise, you coming back, nigga. You're going to be one of them little chickens. So they know it from the days of Isis and Osiris. So he does another huckster move. Tells her to close her eyes. He looks in her basket, sees the picture, and now he's reading her. But it looks like a scam on the surface, but what did he do symbolically? Looked in her subconscious mind and found what her problem is. What's her problem? I see a house with a picket fence. What else you see, motherfucker? A barn with a weather vane. A running horse. That's our farm. So he said enough for her to recognize in herself what he's talking about. Then he said, there's a woman. She's wearing a polka dot dress. Her face is careworn. That's Aunt M. So him looking into her subconscious mind sees she has an unresolved problem. Boom, Auntie M. You're not dealing with your human idea of mother. That's the one who fucked you up. Not because they're mean. Not because they came to do that. Because they are human too. She's human too. Who taught her but a bunch of ex-slaves? So she's done the best. So through that pathway, I forgive her as a human. But in the end, what he's telling her, because he actually is looking in her subconscious mind, you need to go home and deal with Aunt M. That's what she's running away from. Not Miss Gulch, or Aunt M is Miss Gulch. That's why they're sitting around across from each other. That's who they are. Oh, y'all gonna see some symbol shit. We ain't having this shit today. So he's saying you're dealing with the unresolved issue of your moms. You gotta, and all y'all gotta do it. My mom's was great, Panic. That's probably even worse, nigga. Because you don't even know you're supposed to look within. You thinking it's a family thing. You gotta get off of this human shit. And the first human you knew and met that was giving you everything is her, Annie M, nigga. Know why Uncle Henry ain't saying shit in this movie hardly? Because our fathers aren't here in this matrix. Yeah, I grew up with my dad. Yeah, but you didn't. I grew up with my dad, but he wasn't with me. He was with trying to feed me more than me. And that's honorable. And that's, I guess, what you should do. But come on, but you know what your mother wants. You knew everything about her. Don't do that. Don't pick that up. Don't leave that. And you knew your father on that level, but somehow, if your father was mad, your mom's is the one that sit his ass down, though. You know what I'm saying? And it's that kind of thing. All right, well, I mean, we get it. We ain't get nowhere by this, so there's gonna be one of them motherfuckers. Okay. I know where I'm about to push time back. All right, so Arnie M. Maybe I'll walk through it faster. That's right. What's she doing? Well, I can't see. Oh, she's crying. Oh, she heard her. Someone just broken her heart. Of course, she's going to say, oh, it's me. Me? Someone. Well, she is someone she loves very much. She has someone taking care and sick. Someone she's been very kind to. He's just saying all this general shit. She's coming up. The measles one. I had the measles once. I stayed home. So he's actually using mind control on her. He's letting her say her own answers. He's actually using neuro-linguistic programming. Neuro-linguistic programming, NLP. Look that up. He's doing that. He's bringing out statements, a general statement. You know, that's your aunt. He's brought out all the general statements on the farm. There's a horse, there's a weather vane there, chickens. That's the farm. He sees she's from a farm. There's a woman with a polka dot dress. Oh, she knows that. She's got a picture with it. It's Annie M. And then he says, she's dropping on the bed. She's sick. She's ill. Is she because of me? Yeah, she takes care of someone. She took care of me when I had the measles. You mean her? That's programming. It makes the other person think they came up with this bright idea, that they are the ones with you. He's actually going past her shadow. If he would have told her just go home, her shadow comes out. I ain't going back there. They abuse me. The argument comes out. But he's saying he's coming from a different angle. This represents a subconscious mind, the bastard but on the surface he's going, oh, he's a trickster. But no, he's really sending her back, and he's really acting out the process of true channeling. And so, because you're supposed to pick up these signs all over the person. When I talk to people, I pick up at least 7 things before they even finish a sentence. How they present it, the tone in their voice, where their eyes are going, body gestures sometime, the stutter or the pauses when they're trying to tell me. So much of it explains before they even said the sentence. That's a part of neuro-linguistic programming. How to say words. You got to say things that they agree with. She's very nice, this lady I see. You're going to say my aunt is nice. Oh, no, my aunt is mean. Then you're like, oh, shit. She said she's mean. No, she's nice to those who kind of serve her. But if you go against her, she's vicious. Yeah, that is Auntie M. So now this misreading is now corrected, or can be. But the idea is you got to warm up to making that kind of statement. So you first say, oh, I see a lady. You got the picture. But see, in real life, you would pick that up on how they move. All right, so let me think of your home. Your home was a frantic home, wasn't it? Yes, yes. My mother did this, my mother did that. Or they'll say, yes, yes, my mother and father did that. So then you know it's not just Annie M, it's both of them. Notice he didn't bring up Uncle Henry. He's talking about you have to go back and deal with this feminine thing. This place between the double lions is about dealing with the divine feminine. That's why we have such a close relationship with the dysfunctional Aunt Emily. You have to deal with it. Aunt Emily created Miss Gulch, and you spend your time with your girlfriend arguing with Miss Gulch. That comes from your mom. You one of the girls, she's just like your mom's. But you want to continue the argument. Miss Gulch is the argument. You don't argue with Aunt M. So when Khadijah truly became Aunt M, I stopped really arguing on stupid shit. Y'all don't want to eat in the living room. What the fuck? I eat where I want. I bought the couch, bitch. This is my. I'm sitting there going, we can watch our TV from here all the way in the bathroom in the fucking back. What's wrong with sitting with the table 4 feet away? If that's the rule she wants to make, what am I fighting for? It's not about being able to sit on the couch. It's about being able to say to Khadijah, I do what I want to do, irregardless of what you say or feel about something like this. What if I just said, what the fuck does it matter? And know what she did later? No, you can sit on the couch. I wasn't saying that. I'm like, don't even turn it around. You don't want that. And I don't really care now that I think about it. It's fine sitting here. In fact, I prefer it now that I really think about it. And so things like that. It seems nothing, but at the same time, it's something invisible that you're fighting for. I'm arguing with Miss Gulch when I should be respecting the house, Auntie M. And it's the different sides of your mother. You're arguing with the shit you had a problem with and respecting the shit that you liked. So your girlfriend who does the shit that you like, which is the only thing you see, that's why you liked her, is because that was the Auntie M in your mother that you liked. And then on the other side of that coin is the shit that you argue about, is the shit that you haven't finished saying or dealing with your mother. So he's telling her, go back. You got to deal with this feminine, right? You got to deal with it. You can't run away. Storm comes up. So Annie M makes a weak effort to look for Dorothy. Dorothy! They're all running around scrambling. And then they show a scene where all three farmhands, Auntie M and Henry, go into the basement. That represent them going into Dorothy's subconscious mind, because they're all going to turn up later. Uncle Henry, not so much. But Aunt M, you can say not so much or maybe. But no, not so much. So, but it doesn't matter. They didn't exist anyway. The three hands didn't exist here anyway. They represent conscious clues. Yeah, Panic, that's crazy. Like one time, yeah, I was little and I seen this shit and it never sat right with me. That's nothing but the three farmhands. You're always getting conscious clues. So she's running around her house. It's a hurricane. She got Toto in her hand. She's trying to get in the basement. She can't. She still has a basket in her hand, which represents her son. Hodge's mind. She's calling Auntie M, Uncle Henry. Shit ain't going right. The tornado's tearing shit up. She goes back in the house. Boom. That house represents this middle point. Where does she live? In Kansas. What's Kansas? The center of America. She's living in the heartland. Can I say that again? She's living in the heartland, in the center. She's on the earth representation of the cusp, the center. That same window, Toto came in, it broke, bust over the head. You see the dream sequence going. But pause. Here's the real trick. She's not going in the dream. She died. It's hard to do that in the kids' book. But see, if you know that's the true science, then you know that's what they're really saying. They're talking about the death journey, which you are in, which the dream as humanity, you are in it now. You're in the dream. You're in Oz right now. This is a part of your journey. You're stuck in the poppy fields. Oh, sleep niggas. That'll put sleep poppies. Heroin will do it. There's this drug in the ego that needs to be fed. We're going to get to it. I'm going to walk you to, I'm not going to go ahead. I'm going to walk y'all through this movie. So she's really dying. All right. So of course okay, let me get to this too. So she wakes up in the middle of the whirlwind. What's the whirlwind? Well, niggas, let's do it. Why you playing? Why you want to fuck around? Let's fuck around, niggas. All right, so she's in the whirlwind. And actually, let's see what pictures they have, if anything corresponds to what we're looking at, because it seems we can get over with that shit. But the film, no good. The house began to twitch and switch and inch. And I don't see nothing in that. I mean, so you know. I mean, if I start searching in particular, well, I mean, I still could describe it, but I'm trying to see if there's any images that help us, not just here, but period. All right, no, for now, but where was I? I was going to show you this. Hold on to your nuts. Got to hold on. This is the magnetosphere, but they also talk about the magneto's pores. Remember that? And it's a little different wind current, but it was hectic. Here's the best picture. Shit, you can see this is a fucking scarab beetle too. But they talked about these heavy winds that go from east to west. And you're supposed to have this west orientation. Remember all of that bullshit. Or the Wicked Witch of the West. That's who you have to fight. That's who you're dealing with. So this is the magnetospores. You see Earth right here. Here's the cusp. They said there's also a weak point in the south. And Dorothy's actually from the south. Boing, bing. She's going over the rainbow, bing. So the scene where she is in the whirlwind is actually the magnetospores around her. And in it, she's seeing a whole heap of shit. What is she seeing in the magnetospores? So these images go by. All right, and the house is floating. That's her house. That's her consciousness, which represents Baphomet, the 5 points of man, her getting there. She sees a tree of life, some chicken coops. He was in love with chickens, but they made a reference of chickens coming back to the house. So she's awake, she's looking, she sees an old lady that represents the ancestors. It didn't look like Annie M, just an old lady sewing ancestors. She sees a cow, represents the Milky Way or the Great Mother. She sees two guys in a rowboat. And you're like, what the fuck are these guys rowing? Because they're on the magnetosphere. You also seen that in the Pirates of the Caribbean 3, which is another movie about the cusp. Again, if you ain't heard me, we're in the cusp now, and this is not just a chakra movie or any other thing people said. All of that is true. But once you understand another layer, doesn't make this any less true or any more true, just another way of looking at the symbols, a better way, because this yields a great deal of answers that speak towards your spiritual reality, as opposed to just, yeah, that was deep, nigga. You are deep. No, you can use this understanding to go to another level. These fucking cameras suck. All right, so the two guys in the boat, if you remember, in 3, they were looking over the edge after they went through that gateway and met Jack in the land of the dead, or or Jack was in the Van Allen belt. Remember, there's 3 levels of the Van Allen belt. If you don't know, refer to my lecture or refer to the book, Judy King, the Isis thesis, where she breaks down all the books in the pyramid, in the Book of the Dead, or Coming Forth by Day, or the collective writings of the Kamites. And the most important one, the first one they always say, which is a little bit different than all the rest of them, is the pyramid text. They say that's the real code, or the death instructions. And of course, you ain't gonna know unless you know the code. You know, Isis bring forth her milk, and therefore Horus is restored. You don't know what that shit means. You just think some nigga drinking out of a titty and now he could do cartwheels. What they were talking about is this lac gene in your DNA. And when you get stuck in between the house of the lions, it takes Isis lac gene to keep the boat moving, i.e. that's happening. It's not going to happen. That's what you're stuck here now, and we call it reincarnation. We're between the two lions. And to get out of here, you need Isis or Set for that lac gene, but you get mother's milk when you understand mother. You don't understand your representation of mother. You hate her, you just don't think you know it. She brung you to church. She's the one that married that dumb nigga. She's the one that you didn't eat that time. She's the one that sent you in school with them fucked up clothes that everybody taught you. She's the one. And even if you have compassion for all of that, it doesn't mean you dealt with the emotion of it. You just came to terms in your mind with, well, we were poor and we didn't have that. But you didn't know about poor when you were wearing the skips, and the damage is still there. You reason with it when you know what it is to buy shoes for your kids. Oh, I get why you couldn't buy me $200 Nikes, mama. I get it now. I'm a man. I got a kid. I have a job. I get it. But when it was happening, shit's real. I could pull out a picture of my son. I took a picture of him. He was age 14 or 15 in the shoe store when Khadijah told him, I ain't buying you them fucking shoes, nigga. You better get 2 pair of $40 joints. You go to them Converse, nigga. But he wanted the new Nike, whatever. And the nigga made a face. I said, hold on. It's legendary. When he seen that picture, he's never made that face ever again. And he's starting to do it now a little bit. But he never, that changed his reality when he seen what he was projecting. You get what I'm saying? And the damage, though, was being done then. Even though he understands it now, he has kids, it doesn't mean that shame, that humiliation, that lust that he was building up, and your mama's the one who said no. Miss Gulch, nigga, while it's a stupid thing, but it is the same thing. You have to deal with your divine mother before you are able to get the benefits that are the actual DNA changing. She's here to change you. The principle is here to change you. You can get that principle through the female you deal with now. But you got to show them and be honest and love. No matter what they're doing, they could be still in crazy mode. What's something natural in them is still going to tell you something real. And I can say this, when I got less angry, Khadijah automatically got less angry. It's not just at me, just at the world too. Because now that I can see is just stupid to react like this. When she's standing next to me and somebody, let's say, emotionally wrongs her or says something sarcastic, it looks stupid now because I'm sitting there not doing it, so it looks out of place. So your woman always takes your cue. She absorbs. She's negative polarity. So she's pretty much doing what you're doing, but you got to do something honorable for her to want to unify with you on it. You get what I'm saying? Women unify easy. That's like kind of what they do, and that's a power, not a weakness. You know what I'm saying? That's a power, not a weakness. If you're weak and they unify with you, you're a weak couple. You usually have a weak outcome. But the better the man, the better the woman. You ever notice that? A happier woman is because they have a happier man. An angry woman gaining weight and all the rest of that shit is because they're holding on, holding back, holding their tongue, because every 5 things they say to you, they got to worry if it's going to trigger an altar. That's because you're mad at your mother, and because this woman is a representation of your mother, you're taking it out on her. You're still arguing with your mother and don't even know it's the argument. So when my sister hit me, then Khadijah hit me, I realized I'm having the same fucking argument. Is it them or is it me? Annie M is what she has to deal with. And once you deal with that in you, even if you just talk about you find shit ain't even there, talk to somebody, talk to them, do something to confront where does it hurt? Admit it to yourself and say, and try to find the origin of that. And even if there's nobody to talk to, you just breathe and figure out a way to, I forgive you. Even if you're talking to the air, which is not, but let's pretend, I forgive you. I come in this room, I greet my mother. That's why I wanted to put her in my sacred space, because this is really between me and my Aunt M. You know what I'm saying? My Aunt M is Aunt Mother. Yeah, Aunt M, Aunt Mother. They're trying to show you that this is not your real mother, but she's a symbol of what you have to, you chose her because she's the equation. She's the thing you're trying to figure out and get beyond, so you can get that touch of our set to move out of the house of the double lion. Your DNA is being changed through this. This is the dream you're in. So they made it seem as Dorothy was going in the dream, but you're already there. You already got hit on the head. You're already dead. This is already happening. You're in the house of the lion, of the double lion, and your boat has stopped. You're stuck between sunset and sunrise. Sunset and sunrise. You have to be able to see that big sun. You have to be able to get through that gateway. And you see in the Wizard of Oz, that bubble comes down. It comes down as that big red bubble. They're showing you the same disc that's in the Kemetic Acre sun. They're showing you that's the path out. That's the gateway. You're stuck between the two mountains of night and day. Duality, dark side, light side, polarity. You get it, nigga? That's what this polarity is all about. Dorothy walking on the fence was trying to walk the middle point of polarity. In either way, feminine or masculine, she would have fell in the feminine side. She'd just been born as a woman. Masculine side, born as a man. But that middle androgynous point is where she was trying to walk to. Not happening. She has to go through the inner journey, which is what she's doing now. Get it right, nigga. Because if you can't, I'll help. So the guys in the boat represent these men on their journey. The same thing you've seen in Pirates of the Caribbean when she's seen her father and all those others in that dinghy. They were going to the land of the dead. So is she. She's going through the Magneto's pause. Her house is flowing right. She's doing it. Baphomet. She's looking and seeing that she's in the middle of the whirlwind or the cyclone. Well, let's get it. I'm trying to give you everything I gave you before. Let's look at what the whirlwind or the cyclone really is. Of course, we understand that this is truly the whirlwind or the cyclone or the kundalini she was in. But let's take it another layer and look for this guy, the hypnotic disc. Dun, 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 dun. Let's do even this. I found one before. Let's see if we can make this just as easy. Was it this guy? Was it, let's try this guy. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's see if we can make it bigger because, you know, this takes us to the website. Oh, good enough. All right. So you see, this is the hypnotic disc. This is a vortex. This is, if I was looking from an aerial view of the kundalini, you have a vortex or gateway inside of you. If you open up that vortex, which sleeps at the bottom of your back, it eventually hits here, the wings come out. So this is when you're really in the cusp, when you ride the kundalini. So the average guy who's a Christian, though they're stuck between the horizons, but they haven't opened up their vortex. They haven't gotten into their house, Baphomet, and raised kundalini. This is conscious people being aware of where they are on their journey through the 12 gates. You are sleeping and your DNA is being changed if you find out the methodology or the chore that needs to be done. You only find that when you open up this vortex of kundalini inside of you. Yin yang awake. The two snakes, dark and negative, the mixing of the masculine and feminine, whereas polarity no longer exists. The dark side of you, why is this the hypnotic disc? Oh, y'all ready to get down to it. Let's get down to it, silly Negro. Silly Negro. Come on, silly Negro. When they hypnotize you, the shadow self, they're trying to talk to the hidden character that you made. Mrs. Gulch, the witch, shit, all of them, Scarecrow, Tin Man, all of these exist inside the psyche as principles that you characterized, and they can talk to your dark side. That's what's happening. So they're using the principle of black and white polarity coming as one. The dark side and the light side mix. You truly create the kundalini vortex when you deal with the dark side. The dark side is the hidden insecurity, cowardly lion's fake ass shell. You made all of this shit to protect yourself. You're the cowardly lying. Ooh, it's lying to you. Put him up. I'll fuck you up. I'll kick your ass. Oh, pulling the axe on me, eh? Smack. Oh, I'm just pussy. All that shit was the double lion. Throughout the movie, he's courage and pussy at the same time. Excellent job. He is the duality in you, the yin yang in you. His courage and his honesty at admitting that he's pussy. It's not that women are weak, and even me calling them pussy says a lot. It's how men think of it. It's how men think of emotion. It's how men think of honesty. You get it? That's a woman trait. It's pussy. It's beneath you. But what you're really, but you feel all of those feelings. Betrayal, shame, embarrassment. But as a man, you don't admit that shit. You understand? You just hide it in the dark side. You get what I'm saying? And on the light side, do you know what you show? Tough guy. Put him up. I'll fuck you up. Say it again, nigga. Real nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? The dark side is, mommy, he said that to me. Hey, mommy, could you make me some tea? The real side is when you go outside, yo, what's up, nigga? My name Panic. You know what I'm saying? Feel me? Nah, I'm saying I'm a Queensbridge nigga. I don't even fucking flow. All that shit is made up shit. It's effective. It works. That's how you communicate and get your shadow across, but it's a shadow. You understand what I'm saying? That one's, you don't need a hypnotic disc because it's not that deep. All you do is say something rude and, yo, what's up, son? You know, all that shit come out. This hypnotic disc is what you need to create in your spine. That's your Kundalini vortex. Only conscious people could do that. And not many are doing it successful because the dark side of this vortex, the negative side of this vortex, the hidden, it's not about women as much as it's about a feminine principle and a masculine principle in perfect balance. When you get to this world, the patriarchy is running it. It's not the patriarchy as man, even though that manifests. It's talking about the white aspect too. What you put in the front or in the light is dominating. And the dark isn't because we hide it, because we don't want people to know the real story. So we're all the way back here with our true emotions. So this is the dark side, the divine goddess, where you are dealing honestly, holistically, emotionally, putting that to the forefront and being honest about it. I don't have no courage. I need courage. That's what's happening here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, nigga. Yeah, Looks kind of the same to me. So she's in the middle of this vortex. She's Kundalini, nigga. She's having a Kundalini experience and she's going through a gateway. All right, blah, 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 blah. She sees the Wicked Witch she sees Miss Gulch on the bike. And then Miss Gulch turns into this wicked bitch. So, of course, they're clearly showing you how one thing is the other. And Miss Gulch is that witch. All right, we can live with that. She's scared of her. She turns her eyes away. She doesn't want to see it. What they're really saying is she doesn't want to deal with her dark side. Now you got it. Vortex, 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 house, vortex. She lands, she opens the door, and you see a magical fucking world of color and light. You know why? She landed in the cusp in the quantum world. Like, again, the reality, we already landed in Oz. We already in the cusp. We just don't remember how to find the yellow. We're actually walking the yellow brick road. We just keep getting stuck and keep taking our ass back to Kansas, keep waking up through the vortex consciousness and going back to Kansas. You have to do a particular work, which we're going to outline as we go through the movie, to get out of the double lion. Oh, you're going to learn today. Now, I really, really am doing dark side magic. After all these years, this is dark side magic. The 7, 8 years ago, I knew whatever the fuck niggas was calling it, that wasn't it. Bobby Hemmett was also saying the same thing. Ain't nothing that ain't dark side magic. What Bobby Hemmett would say, what was in the dark has to become light. And I get that now. That's the only way out of this. You have to face your dark side. So she's walking, seeing this new world. It's all lit up. And sure enough, she hears munchkins. What are the munchkins? That's her junk DNA. Remember, when you land in the cusp, the first thing you do is turn over because you were in an upside down world. You just don't know you're in an upside down world until you fuck with shit like this. This ain't for you to worship, defend. It's a symbol. It's for you to understand, you fucking monkey. It's for you to understand, monkey. Understand it, monkey. Go, monkey, go. Understand it, monkey. And once you monkey ass niggas understand this is the orientation, this is the frequency you in, you get to turn the shit around. You get to take your house and understand you are in the land of the fallen. You are in the land of the upside down. That's why they show Satan in the cross upside down. They're showing you he is the master set of the world of the upside down. And in the world of the upside down, your DNA is sleeping. You're using 2% of your DNA. That means your boat has stopped. I'm gonna let you soak up that for a second. You're using 2% of your DNA. The junk DNA that sleeps and is not doing nothing because it's waiting for an active ingredient to do the work. So when you become conscious and you're not figuring this shit out on the game board, which what this is, you're being evaluated each time. That's when they're saying, not when you're gonna get there and shit's gonna start. That's when niggas saying, we're gonna see if you're ready. You're not. There's more in the actual world you could do, I believe, before you came here, but you're not going home, buddy. Your opportunity, you gotta get this. You gotta get it before you could go. So when you go through your vortex, you die physically, you turn over and the junk DNA wakes up, but it's still missing an element. That's the munchkins. Her junk DNA is waking up. They all stretch and come out wherever you are, nigga. This is Dorothy's junk DNA waking up. They say in the Book of the Dead that once you die and hit the cusp, you're in the land of the dead, or the land of dwarves. The land of dwarves is code for the quantum world. So she's at the doorway of the quantum world, but she needs her DNA to be right to either move on to the next level or truly go home. The whole path, I don't know what number we at, and you probably could correspond the number to acre, because we are in the house of the double lion. And I'm gonna show you where the double lion is the ego, and if you can't deal with the ego, you're gonna be stuck in the house. Oh, y'all niggas gonna get it. So her junk DNA is waking up. right? Then Glinda comes down. Glinda is Aset. She's checking her DNA, you know, she's waking up these little, telling, you know, getting the junk DNA. Remember, Isis is on that boat with you. This is Isis. So you just dropped the house on this bitch, the Witch of the East. She's pretty much saying, know who the Witch of the East was? On M. Or her, really, it's her. The Witch of the East is her. It's her dark side. To be all of this is her. Let's get that. It's just that that's an aspect of her dark side that she had to crush to get here. So she dealt with a certain part of it, but now she has to go deeper. The witch's sister. So the East represents a victory. I'm gonna fuck y'all up with something too. All right, pause that. Actually, I could just show y'all this image here while I do it. All right, so let me share this screen. So look closely, guys, ladies and germs. That's all that's left. The Wicked Witch of the East, right? Y'all have seen this image 1,000 times. The Wicked Witch of the East. Look at those socks, right? Look at those shiny ass, fly ass red bottoms. Ooh, red bottoms, ruby slippers. Let me show y'all something. And this is going to prove, well, first of all, I didn't even really think about that. Booyah. That says a lot within itself. But here's where I'm going to really fuck y'all up, nigga. Booyah. Let's see. Who is this? We know who this is. Look at that. Beetlejuice, 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 Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is the star that's supernovaed. In comedic science, a tomb has an explosion or orgasm, either orgasm or sneeze, they'll say. And they correspond that action as the Kamites talking about a supernova. And then they said Shu took the breath, whatever Shu gets involved next to Shu did this or whatever. And what they're talking about is, I went through it in that whole tape, cosmic winds that bring that supernova light across the galaxy. And they said it's closer than you think, it gets here faster than you think. Betelgeuse, the star, which is on the shoulder of Orion's belt, has supernovae, which means it's the sneeze and they said everything came from this supernova event because it dispels a certain bacteria called phage lambda. This phage lambda is what attaches itself to your DNA. The ruby shoes. I should let y'all chill on that, but I don't really need to. The ruby shoes and that striped concept represents jail, Beetlejuice. That's why when they did the movie Beetlejuice, they chose a suit like that from him, not because it's a standard, because they understood the code that I'm telling you now. And they understood that these shoes represented the phage lambda that you needed to walk through your path. We say it now. Why are you doing that? That's my path. Well, if you're waiting for the sun and the stairway to heaven to walk your path, and we say we're on the path, it's not happening when we die. We're on the path now. We're the sun people. Nigga, y'all should be shocked and shitting on yourself. I'm telling you what's happening. Some are going to hear it. Some are going to worship it. Hey, you the man, panic. But some are going to really hear this and understand, holy shit, this is a breakthrough. So someone who understood the Book of the Dead, understood what they were saying when they did Beetlejuice, made a point of him to have this suit because this idea was already here. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. You should be fucked up right now, but I won't do that. All right, let's keep going though. I will do that. So that's Beetlejuice, Phage Lambda. All right, so Munchkins come out. She fell from the sky. She came from Kansas in the name of the star, blah, blah, blah. All right, so they're doing their little hood dance. And if you notice, the, damn, this little motherfucker coming from the underground. The houses look like mushrooms. That speaks for itself. I want you to notice drugs are not going to save you. Drugs only work if you have something in your head that you're trying to free. They shut down your consciousness so your mind can be free. But if you ain't got fucking nothing in there, it's not going to put nothing in there. The drugs aren't Jesus, stupid. I don't care how many asses of a frog you lick, you seem to not know more. If your ego went away while you licked it with a frog, guess what? It came back. I don't want a moment without my ego. You came here to understand your ego, the nature of your ego, not temporarily relieve it as a high. You tell me what doesn't sound right about that. I don't get it. You know, because, you know, niggas was texting me, oh, the mushrooms did you wonders, nigger. No, the mushrooms just got me high and paranoid at one point. We thought the cats were chasing us. And Bilby got rid of his cat. That's what we got. I was like, yeah, that motherfucker's an agent, nigga. We gave it to our, you know what I'm saying? And that's, you know, there's certain things I guess you can say and it helped. But if I didn't know what I knew, I'd just been a high nigga. And that's a fact, nigga. Poppy fields, nigga. All right, so we're gonna move through this. I'm trying to remember everything I seen. So all these niggas is giving it to her. The house began to pitch. The kitchen in the middle of the ditch. Wicked witch. The bitch became a hitch. All right, they singing. Thanks for doing it so neatly. Here's the trick. They're talking about they need to confirm if the witch is truly dead. Let me see if I could get the words and say them to you. Damn, I wish I had the visuals like we thank you very sweetly for doing it so neatly. You killed her so completely. We thank you very sweetly. Here's the trick. They're not talking about the witch. They're talking to Dorothy about herself. Thank you. You killed her. And now that the witch is dead, which is her which is Dorothy as well, she just released her phage lambda, a light. Her junk DNA woke up, and her junk DNA from the quantum realm is asking her or is thanking her. Thank you, bitch. You killed her. You killed yourself. You killed this witch called Dorothy that was keeping us in lockdown, keeping us asleep. Watch it now. Watch and understand. And this is what they do in movies. I see it now. I should fuck y'all up. I'm gonna fuck y'all up with Avatar. When I seen this shit for real, when I seen motherfucking Unbreakable Split in glass and I know the code, I'm doing those sooner than later. Fuck you up. I see how they psychologically throw in code. You think they're referring to something else, but they're really having a conversation with her. We thank you. You killed her. You freed us because you killed yourself. They're making a chariot for this bitch. She's in a chariot. She's the beloved dead. They're doing her funeral procession. Watch this shit again. You just are trained to think they're talking about the bitch under the house and they're celebrating it. But think of it now as they're talking to Dorothy, and you'll see she's the beloved dead. She's the corpse. She died. She's having a transformation. That's her junk DNA waking up, and they're thanking her for killing the aspect of herself that's wicked to them. She just thinks it's a part of herself. She just thinks she killed her humanity and she's full-blown conscious. You follow what I'm saying? And the East represents that humanity. The West is where you go from East to West orientation. So she still has work to do in the West. She's dealing with the North. Kansas, the center, which is represented as her consciousness. And we represent that as Baphomet, as that house in the middle. That's what landed on the Wicked Witch. This house, y'all ain't ready. And then her junk DNA woke up. She's the beloved dead. Let's keep going. Let the joyous news be spread. The wicked old witch at last is dead. They talking about Dorothy, not that bitch. Ding dong, the witch is dead. All right. They going through it. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch, oh witch. The wicked witch. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Wake up, you sleepy heads. Rub your eyes. Get out of bed. She's waking up her junk DNA. Wake up, the witch is dead. She's going where the goblins go. Below Earth. So let's open its, subconscious mind. Where she's going where the goblins go. Below. So it's the dark side is dissipating. It's in the light. It doesn't exist. She's going, I guess they're represented as that. Below. And it can mean something else. I don't know. Ding dong, open up and sing. The ring bells out, sing it high, sing it low. Blah, blah, blah. Then the wicked witch is dead. They're really having a funeral procession for Dorothy. Watch it again, niggas. Now watch these words. Here comes the mayor. Pimpin', what's up, Pimpin'? He's got a timepiece on his belt. So that can mean something too. I'm not thinking right now. It's 5:11. As the mayor of the Muncher City in the county of the land of Oz, I welcome you most regally. Well, we got to verify it legally. They talking about her. She's standing right there. But they talking about her. Is she morally, technically, ethically, spiritually, physically, positively, absolutely, undeniably, reliably dead? They're talking about her. And here go Isis, got a little Baphomet. So now here comes the coroner. As coroner, I must aver, I thoroughly examined her. She's not merely dead. She's really most sincerely dead. And while he's doing this, actually, I want to get that image. I want you to see this image without movement so we don't get flagged again. We do. I'm figuring this shit out. So he's opening up this. He's talking about her, not the bitch under the building, which is her, but he's telling the mayor, no, this bitch dead. We won. This is it. This is our moment. You know what I'm saying? And okay, let's just keep going. You guys got it. Y'all seen this enough where you should know it. I thoroughly examine her. She's most sincerely dead. So she's going to goblins below. Let us sing high and low. Blah, blah, blah. Merry we go, singing high, singing very low. All right, so you got these Lullaby League. In the name of the Lullaby League. Let me see, I wish to welcome you to Munchkin Land. So that represents something with her dreams, I guess. So here comes the Lollipop Guild. It's 3 of them niggas too. One of these niggas got a fucking, look at this shit. Look at this nigga. This nigga with the blue shirt got Satan ears on. Know what I'm saying? Little fucking thug ass niggas. the thuggies. All right. So now let's keep going. We'll get through this fast. It's already 5 something. In the name of the law. So look what he gives her. Boink. Oh, good stop. Good stop. Good stop. See this lollipop? It's a vortex. They're awarding her for pretty much doing that particular work. That blending to get to this point. Of course, we know her crest isn't over, but she's just pretty much getting awarded for being conscious at this point. The lullaby motherfuckers was awarding her for waking up. Now I get what them little bitches was for. Let me see. Let me go back to these lullaby hoes. Because they're reading these documents. In the name of the Lullaby League, we like to welcome you to Munchkin Land. And they gave her an award. Oh no, they never gave her the award, but they just welcomed her. So the Lollipop Guilds, they gave her the award. Vortex and Waking Up. I didn't even see that at first. So now also, let's look at this image. I guess I could do that. Just keep flipping images. Oh, actually, I better come out. I don't want none of this shit pulled up and getting flagged. You know what I'm saying? If so, I would go back and cut that shit out. But here, this image, you see the lollipop. She has flowers. She's dead. They're saying, you're a corpse. Her body has the flowers and it's saying she went through the vortex. Do y'all fucking see this now? She's in the cusp. This is a movie about the pyramid. This is the pyramid text, folks. Oh shit, let's keep this party popping. We represent the Lollipop Twins. I definitely do not want to get flagged. I don't want to do this a 4th time. All right, so, and this one I probably could do. I would just do the audio, cut the video out because I'm describing it so much. All right, so of course she's walking and then the witch shows up. But let's look at this. Shit, you know, we keep going back and forth, but shit, let's do it. In this image here, when the witch shows up, all the little munchkins fall on the floor. Why did they just fall on the floor? Why didn't they run? It represents them going back to sleep when her humanity shows up. Look at that broom, because I'm going to tell you what that is later. Look at that goddamn broom, motherfucker. Look, motherfucker. It's a movie with Curtis Mayfield in it, in jail singing. I'm sure I can find out what it is. This is probably Short Eyes. I bet you that's what this is. A movie called Short Eyes, which I didn't know was still in rotation, but I'm going to check that out while you look at that broom, nigga. What was this? What this? All right. Brother Panic. It was a movie called Short Eyes. I remember that. I only seen that once in my life, and I could just feel it, nigga. Know what that means? I'm getting better. Anybody who knows The Fly Part 2 knows that shit. You're getting sicker. I'm getting better. Yeah, that was Short Eyes. I only seen that once in my life. Shout out to my man DJ Hot Day. You showed me this on Betamax, nigga. And I remember that. I'm getting better. I'm a movie buff, so you know that's a thing. Look at a broom. Who killed my sister? Because her sister, or Dorothy, brung the Wicked Witch, or Miss Gulch. She hasn't been dealt with. That's why she shows up here, because ultimately Dorothy has to deal with her dark side. And they're saying that shit still goes on perhaps in the astral world. But you can see when this witch represents her humanity. And when her humanity shows up, it's the junk DNA sleeps. Your junk DNA doesn't exist in the same space. Most of your DNA is quantum. Your atomic DNA, only 2 came. 2 strands are operational. And the rest of these things are sleeping until you get what you need. Her pointed hat represents Tahuti. Her green represents her heart. So her consciousness and her heart are fucked up. The idea of duality, of courage and bravery, is represented in the witch and in Dorothy. First, you'll see Dorothy scared and you think she's a coward, but of course she eventually faces the witch, so she's brave. And then you really see the witch as weak. I'm melting, not really brave, but for who she really is. So Dorothy and the witch represent the duality of the lion, the double lion, in the same, as if we trickle down the concept. But they're not dealing with it that way. They're dealing with it in the way, because remember, the double lion is night and day, the horizon, sunrise, sunset, duality. So this duality, dark side and light side, is the same concept when you put it all together, but they're probing a different aspect in how it manifests. So the lion is the representation of in one thing as the double lion. So they representing that well, because they're trying to tell you where you are. And they're trying to tell you what the house of the double lion is. It's the ego, is the shadow self that you must deal with. Oh, we're going to get to this funk today. All right, so who killed my sister, the Witch of the East, which is Dorothy on the other side. But Dorothy didn't finish. Deep in the subconscious, we got to deal with the West. Well, that's what they're calling it. Who killed the wicked witch of the East, blah, 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 blah. And look at that broom and look at the munchkins dead. Or not dead, but sleeping. So who's that? Boom. Oh, wait a minute. I got to give you this. Where's the slippers? They're gone. She's trying to get those slippers because she's trying to lock down Dorothy's phage lambda initiation. Boom, boom. Hold on, give me. Let's look at this image. Let's do it, nigga. What do you see, niggas? I'm gonna let you soak that up for a while. I'll be watching Short Eyes. I forgot there's no bitches in here, so we're back to it. There you go, but folks, there's Baphomet. Baphomet trying to show you this understanding. This is what got it here. This is magic. It's not about who made it. He's only copying us. It's the concept in here you got to get with. You understand? All right, let's keep going. All right, so. And the last fucking time I did this, I was frozen the whole time. I may be frozen, but at least you heard, something's got to happen. You know what I'm saying? They're no use to you. Give them back to me. Blah, 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 blah. Don't give them back. And then magic must be taxed. She didn't even tell us so. So now, also, let's look again. We're going to keep going back and forth. I just don't want to get flagged. When she leaves in a puff of smoke and it's red. Root chakra. This is about Earth. This is about her humanity haunting her dark side that was not dealt with, having to be eventually confronted. So you got the red. All right, you keep going. So now here is where she talks about the Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz is Osiris. They bow down. Osiris is the transformation tool. It's all about Osiris, your judgment scene. You sit with Osiris. They tell you in the Book of the Dead, you must bring your heart, the Horus eye, your conscious, and make it the eye of Osiris. The Horus eye must become the eye of Osiris. Osiris is your new body. The new body you're trying to get into, Jake Scully. Oh, y'all gonna get it when I give you that. I'm a park James Cameron. I'm gonna fuck up that shit so bad, y'all might not even want to see all these sequels coming. Y'all do it for the visualization. But the science, I'm going to end his little trickery, because that's what they're doing. That's the only hustle, and I got told this a long time ago in the dream. The only thing that's actually working against you are these movies. And I could see how they do it now. I got a big trick that I just showed you it. how they did a whole song and they first set it up like they're singing about the witch, but the people who knows that Dorothy's the witch, they're confirming she's dead so they can exist. So they were sleeping. You seen the same thing in The Wiz. They were stuck in the wall. She came, total. That's waking up the junk DNA. Y'all little niggas could come out now. Isis comes and like, she's helping us. She's on that cosmic boat with her. So here you go. Follow the yellow brick road. Let's start seeing the yellow brick road. Okay, well, what you mean, bitch? Follow the yellow brick road. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, nigga. What happens if you just follow the yellow brick road? Then, of course, oh, let's see this while it's right here. Boink. This is how the witch leaves. She turns into this bubble or the sun and goes back. Where did we see that before? Well, let's see where we've seen that before. Oh, that's another name. Because biosense, what is that? Well, whatever, I don't care. Let's keep it on going. 8. Where did we see this image of this round bubble? See if it gets bigger. Oh, no. Oh, you do it here. Where did we see that before? What are you saying, my pretty? Oh, what do we have here? She represents the gateway here. To get through this gateway, which is your goal, and you can't get past these lions, is the goddess. I'm telling you, they're telling you the secret trick. And it's not like they figured it out. This is stolen information from us, but they're just sharing it between each other. So, because if you don't have the key, then you ain't got it. Goodbye. You will never have it if you don't have the key. So they can show you anything if you don't know. If you think it all starts when you're dead, you ain't doing shit. And most of us think that you're preparing for death, but you're preparing for death through this life, or you're preparing to come back. If you don't get the message, if you don't get the true work. All right, so follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road. So I'm gonna see this image. I'm gonna see an overview of this image so y'all can see it. Just hoes looking at the road. All right, and she starts here, and because they had an overview. If they don't see it, I don't feel like going back, but you see an overview of where the yellow brick road starts, and clearly it's a vortex. And if it's, there we go. Listen, here's what you didn't catch because of icons. Y'all gonna be fucked up on this one. First of all, here's a vortex. And we just discussed that a vortex is a gateway. So she is going through a vortex here, right? Follow the yellow brick road. But what if she followed the red brick road, which is right in front of your face as well? That's another path. This is the path back to humanity. This yellow brick road is the stairway to heaven. Oh, y'all ain't ready. Remember when I told you in the Book of the Dead, they fighting in this motherfucker. In the Book of the Dead, in the pyramid text, you're looking for an FTE event. While you're in the cusp, you're waiting for the sun to shoot off a spark, which is actually a stairway that you catch. We did that already. Know what we call that on Earth? You're on your path. You're already on the yellow brick road. You're already dead. You're already going through it. And when the DNA changes that they're talking about, what do you think you would feel while you're going through these changes. You're feeling it. It's called your life. It's called this illusion, this dream that you're in. If you're dreaming, where are you? What are you doing? Why are you dreaming? You're dreaming because it's all happening in your mind like Dorothy, how to figure out a clue. You're in a game, nigga. This is levels. You're stuck between the two mountains because you're stuck on a level, nigga, until you get the game code, until you understand the game. You're stuck here. The conscious ones are the ones who are the old ones who are at the top of the game. Some of you niggas are still gonna be doing another life because and even I would have done it if I didn't deal with this work. But I get it. All of that shit I've ever done is actually coming to this point. This is starting to, and I don't see any end in sight, answer a lot of open questions. There's shit that I found out I don't even know how to discuss with you niggas yet. I don't even know how to discuss. Man, Tupac came through and told me his code, but they can only tell you now. He said, nigga, I am the Kali Yuga, nigga. I am the duality walking. I could not get over his contradictions. I am the dark side and light side. I am thug. I am a thuggy. I am the product of Kali Yuga. And if you really understand me, there was a documentary where his friend was like, Tupac used to beat his ass all the time. Then he lay on the floor and do this kick. He's scared. But out of that, he learned how to become bishop. Oh, come on, stupid. Y'all can't, let me stop saying, I'm just saying it in a general way. Y'all not stupid. You know, I don't feel that way. It's just lecture shit. But let me say, come on, people. Can't y'all see that? How when he became bishop in that movie, he became bishop in real life? Because bishop is the same way I was sitting there drawing Panic, is guarantee you somebody he was cooking up. And when the director said, you this type of dude, he said, oh, I know that guy. And somebody else was supposed to play that role. And he came in and did a couple of lines or whatever. And the director, Ernest Dickens, said, wait a minute, nigga, you. And of course, y'all know the rest is Bishop. Terrible ass movie. But his role, you know what I'm saying, is what made Tupac. That's a shadow, nigga. That's a protection. That's a cowardly lion that managed to act and find a character that is damn near flawless in his aggression and what he's willing to do. He was willing, this is a made-up character, but all your characters, as I'm telling you, Brother Panic, is made to fuck up. Bobby lecturing, you think when I picked up the phone, hey, what's up, Panic? Which, you know, what's the line? Y'all all right? You think he was saying that to me? Yo, wait a minute, don't you know no good? Oh, yeah. But then I seen we'll get on the phone with somebody else. Well, basically, and I'm like, yeah, it's a character. It's somebody you have to see in your head to project. That's what this shit is about. Understanding what motivates that. You understand what I'm saying? And what you find that motivates it when you wipe everything away is because you were trying to protect yourself, you cowardly lion. So again, here you see there's also a red brick road, but this type of vortex, your eye it's an icon. They're saying yellow brick road, yellow brick road, yellow brick road. You don't realize she actually has a fucking choice here. The red, seeing the red smoke, symbolizes falling back into the root or falling into hell. Y'all gonna learn today. Today, y'all gonna learn. All right, Ho follows the yellow brick road. All these little fuckers. All right, so she needs to, what they realized when the witch came is, though she's awoke, though she's in that world, there's some humanity, some ignorance, some undealt with shit in her that she has to deal with. Go on, bitch. We'll be here when you get back. Thank you. So the first person she walks in, Scarecrow, and he is, oh, let me stop share. Oh God, I don't want this shit to get flagged for these little parts. If so, I'll take it down. This motherfucker has got to go up. This one is going up, even if I just have to make this audio. It's going up. This information is fucking valuable. There's so much resistance. This is the third time I'm doing this shit is wearing me the fuck out. But I remember all the points though, so that's better. So you got the Scarecrow on the pole. He's stuck on the pole because he's her brain. He's a consciousness and he's stuck on the pole. Need I say more? Boom. I told you your spine is that pole. Your spine is that chimney. So her consciousness is stuck on the pole. So she must first restore her in her right mind. And that's where it starts. This is you looking at lectures. Panic said, get that book. Bobby said, get that book. That's you freeing your mind off of its pole to walk with you in your consciousness. All right. So I'm just going to go through it. He already has an idea on how to get down. It's really her consciousness. She needs that. Takes him down. There's a scene. Let's see. We can find it. Make it easy. Show you who this guy is. Hold on. Well, I'll let it play. Look at this old goofy ass nigga. Hello there, Dorothy. All right, I'm going to show you a scene. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Which they were, boom. Go again. This crow sitting on his shoulder. Booyah, booyah, booyah. He's Tahuti. You see his green? He's Tahuti. Also note, he's got a pyramid on his head. He's Tahuti. Is that a pyramid? It's green, and they showed you his scroll. He's her mind. So they're telling you on your conscious path, you first have to have your mind right, which meaning you have to take control of your mind. What they're talking about, and I get it, the straw man and all that shit, great job. But what they're talking about on a more esoteric level is you taking control of your own mind. Conspiracy theories, investigation, research, that's what she's doing now. All right. So I'm going to tell you about this. When they start dancing, remember how goofy it was? Then there's a minute they both step their legs up together and start easing on down the road in synchronicity. So what it's saying is her humanity is starting to synchronize with her thoughts, and she's going good. Yeah, he's doing life would be a ding-a-dairy if I only had a brain. All right, we get it. So then they continue walking. She tells them, come to see the Wiz. We're off to see the wizard. Now they're walking. They come across an apple tree. Red apples. This is the same thing M. Night Shyamalan did. He kept all the red out of the movie Sixth Sense. And then he said he only put red, the color red, at certain key parts. And this was to wake up pretty much the root chakra. And the root chakra makes you aware. You see a stop sign, you become very aware. So when you start to think, maybe Bruce Willis red, maybe I need to go to the bathroom. What's my date doing? Need something to drink. It takes you out of thinking mode. And really, it's also a representation of planet Earth itself. Hold on. Oh, here we go. It's also a representation of planet Earth itself, or the root chakra, Satan, or hell. So when you're seeing the red in this movie, here's a movie where they purposefully use red in 1939, the same way M. Night Shyamalan, not an original guy, He's using red. So when he heard or seen or recognized that, because you could tell he was born and raised on the chakra system, every movie is just chakras. Except for goddamn those three, them motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, are absolutely about the shadow. And we're going to deal with that, but they're all related. And anyway, the apples come, right? And so she wants the apple. She tries to pick it. The apple tree talk, bitch, what's wrong with you? And how would you like somebody to take something off of you? So what happens is she says the words, I forget. I'm not in cancers anymore. What it's saying is I almost acted human because of my habits. And that's what the idea is. The witch is tempting her with her humanity to forget you are no longer human. So she's picking it by regular means. So then the scarecrow outfools the tree. We don't want those apples anyway. They have worms in them. And what motherfucker? They started throwing apples at him. And he pretty much, you know, doing all this shit, he pretty much outsmarted the tree. And what that's representative, Dorothy was using her mind to get the apple instead of trying to physically eat an apple because she's no longer human. But apples don't stop. They're up here. In fact, they're manifesting here because they come from someplace else. So you're in that someplace else. You don't pick them physically. They're alive. And that's an offense. In fact, some vegetarians say that shit now. Oh, I don't tear this off the tree. I wait till it falls. It ripes and it falls. They're giving it to you. So she's taking it by physical means. This would have fucked her up. But she, instead of doing that, she used her higher mind to get it, the scarecrow. So that shows she's synchronized with it and she's now using it. That's actually a test. That was one of her tests. All right. So you keep going and they run across this guy, right? Let's look at him. All right. So here he stands. Now, what you notice about him, of course, he's iron, and you can say he's the gilded man. And the standard story is they were trying to make, like the gold standard, they were trying to make silver either equal or close to it. So originally the slippers were silver, so they say silver walking with the gold, and this is the gilded man, blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe, but no, we're dealing with the esoteric. Look at his position. He's the iron shell to protect your heart. And you defend it with this axe. That's what he's saying. I am the protector of your heart. You haven't opened your heart yet. You don't have one. Now you get it. Now, what's interesting is once they eventually get to his oil can, they both stand on both sides of him like this. He hits them 1, 2, passes her the can, 3, 4. They're starting to, this is her, she's starting to open up the arteries, the 4 ventricles and arteries in the heart. He is her heart. She's starting to wake her heart up. In her hand, see that red apple? She's holding his heart in her hand because it's her heart. She's really putting it back together. You don't see that. She's got to go see the whiz, but they're really telling the story now. She's piecing herself back together. This protection guy. All right, let's keep it popping. So of course, they give him his oil. He wakes up. He's walking very funny coming out of there because she's waking him up. The same funny walk that the scarecrow did is the same, not a different, stiffer, but still a funny walk that her heart is doing because all of these things were locked down. She's under mind control and she's an emotional prisoner to all the pain of earth. Made an iron cast shell that nobody can penetrate. Are y'all getting this shit now? Well, let's continue because some of you niggas are slow. So he walks funny, gets out, and it's time to do his song about how special it is. Ooh, look at this while we here. Damn near the whole scene, while he's singing, she has his heart, which is her heart, in her hand. And he's saying, or she's exclaiming, if she only had a heart, if she only wasn't damaged, she'd be tender, she'd be gentle, quiet as a lamb, all of that good shit. But it's saying right now, she has the heart in her hand. Y'all, you gotta look at the image. You didn't even see that for years, I bet you. Because if you're looking for this story in a different way, that's what you're gonna see. Get on it, niggas. Get on it. All right, so of course he gets the heart, or of course he goes on the cheek. And yeah, he's walking funny, he does his dance. And in the middle of it, we might as well see this too. We're gonna go keep going. I hope they don't flag this. If not, we going audio on this. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing this a fourth time. And I'm adding this shit I'm adding all, if we doing audio, then I'm doing everything. 45 minutes of this shit. But Dorothy and Scarecrow are now talking about inviting him to see the wizard. And it didn't seem like it was a hard idea, but it's really her now using her mind, talking to her own intuition. Her intuition and her spirituality is talking back to her now. She took this back online. So now she's dealing with her masculine side and now her feminine side. This is about duality, the masculine and the feminine. She needs to balance that out with the third guy. Well, like, who is he, perhaps? They tell him he's down. There's another event that happens. The witch comes and she says, helping the little lady along, my fine gentleman, bitch ass niggas. And ultimately, and of course, she comes and goes. Oh, y'all watching this. In a red cloud, there's her root chakra again. And ultimately, what they say, let's see, once she's gone and did all them threats, Scarecrow says, afraid of her, I'll see you get safely to the wizard now, right? Listen to this shit. Whether I get a brain or not, stuff a mattress with me, huh? And then here comes Tin Man, and he says, I'll see you reach the wizard, whether I get a heart or not. Now that she now activated her heart, you see these niggas are now doing this, getting her to the whiz as a selfless act. Before, yo, the whiz could do it for you. That's why I'm rolling. Now they're exclaiming because she has her heart. Remember, the apples was the test of her brain. Her heart is now, these guys are now saying, I'll get you there whether I get shit or not. I am the heart chakra. Work with me, bitches. Work with me, niggas. All right. So now they go on and look at the next scene. All you got to do is look at the image. See how dark that is? They went into a duality thing. They're trying to show you another aspect or the dark side, or they're going into a subconscious mind, right? When they get in there, here's our important character. First of all, they say lions and tigers and bears, oh my. They could be referencing something cosmic in terms, remember there's Great Bear, or they just could be talking about the lower self or the animal, you know, scary, you know, this dark side. Just that she's now walking through an aspect of her dark side, and you know, this is a fear that she still has, you know, and maybe more. I didn't think about it and I don't want to overthink it. So they get scared by this lion that jumps out, and he's a bully. I'll fight you both together if you want. Come on, he's I'll fight you with one paw tied behind my back. I'll fight you standing on one foot. Fight you with my eyes closed. Pulling the axe on me, eh? Sneaking up on me, eh? Look at all that paranoia. Here, go away. Leave us alone. Scared, huh? Afraid, huh? That's what he wants. How long can you stay fresh in that can? Sarcasm. Once he knew they were scared and afraid, he's that bully. That's the true coward. That's the coward. It takes a man to, and they've been telling you that all your life, to walk away from shit like this. He's a bully. He's what they're trying. When he's scared, that's not the coward. That's the guy telling you the truth. That's the bravery. The coward is this guy. That's why they introduced him this way. He's the coward. You met the cowardly lion. He's the one who's fronting, the one who's honest. Ask any woman, nigga. Be honest with her. Who loves you, not just some bitch who's in a fantasy when you're fucking her about how you need to be goddamn Wesley Pipes or whatever. But someone who loves and really concerned about you, they want honesty. No, I'm scared. I don't want to do that. I need to figure out how to do it. Instead of put them up. They know you bullshitting, which is what they're doing here, showing you. And then they're shown in the form of duality, because he's tough 1 minute, coward, tough, coward. Not, you mean in the classic definition of tough and coward, back and forth. And what they're trying to point out in this particular moment, in this particular way, in this particular thing, is the duality, the double lion. They're trying to show you, once you got your mind right, and once you deal with your emotions, your mama, all that shit I've been dealing with, your ego now has to be dealt with. That's why the lion was the most pivotal character, and it's the last. It is the path of consciousness. The first thing you must do is get information. The second thing you do is chakra work. And the third thing you do is deal with the shadow ego, the cowardly lion that's created all of these shells, all of these tough guys, all of this sarcasm, all of this nigga what, all of this ornaments around you that you hang on to be a beautiful Christmas tree. But beneath it, you just like every other motherfucker, trying to make a design that stands out and says you're unique, but you're all trees, you're all Dorothy's. You all have to go to the same thing. And to be the truly glorious Christmas tree, if we're using that analogy, it comes from something that's on the inside. That's where all your glory is. When you're looking on the outside, you won't find it. Dorothy right now is on a journey inside, if you know what you're doing. So he's still popping shit, shivering junkyard. But here's where the shit changes. Let me see if I can catch a good picture of this. He starts chasing Toto and Dorothy. And let me see if I'm gonna try it one more time to get a better shot of this. If not, I'll just demonstrate it, because this is a pivotal point in something powerful. And boom, here we go. That's good enough. So look at this shot. You see her in this position? What's happening is she finally got fed. He came out. She didn't smack him, bow like this. See her hand? She smacked him like that. What did you do that for? What she was doing was putting her ego back in the jungle, back under the 3 chakras. She was taking control of her ego. She's the one that had the spanking. And based upon Khadijah, my sister, my mother, and that energy, it allowed me to see me doing this cowardly shit that you think is you, but it's really because you were scarred, and smack your ego back down. That moment is her controlling her ego. She got her heart back. She got her mind back. And now she has to deal with her ego. Notice, everybody got their one song. How come the lion gets two songs? He's the double motherfuckers. All right, so he goes, he sings his song. You know, if he only has some fucking courage. So now he's crying with all that pussy shit. Oh no, I don't have any courage. I'm a homo thug. He's really revealing his true self, or she's really talking to her true self. She knocked her ego or the bullshit out the way, and she's revealing to her heart and her mind who and what is really happening. She's scared. She's been lying to you. Y'all ain't ready for this. Tell them about the whiz. They're singing, they're skipping. Now, she got all three elements of what she needs to see Osiris. She's got her mind right, her emotions right, and she's got, oh, let me get out of this. She's got her mind right, she's got her emotions right, and you know, and her ego under control. So now the witch sees her poppies, something with poison in it. So what are they saying? She now has dealt with, and not just because of the heart and the mind. These are upper things. But the lion also represents your three lower chakras. The root, the sacral, and then the king of the animals, your solar chakra. The lion is also the sun or the solar chakra. In this particular case, it's your aggression. And an out of balanced chakra, you're either too aggressive, put them up, or you're too timid. I don't know. So he is that chakra, but there's duality in all of them. And if he's under control of the third chakra, he becomes king of the jungle. The jungle, sacral chakra, root chakra. So the master this is the king of the jungle, so you can deal snip, 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 clip, 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 and a couple of la-dee-das. That's how we spend the day all day in the merry old land of Oz, Emerald City. All right, but y'all ain't ready. So it's telling you something between the heart and the solar chakra, there could be trouble. What's the trouble? The trouble is the true work happens here, Emerald City. And there's certain things that need to be under control before you get there. So most of the failure happens in the three levels of the chakra. So that's another way of saying, let's look at this. Let's go here. Poppies. All right, so we don't need magnetosphere. We don't need Wizard of Oz. We don't need L. Frank. Remember some of these damn things. No Beetlejuice. No. What was we looking at now? I don't even remember why I came over here no more. What the fuck did I come here again? Something with poison in it. Why the fuck did I just share the screen? Well, let's see this while we are here. Let's see what this is. This is more acre dual lions of yesterday and tomorrow. Like you're stuck in this fucking loop. Like, yeah, here they're holding the sun on their back. Yeah, you got to get through this gateway, this middle point. I don't remember why I went here, but let's keep going. I'm starting to feel it, son. Let me stop sharing. Maybe I'll see it. Something with poisons in it, poppy. Oh, I know why I went there. All right, let's go there again. Cause I wanted to show you this. Where we at? Caduceus again. Caduceus. Let me see. Caduceus. Okay. You could look at it like she's on a path. See, this is why if she's walking, let's say the yellow brick road, which is the straight path to God. You see, as she's walking this path, there's some light on this side, dark on this side, and it just switches back, which is the yin yang thing. And again, if you looked over the top, you would see the vortex. But now, at a certain point, this is when she's walking through the forest, and or walking past here, and this is the forest. You can look at it that way. And she might, most people get, unless, I don't know if this is the spot, to your solar chakra. So let's say you're walking a path and you're getting up this path, this can happen. Wow. Back at the bottom, you get recycled again, and depending on your level, you may just do this. Let's call that Christian. Yeah, let's call this Buddhism. And let's call this Orisha shit. And then let's call this understanding you're the Christ. Understanding what your heart chakra is, understanding this, then perhaps you get to the next level. And let's see what that is. And the next, and then perhaps you get here. I can't remember because I broke all of these two snakes down, but this is the point. Oh, this is the point where Dorothy and the witch face off. And these are the wings of where Dorothy was, the flying monkeys. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hold on. We're going to do it. We're going to do it to satisfy whatever it is. Whatever it is. All right, so she's giving them poppies. And that can represent, but see, when you see it, of course, looks like this. Look at the poppy field. What color, guys? What do you know? Red again. So what they're clearly saying is these drugs, and she says something that'll make them sleep. So they're telling you that certain drugs are there to make you sleep. Heroin makes you sleep. She's talking about heroin, and that comes from the earth. But that's not ayahuasca. Sleep, dumb nigga, sleep. So, of course, you hear you're out of the woods, you're out of the junk to come into the light. They're saying you've kept coming. You see them coming out of the woods, coming in Poppy and Emerald City. So they're moving into the heart, but they're coming out of the three lowest chakras. Her taking her ego under control is her mastering that particular chakra. They didn't go from one. Well, they represented 1 till 7, but they didn't go. It's not like she's walking through the chakras. She's walking through the process in the cusp. Each conflict, which I could probably line up if I wanted to do that work with one of the gates or whatever, or some of them, however they decide to make whatever point, if you will, or just one gate, the gate that you're stuck in, this one, between the two lions. It could just be just about that gate. And you'll see why when we get to the end. All right, so we know the story. Just the lion and just Dorothy went to sleep. Not the Tin Man, not her intuition or her heart. The things that are connected to the physical world was actually the things that were going to sleep. So, and then, that is representing of along your path, the DNA being stopped in some sort of way. Of course, ISIS comes, you know what I'm saying? See that Baphomet? Oh, I didn't even know I caught that. Look at that for a minute. You see that Baphomet? They're trying to tell you what's waking you up, this root, but she's configuring their DNA, which says also ISIS is watching this whole thing. ISIS is helping her on the path, because that I've seen analogies. Linda is really the bad witch. She set off there. She could have helped her, mundane interpretations as I was looking around and seeing if anybody really was doing it on this level. I found some, like I said, good shit, but it's not really a comparison. I just wanted to see what was out there. I don't want to do a whole thing. And no, we already said that. And, I would still say what I was going to say, but I would say, well, somebody said it, but here's what I think. I don't know if people made the connection. If they did, bless them. somebody made the connection because somebody who knows and is designed to, because I can tell you at least 10 movies that got the same thing. Matrix references, Dorothy, but not in Kansas anymore. You know, so many of that, so much of that. Just like Cypher, I only see the code now. Oh, I can see the code of this place. And I'm not so shocked. If I really told y'all what I see now, y'all would think I'm absolutely crazy. And I'm seeing shit now that I'm not so sure I'm not. But here's Baphomet clearly. Why is this wand always upside down? Her right side up, because you can see this is up and it's a point. It's supposed to be up. But she's always holding it where you see in Baphomet. That's peculiar. Baphomet. So she wakes them up. They going, she wakes them up. You're out of the blah, 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 blah. Her heart has a problem again. She gives it more oil. They skipping their little bitch asses back on the road. The witch leaves her castle, said, oh no, I'm gonna meet that bitch in her heart chakra, Emerald City. She in Emerald City, I'm going to see her. They get to Emerald City. You're out of the dark, you're into the night, step into the sun, step into the light. You're out of the dark, you're out of the woods, you're into the light. Boom. Open, boom. Open. Hotep. Opening of the heart chakra. So they go, they ring the bell, says knock on the door, they talking about a heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. She wakes him up. The wizard, and as the doorman, same guy, they're saying this is a symbol of her a consciousness. She's working away. She's seeing his face. It's different roles, but in the end, well, know this, the wizard is her too. You're the wizard. There's nothing outside of you. This all is happening in you. What's crazy is, oh, y'all can't see it though. Don't worry about that. So she's making a case. She shows him the phase lambda shoes. I got these on, bitch. Oh, you a real bitch. So we got to deal with you and see what happens in the judgment. Your heart gets weighed against a feather. She's coming to get weighed. Open, and your heart has to be lighter than a feather. Is her heart lighter than a feather? Oh no. The witch represents the true heaviness, the true emotional stress that she hasn't let go because she hasn't confronted it. She wanted to run away. She's actually confronting it now, but she still hasn't dealt with it. Each particular point along the road, the witch keeps popping the fuck up, saying, nigga, I ain't going yet. You're still having a possibility of a problem. In other words, Set is still trying to drag you back down in humanity. She's still in danger of falling in the pig pen. That's what they were showing symbolically when her walking the fence is the need, the unconscious need she feels to walk a road and not fall. Now, with her phase lambda, she's trying to go get weighed. So before she gets weighed, they show a horse of a different color. I'm sure you could add something to that, you know, something about chakra mastery or whatever the fuck, or a horse of a different color. Oh, I got it now. You've been told many times, and many people said on ayahuasca and all the rest of that shit, sometimes they see colors they've never seen in our physical existence. So a horse of a different color may be some quantum reality they're talking about that's now pulling up. So what they're doing is trying to go get them fresh. This represents something that changes in the DNA in the heart And you can see who's benefiting the most from this change. Look at this old bitch ass nigga. What are they doing? Maybe I'll get a permanent. Look at this old faggot, faggoty ass, faggot. Hey, Ephraim, faggot ass, faggot. Yeah, they kind of made it. What they were showing though, when they were showing that kind of feminine thing, it's her ego that's kind of letting it go. And as you can see, or as you've seen, I can just show you this. Look in his head now, what he has on. He has a red bow. It represents he is now mastered or lifted up the root chakra. Out of it, is no longer submerged down in his ego. He now wears it on his head like a crown. He accomplished something. You understand what I'm saying? He accomplished something is what or she accomplished something. All right, so of course now they're all clean, and then you had the witch surrender Dorothy. What she's telling Dorothy to do, if I said surrender, that means give up. Give up your walk. Give up your path to consciousness. Isn't it easy to come back what you know? Isn't it easier to say, fuck it, I guess there's Jesus, and everybody will like me if I say he exists, so fuck it. Maybe I'll just say, I don't believe it, but maybe I'll say he exists, and before you know it, because you don't find nothing else, yeah, maybe he does exist. And the point I'm getting at is the witch is trying to coax her back to her humanity. Surrender Dorothy, the heart chakra doesn't know any of this. It's pure of heart. Who the fuck is Dorothy? The witch? Oh, nigga, they ain't supposed to be here. So Dorothy's the actual one bringing the witch. Dorothy is the witch. That is her dark side undealt with. All right, so 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's go. Surrender Dorothy. Who's Dorothy? Here's where this fool sings his song. If I was with his red in his hair, if I was king in the forest. And then it's really, even look at his face right here. You see this disposition? That's a face of courage. Now that he's in the heart, he has heart. So now, even they didn't finish the work, but he understands if I was king of the forest, hippopotamuses, rhinoceroses. I show him who's king of the forest. He's exclaiming his power. You don't feel ego, you feel he's talking about order. Her ego is now in its proper place. It sits at keeping not your own, it doesn't make its own enemies. It keeps your lower down below where the goblins go. It keeps that in check, lower light frequencies. The lion is the king of the forest. The forest represents the lower self. That means you have that shit under control and you don't fall into that. That's the training. You're figuring out how, this is what this is about. This love is perfection. This is how gods perfect themselves. And while we perfect the self, we do it and we have the realization, and the work happens in the dream world. You're in the dream world. You're in the dream. And at the specific place in the dream, you're between the two lions, which your boat can stop, which it has. That's called reincarnation, night and day. And a big part of that is because your mind is under control, your emotions are out of control, and your ego is a scared baby walking around as a bully. This is trying to lay out the work. You must get your mind right. You must deal with your real emotions, and you must deal with the shadow self. The shadow self is that fake ass nigga walking around. I'll fight you with one hand behind my back. Know how you say that in nigga terms? Go ahead, nigga, let's get to these guns then. If that's what you're gonna do, Then let's do it. Fuck that bitch ass nigga. I'll show him who's king of the forest. Hippopotamus, rhinoceros. I'm the king of the forest. Nah, that's made up. You have to be honest. And here he's learning and seeing that he's seeing the potential really in the heart. Dorothy still has to do the work. She's his courage. She's seeing the potential, I should say. She's seeing the potential. So why he sings the victory song, he gets 2 because he's duality. But why he's singing the victory song, because he's the last guy you have to reel in. Let's say I did a great job and I studied all the books I needed and wanted to study here. And let's even say I did this emotional work and Khadijah's my woman and I love her and I learned how to do this, that, and the other. Still got to deal with that invisible ego, the protections. Like for instance, here's how you protect yourself in New York. Anybody looking at you in New York, you don't look back. Not because you're scared, because you don't want to have to waste your time when they come to you and say, yo, bro, I'm just saying, I know it's an inconvenience, but you know, I got a family and, things ain't going right. You got $5, or something or anything. You don't even want to hear it. It's not like you're scared. So you look straight ahead. You learn that. You mind your business, I mind mine. Anybody looking at you wants something. When you move you built up a protection, a shadow. I come here, hi. What the fuck are you looking at? You think it's some hostile New York shit, but you were trained that way. The same way you motherfuckers who think you're nice, it was just trained to say hello. That's why you in New York saying hi in 2 weeks, you ain't saying shit to nobody neither. So it's training. It's a shadow or protection that you made. So now after 6 years or whatever, hi, I ain't panic. Who are you? How about those Knicks or Falcons? Then when I went to California for a lecture, I just got out and went to the supermarket, walking around, looking in everybody's eyes, and they're doing that shit. Looking straight ahead, not looking at me. California, I guess they got the same thing as New York in terms of it's so busy and everybody got a story. That's how they chose to defend themselves, by ignoring you. So I'm like, I came out the store, I was offended that nobody spoke to me or made eye contact. I was disturbed. Yo, damn, these niggas in hands rude. You know what happened? I said, yo, it's just they just wouldn't look at me. Oh shit, that's what they say about New Yorkers. Now I feel when they said it, I'd be like, nah, it ain't really big deal. New Yorkers ain't that mean. It's just that you just wiped it. But no, they're so mean and no one says whatever. But that's the story of that. King of the forest, king of the forest, king of the forest. He does his song. They waiting for this nigga to come back. They crown him. So what they're saying is, in this image, you won, nigga. The road was green too. This was green. You made it to the heart. So actually, he won. Now all she needs to do is do all the work, get to the end. He becomes king of the forest. I can't remember what the Tin Man did. They did Tin Man stories, but he's the heart. And Scarecrow ran Emerald City after that. So the Tahuti consciousness is now in his heart, or in the heart of the city. So you could kind of say you merge your consciousness back with your heart. I'll tell you this. When you were born, you were a ball, a baby, and you were a circle. And then you turn into a lima bean, right? When you're in that lima bean, they said this part of the lima bean is your head. And actually, it's like this, touching your heart. So your brain is actually, when it's growing, it's taking instruction from your heart. And then as you separate, it gives you the illusion that this is running it, but this is a copy of that. So the scarecrow runs Emerald City, which is the heart. They're talking about these things emerge, and right under it, a different reality is protected by the king of the forest. Oops. Let's continue. Let's continue. My good niggas. So, of course, you know, they get to the door. He won't let him in. And here's the thing. Dorothy sits down and cries, right? She's saying shit like, "And M was so good to me, and I never appreciated it." And like I said, I don't want to share the video, so I'm gonna keep going. She was good to me, I never appreciated. Running away, hurting her feelings. Professor Marvel said she was sick. Maybe she's dying. It's all my fault. Now, when she's saying this, what she's really saying is, it ain't about me. She's displaying no selfishness. Her whole reason for going home is to make sure Annie M is straight, make sure it ain't just about her. She showed the compassion. She showed, or what she did, look at this guy. What she did, she opened up the heart chakra. What he's seen was the same story in her that's in him, which the defenses go down. So in other words, like, you meet certain people, I can't stand that motherfucker. You meet certain people in a very short time, and I could say that shit for my man Bob and Bobby Hemmett. For that regular short time, y'all just kick it off. And you find your backstories are similar, because the cowardly lion, or the ego, is protecting the innocent child, is protecting Dorothy. So the innocence, usually, when you like a person, you've seen it. Something happened where you clicked with the honesty in it. That's the moment now that she's having in the heart. And that's why you like these people, because there's something in the heart that connects. When you hear their story, you hear your story. And what that is representing a quantum connection. He's showing, Dorothy's proven and opened the heart chakra when she could care for others, see others as themselves. Why you say shit like that you made so empty, namaste. I see the God in you. I see you. What you're really saying is, I see me in you. Therefore, if you don't eat, I don't eat, and I'm concerned about that. I'm not getting food for me. I'm getting food for us. And if it comes down to me and you definitely can eat before me. That mentality, not saying that's the thing, is what you're seeing here. This dude, and then as he's crying, he says, I had an Auntie M myself. She said, Dorothy says, I'll never forgive myself. Her grief is not for her loss. Her grief is for the loss of someone else. Compassion. That's the key. You have to understand, as much as I say I hate niggas, I don't really hate niggas. I hate humanity. And each nigga that buys into it. What I love about niggas is the small thing in you that seeks to survive, because it's the only thing real. Seeks to transform. It's the only thing real. And that I love about you. The things that keep you here, wicked witch, your ego, your lack of a brain, your damaged and frozen heart always being protected, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't want it in me. So why the fuck will I celebrate it in you? So that's the whole idea of the Bodhisattva. He gets to a level in his consciousness where at the last moment, he finds compassion for the suffering of humanity. What he's finding compassion for is the suffering of the souls. No one gives a fuck about a nigga who ain't never dying, just keeps coming back because he's stuck in this mountain, stuck in this mountain of madness. I guarantee you if I read that book by H.P. Lovecraft, that's what that shit is talking about. This is the mountain of madness. Oh my goodness. Shit be just being revealed. This is it. Oh man, I'll fuck y'all up all day. So we're off to see the wizard. So he says, stop crying, stop crying. Don't cry, please don't cry anymore. I'll get you in to see the wizard somehow. I had an aunt. I had an Aunt M myself once. He's saying I went through this process once. It's really her, but okay. Let's see. He's pretty much the bigger point is he's trying to say I see the connection. I see that I am you and you are me. The heart is a quantum entity. So that's why your natural abilities to share and to want to be shared with, because in every good thing you could do primarily is from your heart, and it's usually you feel better when you do it for others. And even if you do some loving shit for yourself, some of us feel guilty, but if you do so, see, if I do some loving shit for myself but surprise Khadijah with it, I always feel better. Because really, that's your natural state of being. We are quantum entities. Each one teach one, but not, you can use it on a physical level, but it's this he's talking about. A straight connection where I see you and me. I see me and you. I see us as one unified entity. You're not going to see that on earth. Too much polarity and too much argument and too many wicked witches in all sorts of conflicts. So of course, I want to take you up so y'all can see a hard scene. Boom, right here. What you're looking at here, because they are now about to get their heart weighed. Well, so we think. No, actually, yes. But they're in the halls of Mayat. I'm going to let y'all think about that for a sec. They're in the halls of Mayat. They're about to go see Osiris. He's about to judge them. Maybe he is. So they get there and, he asks each one of them court for it. As soon as they talk, even this part, what happened? Somebody pulled my tail. It was you. They're saying you're your own worst enemy. That's a statement of that. And each one comes forward. And each time, well, we were walking down the world. Shut the fuck up. So let me see. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. See this image? Look here. See the two snakes where they meet up, right? And what you're looking at is this point where the snakes come together on the caduceus. They are standing here. They can't. This is where your heart becomes light as a feather. That means you take off. That means you're balanced. That means you figured out your dark and your light side. They are working in harmony together. Oh, your logic, masculine, your heart, emotion, or feminine. Your heart they're in the heart, Emerald City. They're trying to make their heart light as a feather because they need to fly. Here's the trick. And your heart light as a feather, meaning you're earning your wings back. Your ability to fly. Your wings were cut, nigger. They're right at these two snakes. They're looking at this ball. That's the wizard. That's the ultimate goal. That's how you beat Mario Brothers. This is Congo, Donkey Kong. This is whatever, well, Pac-Man never ends. You know what I'm saying? This is the goal, the big boss. But you have to get your wings to fly. Your heart can't be, your heart, it has to end here. These are dueling forces that now see eye to eye. What does the wizard tell Dorothy? You got to confront the witch. Your light side consciousness must fuck with your subconscious. It has to unify to get past this point. And once it's unified and you get all the hidden shit out, your heart becomes lighter than a feather. You're still holding on. How do you know? The witch keeps showing up, nigga. She's got to go. So, of course, what does the wizard tell Dorothy? I'm going to grant you your wishes, motherfuckers. You clinking, clank, what that nigga call that nigga? A clinking, clacking calamity. All right, and let me see if I want to get a better picture of those two snakes. Look at this pussy ass nigga. They made him goofy. All right, let me see if I can get a. Yeah, he didn't even ask for nothing. He fell out, the lion, because he represents the ego isolated. He's isolated in the heart. He ain't got nothing to say. Still scared though. Let's see. Let me see if I can get this image though. Okay. Not really. There we go. Oh, get it, get it. There we go. All right. So here we have our image. Here's the two snakes. Here's the ball. You don't see any wings. What are you looking at? Well, again, two snakes and a ball. Two snakes and a ball. The whiz or wizard is Osiris. The beneficent Oz has every intention of granting your requests. What, bitch ass nigga? Oh yeah, they'll crash your request, but you have to do the work. All right, so next scene, of course, is back to darkness. Why is it back to this darkness? She's back in the jungle going to the witch's castle. Why? Because she's got to go into her dark side. So, of course, as they're walking with all their weapons, they say, they start chanting, you think this is haunted? No. The Tin Man did it. He picked up our heart and slammed it. They're trying to deal with her emotions and scare her heart. Tin Man said, fuck it, I'm still doing it. And then you had the ego saying, I do believe in spooks. I do believe in spooks. What he's saying is, I do believe in shadows. I do, remember we told you what a spook, a thuggy was. I do believe, he's trying to say, I do believe in the world of the invisible. He was a spook. The bully he made was a spook. So he's saying he does believe in it. So they're becoming this realization is coming. And what, this nigga got a big ass wrench in his hand? I've never seen that. Hold on, where's this gun? Why does he have a wrench now? I've never seen that wrench. He had a gun. And even then, people were saying the gun was the Mandela effect. Now let me see. Does he have a gun now? Yeah, the Scarecrow has a gun. He has a big ass wrench. Yeah, I ain't never noticed Scarecrow had a gun before. So they dropped them. Are you all right? I do believe in spooks. One of them, I found something else. Yeah, I do believe in spooks. And then the witches says, he's praying, you'll believe more than that before I'm finished with you. So you believe more than spooks. She's just pretty much telling, once I get your asses back to earth, you'll believe any motherfucking thing that comes out their mouth. Chemtrails is killing us. or the white man is doing. You just believe more than that. You believe that the white man is real, to be quite honest. So half this shit is real. So you'll believe more than that. She's talking about Earth. All right. So she's sending her flying monkeys. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember how that scene looks. Fly little monkeys, fly monkeys. Why do you see, well, actually, let me show you. Why you see flying monkeys in this scene? Because I told you already. She was already here with the wizard. You need to see wings now. Flying monkeys. This is why the monkeys fly. I think you need to know now, niggas. All right, so she sends the flying monkeys. The monkeys get them and bring them back. The monkeys represent the helpers of Set, the conspirators of Set. So here you see they destroyed, while they took Dorothy, they destroyed her, or tried to destroy or challenge her consciousness, i.e. the straw man. So Dorothy is, which is some of the best shit ever on the screen, her and this witch. Dorothy is finally confronting face to face her dark side. What is that, folks? Well, you see these two snakes? Well, let's even look at this. See the dark side? See Dorothy? See the flying monkeys? Dorothy is finally looking face to face. Now you getting it at her own dark side. That's exactly what happened to moi. That argument with my sister, then Khadijah, it allowed me, or it helped me, or it was a catalyst or the shock that made me look face to face at my own witch, at my own Igor, at my own dark side. That's why you do Superman, and Superman gets certain kryptonite and the dark side comes out. Batman, the dark side. That's what all superheroes are, putting on the mask and becoming who they truly are. The shadow. That's what the Green Goblin was, his own thoughts. Look at any one of them. They're created because of Spider-Man. They represent Spider-Man's ultra dark side, which you have to fight. That's why so many of the villains have so much in common and so taunted, because it's the villain's altar that he's fighting. Come on, dudes. Come on, dudes. So this point here is her meeting this snake face to face, and all in good time. And give me back my dog. Certainly, certainly. When you give me those slippers, bitch. The Good Witch of the North said told me not to do it. Very well. I'm gonna throw that motherfucker in the river and drown him. She's throw him in the river and drown him. But she's talking about, I'm going to take your consciousness and submerge it deep in. I'm gonna take your dog, your consciousness, and submerge it deep in your subconscious, in the river, in a basket. And it's still a basket. Well, you look for yourself. Here you go. See the monkey? Still got a basket. The basket is representing the subconscious mind. And here you go. Here's the root chakra color again. Mind you, she's green, like the heart. She's jealousy, envy, the wicked or the imbalanced heart. That's the Emerald City is where she had to go. And in her heart, she's holding malice, pain, abuse, neglect, whatever the fuck her issue is. This is it. These are the 72 helpers of Set. These are the dark side Goetia guys. These guys represent the flying monkeys. When you have a big problem, let's say Dorothy got raped. I know that's hard. And she created this altar to protect herself. That's her main problem. This is the first dramatic trauma, this witch. Out of the trauma that she created, the witch, all of these monkeys represent the emotions, the imbalance that help that witch. So if I'm angry, and that's the main thing that, Pam Grier. That's goddamn boy. She fell in some mud. If that's the main thing that is driving my life, anger, out of that sarcasm comes, out of that aggression comes, out of that snide remarks, out of that ignoring my woman, pouting comes. Then after a while, disease sets in, all from anger. And all of those sub reactions are the flying monkeys. All of those sub reactions are those guards who were marching. Those are all helpers of your main problem. And you're going to see what happens to them. So, of course, Toto runs away. He gets out the basket. And this whole, like, what they showed a lot of was this. Hold on. Yeah, that bitch was real with it. Boy. This was the wicked witch. You still scared of this hoe. Don't lie, nigga. Oh, here we go. He got away. He got away. Yeah, bitch. Boom. You kept seeing oh, fuck. I had it on share. I hope I ain't. If I got to cut these shits out, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going back to do it because fuck this. All right, so you see a lot of face-to-face. They kept showing the witch get in her face back to back because they were showing you or trying to subconsciously make this point. This is where all of these were the points where the witch showed up. You know, root chakra, the apple, and then how does she show up for this dude? The heart. Well, you say it's not really the heart chakras, it's Emerald City, but something to do with, I mean, I guess something, it's got to be in the, I don't know, they did it backwards where they went down or whatever, because that's, I guess it's like coming from the earth way, you have to get this first, that first, then the animal first. So I get it. So it's like you're digging down she's going down to get all of this stuff. And then she brought it back to the heart to deal with all of this stuff. I get it. So she needed to bring all these elements down and bring all of that in the heart where the true judgment is happening. Boom. So your heart being judged as light as a feather to move on ain't something that happens when you die. It's something that you can perfect now. And I know it not because I could, when Bobby, what that mean? When he didn't answer, it's because he let it go. There's nothing to figure out or talk about or kick it with. Once you've passed it, you're past it. The question becomes, can you still teach or want to teach? So far, so good. But for him, he said, no, this is it. Because the more you stay around here doing this shit, that's what connects you to this shit. To be quite honest. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see. All right, so let's keep going. Let's at least get this shit done. I'm tired, nigga. Drat your little dog, bitch ass nigga. So of course she brings Dorothy into this shit. And boom. Root chakra, she's trying to trap Dorothy in time again. She is what they say in the Book of the Dead, the human influence that's fighting to survive. How it manifests in this dream is your need to stick and deal with humanity. It torments you. That's the witches fighting you. When we do our consultations, the joint consultations, all them shits are therapy sessions. People are hurting and they don't understand what to do to get out of this, but they want to. People want the pain to stop. They just don't know what to do. I'm telling you niggas, I'm breaking down for you niggas. This is the instruction to this world. This is how you win the game in this world. This is how you beat this simulation. This is how you pass the board. Those elements those elements. I'm telling you, this shit is real. This is the 3rd time I'm doing this shit. I put one up and they took it down. 115 people probably seen the beginning. And the one before that, the images didn't come out 7 and something hours. Then the next one, 5 hours. And this one is going to be just as monumental. What I hope is all the little times I forgot and didn't take over sharing that it flags. If it does flag, then you're gonna get this. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing this again. I am gonna cut. We're gonna figure this shit out. Root chakra. Okay, here's the deal. Remember, and I wish I could show you this live, but I can't. She's looking in her pineal and she finds Annie M. Where are you? Where are you, Dorothy? Where are you? I'm looking for you. But that's a trick because she's not a real mother, but she's trying to play on Dorothy's emotion, her humanity, right? Oh, I'm here in Oz, Annie M. I'm locked up in a witch's castle. And then Annie M turns into the best scene ever made, I think. Don't go away, I'm frightened. And then as she's talking to Annie M, come back, but wait a minute. Look who comes back. Annie M, come back. I'll give you Annie M, bitch. Best line ever. But remember, I told you in the beginning that Annie M is the witch. Dun, 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 dun. Pop your collar, nigga. Annie M is the witch too. It's the duality, but if you look at Dorothy's face, she's realizing it. That Annie M is actually the one who abused her. Like, y'all, see, know what was different about me? And I noticed this, and I noticed through Khadijah. We got taken away from our mother, forced to home when we was 9. Everyone looked and treated us like, when y'all, how fucked up are y'all really? You know what I'm saying? Because we know it's there. We knew we were abused. We knew we were dysfunctional. And therefore we operated as such. But what I found out is the people who never had such a traumatic experience don't know they were abused. I've seen things, I'll just say with folks that, you know, that's dysfunctional. What do you mean? I said, do you know you was abused? That's abuse. But since no one ever told them, it's normal in their head. They don't know. The difference between me and a great deal of folks, they expected us to be fucked up. So they told us, y'all was abused. Y'all taken away from. We have a dramatic presentation of our bad story to know we need to look for things and should look for things. What if you don't know that? You're so fucked up that you think whatever it is you're doing is the right thing. That you got this. Yeah, I feel a certain way, but then all them sicknesses, diseases, boyfriends you can't get or keep, girlfriends that you keep fucking over, kids that you don't see. Why is this happening? Because you're an abused fucker who's actually the cowardly lion. And then what's your answer to it? Not to face it. Fuck humanity. You don't know fucking humans. I know that dialogue. That's the dialogue I would say. Until I realized, no, that's a quitting shit. And it doesn't mean, I'm saying fuck humanity as I deal with it, not fuck humanity because I'm choosing to ignore it. You gotta deal with it. That's what dog Annie M. All right, let's go. All right, come back, Annie M, come back. I'll give you Annie M, my pretty. That laugh is so fucking sinister. If you watch Dorothy's face in this moment, you think she's just crying out of terror, but look at it again. She's realizing this is the moment where the source of this evil has come from. It is Annie M. It is her, even though Annie M had the nicest intentions. In the end, Annie M's dysfunction has turned into an abuse for her. That's the nature of this place, no matter how great Annie M is. And as I pointed out earlier, maybe I can say it again now that I went through that whole explanation, is if your mother was good to you, it's even fucking worse, because you damn sure won't see the dysfunction in yourself. And everyone has a duality. That is this place. Remember your laws of Tahuti. You are in polarity, two sides to every coin. So even though your mother was nice, you got to see she's still, where did she get her niceness from? Mars, because I guarantee your mama was somebody's daughter of a daughter of a daughter of a slave too. They got the same training as you. So they may know how to present better and have presented better, but there is just insecurities in folks. That's it. So here, Dorothy, if you look at her face, though it looks like terror, but if when you see it in motion, you're going to see, what if this is realization? And she's realizing, Annie M is, she's starting to understand her dark side. You know what I'm saying? All right. So she's hearing this. Now she's worried about time. Toto finds her crew. They're all being pulled up the mountain, holding on to the tail. It looks brave. It looks strong. You know, he said, I hope this works out. I hope your tail works out. You know, so you see his coward shit. So the first thing they tell him, we need to sneak in and we need you to do it, Lion. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh, I'll do it. They find 3 of the guards and do it. All right. So they get in the guard suit, and then they march in with the other guards. The guards represent the subconscious mind of Dorothy as well. Those are the helpers. So the witch is the main dysfunction, and all the other things, sarcasm, greed, sneakiness, deception, not lying, but not always telling the truth or the whole truth. All of those things are your guards, and they're helping the witch because the witch is still running it. So she's injecting in the DNA now, because she's dealing with her subconscious now, Dorothy is. That's why she's in the high castle. She's dealing with her psyche now, okay? So she needs to inject in the DNA the wisdom, the emotional balance, and the control over the ego, right? So they go in, and then of course, when she's locked in a room, she's getting locked in her subconscious mind, and the heart breaks through that with the axe. So now you got the courage to sneak in, the heart breaking down the door. You got everyone doing a roll now because all her consciousness is working, and she's going against time. Then witch comes back, witch chases them. Damn, I wish I could show y'all this part. So, all right, they catch up, and you know, after running around. Now, oh, here's a perfect thing. You see this? I don't really want to do this. Oh, he already hit it. Y'all see these? Here's the symbol. You see these swords here? They're all at the level of their penises. Their penises are erect. Watch the swords. It's the only scene I'm going to show y'all as she's melting. Look at the swords. Look at them losing their erections. Oh, they hitting you with subconscious shit. Their dicks are going down. They no longer exist without her. And basically what Dorothy found, and mind you, the scarecrow now, who was scared of fire, because his brain was scared of Kundalini fire, is no longer scared. He's still reacting, but she through the water, they're working together because it's her brain. This bitch melted. She's melting her problems away. She confronted them, and she confronted them, and now she's dealt with them. Let's just look at it that way. Or dealt with it. That demon, she found there was nothing there. You know what I'm saying? She washed away her sins. Or they melted like lemon drops as the Somewhere Over the Rainbow said. So you seen the penises go down, and she's sorry, heart shy. I didn't know she would know, blah, blah, blah. And what they say is this: all hail Dorothy. What happened? They bow on their knees to her. What just happened was she took control of her subconscious mind now. Boink. Let's keep it popping, all you deep niggas. So thank you so much. And also note, here's a good idea. Yeah. They all look like the witch, because the witch created them. She was the master one. These are her children. She now took over the dark side. She's ruling this. She owns that castle. She owns her own head now. Now she's got to go back to the heart. What did the wizard tell her to get? Remember I told you to look at that broom? He told her to go get a feather. Now she could be weighed. He said, your heart is heavier than a feather. Go get me her broom. Go get your feather so we can balance this shit out. You heard, Big Bird? Pretty much deal with your heart, and your heart must be lighter than a feather. I got her broom. Boom. Here they go. They got their feather right there that you can fly on. Let me stop this goddamn shit. All right. So I hope they don't flag me for this shit. If they do, I am going back. This is just going to be an audio, nigga. This has got to come out. So he telling these hoes, go away, come back tomorrow. We know Toto, her guide dog, pulls behind the curtain, which represents removing the veil. So she actually was successful. She had to see what was behind the corner, but here's the deal. This is where it's supposed to confuse the general guy. We already psychologically remember this actor playing Professor Marvel, the hustler. The real niggas know if you could see past all the looking and the hustle, because you want to say, them mind readers and crystal ball seers, they're hustlers. They're all hustlers. You want to say that anyway, and you've seen a hustle game. But the esoteric thing is, he guided her in the right direction, and he let her say what she wanted to say. That's in mind control books. Neuro-linguistic programming. He pretty much just kept throwing shit out there. It's a weather vane. It's a horse. I see a barn. That must be our farm. Yes. I see a lady. She has a polka dot dress. That must be Annie M. Yes. Oh, she's sad because he's trying to get her to go back home. She's terrible. She looks bad. She's on the bed holding her heart. Why would she do that? Because I ran away. Yes, it doesn't look too good. I better go home now. Yeah, okay, go home. That was masterful. He let her give it. She thinks all the ideas are hers. That's mind control 101. They showing you that in the movie. They know what this shit is. They know what subliminal programming is. So now that since they know what subliminal programming is, they use the same actor. So you think in the back of your mind, is he helping or is he a huckster? He's a huckster. He was just a man behind the curtain and gave him an award and a badge. But no, watch the difference. What he is, he's also Dorothy. The victory he had in the head got it to Osiris. He's Osiris. And long story short, when he talks, what he's doing is showing her magic. Oh, you want courage? You're in a place where you just say, I'm courageous. So symbolically, here's a medal. Oh, you want smarts? Just say you are. Here's a diploma. The isosceles triangle, blah, blah, blah. In other words, you ain't got to study. You ain't got to go anything, blah, blah, blah. What did he say about himself that was deep too? Oh, yeah. I remember this. And let's see. I'm going to go up a little bit. Y'all can watch this. Deep yourself, confusing. Oh, he's talking about heroes, giving him the courage. Duh, that's what I get. And he told this nigga, you need a testimonial. Now he has a heart. His heart is now under his control, or Dorothy has it under control. The courage. Damn, I had more of a meaning for that. I'm trying to remember what it is. That's what you hate doing these over, because you're trying to remember what came through the last time, and it fucks you up. You don't want to miss nothing. So that's why in the third time you really get, you'll hear a whole different take pretty much of the same shit. In all the other ones I did, because you're in a different place. But anyway, what was I saying? The brain guy, what did he get? He got his degree. So that well, doesn't matter. So what he's doing is giving the DNA what it needs, or its victory. They're winning the game now. So the big boss, which is the wizard, is giving them everything they need. And so she's done it. So what they're saying in the statement, to see Osiris, which is the body that you're turning into, you're gaining a new body. Oh, fuck. You're gaining a new body to, oh yeah, go away. To exist on a quantum level, but these things represented as these three are actually has to be in order for you to get past this level, to get past the double lions. You must deal with the shadow. You must deal with the ego, the heart, emotions through your chakra work, and your mind through your spirituality and your conscious study. And then you have to recognize the demons that you have created, that everyone's calling an asshole but you. That's the wicked witch. You have to confront yourself. You have to look yourself face in the face and say, I see you. You weren't doing too good. It's time for you to be healed. It's time for you to melt. I don't need you no more. Brother Panic, he went back. He's home. He's got the victory. The victory. The only thing now is this body. And when it expires, it was nice meeting you guys. Not really, but let's pretend. But that's okay. I left enough of a record here for someone to follow. And that will happen. And maybe a lot of you will get it on this one. But it's not up to me, and I'm not concerned, to be quite honest. It's up to you. You need to concern yourself with your shit. And if this doesn't matter to you, then what do you care anyway while you're listening? But if it does matter and this means something, this is a map. You don't even know if any of this shit is real. All I know is, what I do know is, when I woke up on the planet, this was already here. I don't know, maybe we all wake up on the planet and this story is here because there's something that is trying to give us hints and clues. Like if we was playing Evil Dead, you go in the room and you find a clue and you know what to do next. Who the fuck knows if any of this shit was real? The point is you don't know, and that's really the key. All right, so Dorothy asked for her shit. Okay, until one day, I was performing spectacular feats of stratospheric skill. This is the wizard talking to the crew. While performing, never before attempted by civilized man, an unfortunate phenomenon occurred. The balloon failed to return to the fair. It did? Weren't you frightened? Frightened? You're talking to a man who laughed in the face of death, sneered at doom and chuckled at catastrophe. I was petrified. See, the wizard is showing you that he's showing you the dual side. He's showing you that cowardly lion that turns into, but he also showed you the honesty. Oh, aren't you talking to a bad motherfucker? I was petrified. He's past all of that. He's speaking in duality. Y'all ain't getting it. He understands night and day. He understands the double self, the double lion. He knows there's a part of his ego that tells his self, nigga, I'm fucking Brother Panic. Are you crazy? Know what I've been doing? Know how I speak for hours, nigga. Sit down, nigga. I was petrified when he asked me to go on 2020. See, 2020 asked me, nigga, my name is Panic. You better recognize I don't speak to you. But you said something so interesting. And I'm saying something a little bit more interesting now. Fuck you. Oh. But I may be able to say, weren't you scared? No, Brother Pat told that nigga like I want to. I was petrified. And that's why I didn't go on the show. Not really, but because I'm the whiz. But you get the point. He's showing that this is not a problem. He could talk out of both sides of his head because he's mastered the double lion. He's mastered the dual place he's in. So he's the wizard. He's the big boss in Mario, King Koopa. Y'all ready? So the wind changed, blew instantly, and I was instantly acclaimed Oz, the first wizard, deluxe. It's been time being when I accepted the job, retaining my balloon against the habit. Blah, 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 blah. You'll find I will return. All right, so you know he's out in the street, got his balloon, making that shit, talking that shit. Dorothy sees a cat. We used to see that cat. Remember, the Egyptians have a love affair with cats. Why? Because they were trying to tell you, you in the house of the double lion, nigga. You heard me, bitch. That's why they love cats. So Toto jumps out of the basket. Dorothy gets out to chase a cat. That represents, you can look at it. In this case, you can look at it as a failure or a temptation, but this had a purpose. But remember, Toto got all of us in trouble in the beginning because he was chasing a cat, Miss Gulch's cat. So they're trying to say there's something Dorothy didn't get yet, meaning she ain't supposed to get in that balloon. And here's why. And it makes sense. So the wizard is leaving, saying goodbye. He's gone. Dorothy's like, what the fuck? I'll never get home. What the fuck I'm gonna do now? Soon as she says that, well, first they're like, we all love you. You can stay here with us, pretty much in the heart. She's like, no, but it's not home. So even though it feels good, for instance, now, more than any time in my life, I've never felt this light. I never felt this good. I never felt this fucking relieved. I never felt this unburdened just by saying sorry to niggas. Remember, you forgive people, it's for you. You fucking right. It's for me. And what I noticed is I'm in the Emerald City. But like Dorothy, though all these elements, my wisdom, my heart, and ego are saying, now you should be on Earth just enjoying yourself. You can live here now in the Emerald City. She knows, we ain't done yet. I got to get home. Sure enough, as soon as she's saying that, who shows up? Big Mama. Now that she went through the process on Earth, remember the ISIS thing keeps you moving out of the gates, the double gates of the lion, or the double lion gate. So now that Dorothy has done the spiritual work, ISIS is coming for real. What does ISIS say? Or set for you politically correct niggas. All right, she comes back in her little sunball. She's walking around with a little orange sacral dress. You see these things here. Let me go back a little bit. You see these things here again, just like the wagon wheel, boink. You see this thing, these designs, but it's representing the cosmos, the circle And this is actually, I couldn't count the spokes, but the chaos sign, actually, if it's 8 spokes, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, it looks like the halfway point. So that means there's probably 4 underneath here too. So this is the chaos sign, 8 of them, I believe, if I remember that shit, when I studied that when I was a boy. Let's see. But it does represent the cosmos, and I just noticed that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it is 8. That's the symbol of chaos. So she makes her way to the podium, and okay, here's the big deal. Okay, she makes her way to the podium. Oh boy, I'm ready to go to bed, motherfucker. 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. I gotta get out of here soon. When she gets to the podium, Dorothy curtsies. He said, "Will you help me? Can you help me?" She said, "You don't need to be helped any longer. You did the work." That's what she's saying. You did the work. Y'all niggas need help a little longer. That's real. You always had the power to get back to Kansas. Kansas representing the center of self or home. Your home is in the center. That's what that's a symbol of, among many other things. And so you always had the power to go within self, which is your real home. I have? Why you didn't tell her before, bitch? You know, valid question. He said, she wouldn't have believed me. She had to learn it herself. So this whole process that we're going through is a learning process. Why we're doing it? We're perfecting our DNA. What's the purpose? The real why? It's all about love. Via Bobby Hemmitt's message when he came back out of a coma, they said he wasn't supposed to come back from. He came back with a message. It's all about love. This is about perfecting your DNA. And we do it, believe it or not, it is a game. This is nothing more but Grand Theft Auto, and you are player 1. You need to understand that. You got to figure out how to get out of these rooms like Evil Dead, Raiders of the Lost Ark games, how to find the Diamond, Adventure, Metroid. All of those games are trying to practice at the biggest game you're in. It's called humanity. It's called whatever you call this shit. This is nothing more than a game. You got to find the clues, figure out the clues, and damn near go crazy doing it. But you have to learn it yourself. What you're learning is yourself. As you're going through these gates, and you may have to spend time as a human and as a this, but what you learn, like Dorothy just learned, was how to perfect aspects of yourself. And then in the next thing, which it seems there might be a next thing, because you're always chasing the wizard. What happened to the wizard? He went to the next level. You beat him on this level. He gave you the gifts of this level. He certified these aspects in your DNA. Now he's on his balloon going away. Why is he going away? Because your dog had to get out. It got tempted by the cat. It got out, but it wasn't about the cat. It was about her path home is different. You're always perhaps chasing this boss. So remember how you would beat Donkey Kong? He said, "Oh, you got that, nigga." He'd take the princess and walk up another level. Or get in a balloon and fly away. While you think you're going with him, not yet, bitch. You're going to go home, meaning you're going to deal with the victory here, or you could say you're going to go home until you actually lose your body, which is what I would say. I am home now. I feel like I'm home. I feel like I was gone for such a long time. Yo, this shit is weird, nigga. It feel like I was gone. Like, it's like I remember myself. I remember, it's like how I was thinking, how I was feeling. I was less burdened with shit just by turning this shit on. And we just had to begin it. But perhaps the home, because they say what? Home is where the heart is. So I think she had to find her true self. You can look at it that way. And as she gets back to Kansas, finding her true self, when death does come, she actually did the work on earth. Physical death, when the body or the vessel expires, it really comes down, does her consciousness need to come in another vessel and try to finish this game? Or just live here forever. But you're walking through a path. And then each one who becomes conscious is the actual ones who's taking the opportunity in the cusp. And if you don't get what you need, you're going to fail. You're not going to be able to scarecrow, wizard, but where most people I see are failing is the ego and the shadow self. When they get to that cowardly lion, they don't know how to deal with it. They don't know first, they don't know what they're dealing with. So at least the first step is finding your brain. They find some books, they find some lectures. The second thing is finding your heart. Maybe they find some emotional shit, change their diet and eat less aggressive food, which doesn't seem to do shit. But let's say they did that and they did that right in the heart. Then that takes you to what you have to deal with in the heart, which is the dark side of the heart. What's in the subconscious because of all of these things. So the subconscious is the witch's castle. Nobody they don't know how to go in their subconscious mind because they really haven't dealt with these two right, and they haven't dealt with the ego right. If you do that, then all three can help you with the subconscious mind, the controlled ego, to see true perspective and honesty with yourself, your true heart that breaks down any of the walls. That's why he was cutting shit through. And then your wisdom is the wisdom of what it is, once you find out what you're confronting, to dissolve it. Come on, nigga, this is the message here. She had to learn it for herself. Meaning, I could bring you to all the doors, but you have to walk through, Neo. Or meaning, you could lead a horse to water, but you can't make her drink. So if she would have brung her there and told her, she wouldn't have necessarily wanted to drink it, because she would have went through all of that, seen this fucking guy behind the curtain and said, what the fuck? This nigga? No, after you've seen the adventure, you've seen what she's seen is his logic, how what he's doing is working, how the magic is working. She can't see how the magic's working unless she walk the path. Let's say after all of this in the graduation, and I was talking to students, and some students say, yeah, I got a heart chakra, and I don't know what to do. Let me tell you something, son. As a veteran who went through the 12 gates, you went through the 12 gates, yes. And when you get to the double lion, this is where you can get stuck in the game. How so? Because this split, this polarity, this. You're looking for three elements which are hard to find. It takes a while to find it, but when you find, but that's what the conversation would be, niggas. Because you're in a game. Oh, you're in a game, nigga. So what have you learned, Dorothy? Remember that whole big line? So you got herself asking herself, now explain. And she says some shit that it took me 3 times to fucking figure out, which was, I think it wasn't enough to want to see Uncle Henry and Auntie M. She said, I don't think it was enough just to lust over earth, Uncle Henry. That if I ever go looking for my heart's desire again, right? I won't look any further than my own backyard. Let me repeat that. I won't look any further than my own subconscious mind. What she realizes, there's nothing outside of her that's haunting her. There's nothing outside of her that she wants. Home is where the heart is. Home is what she makes. And if she's looking for her heart's desire, home Home is where the heart is. If she's looking for a heart desire, home, she wouldn't have to look any further than her own subconscious mind, because your subconscious mind is where all of your answers are. These symbols and these things are to unlock that. You're doing this. She won't look further in her own backyard, because if it isn't there, I never lost it to begin with. So she's saying, wow, I'm looking for this. So what she did was look all around the world, or like maybe Bobby Hemmett got it, maybe Panic got it, maybe it's in this book, maybe if I go to this seminar, maybe if I eat this food, I'll find this. And what you're really doing is looking outside of yourself for it, no matter how much even Bobby, myself, and others tell you to look inside. So what she's saying is, if I do look inside and I'm looking and don't find this, I never really had it. I never lost this to begin with. It's not a part of me. And I should look for what's in me for my heart desire, not what's out of me that I think I need to obtain as my heart desire. What she's pretty much saying is to look within. The work is within. And it took me a minute to, what the fuck is this hoe is talking about? But she's talking about the inward journey. And then she asked, is that right? Almost as if she was supposed to walk this path to find this out. And that's the true reason that she gets home, because they really question. Look at this. Well, let's show you. Look at this image. She asked her, is that right? All of these guys, which are her, which is why they're behind her now, because they represent the work she's done. She's asking Isis, is that right? Look at them. They're waiting for her to approve Dorothy, because Dorothy's statement is what the actual, she's pretty much asking, bitch, did you learn? I see you did the DNA work. I see you dealt with your heart. Look at him wearing his heart on his chest. That's her heart. Look at the courage. She's standing right behind her. Look at the brain right to the left of her. That's the left brain, masculine, right brain, feminine, ego. Behind you, get ye behind me, Satan. That's your evil or dark side, the liar. She's got him under control behind her. That bitch ready for action. What's on her heart? The motherfucker who got her there, Anubis, Toto, her son, Osiris' son. She's asking Isis to bless her. Okay, I'll act like y'all niggas are ready, but y'all ain't ready. All right, so you know what I'm saying? That was so easy. I should have thought of it for you. It's easy, but it's hard. Like, I guarantee you, now that you'll see this through this particular showing, watch how easy you'll start feeling shit is. Oh, okay. I just deal with my chakras, my study, and my ego. That's the focus. So I don't have to focus on chemtrails. I don't have to focus on spirulina. I don't have to focus on supplements. I don't have to focus on GMO. I don't have to focus on crooked pussies, malt liquor. Name the list of everything you think is killing you or might save you. None of that matters. Do what you want to do. Do what you like. You like eating pretzels, be pretzels. You like eating pig knuckles, then let the knuckles reign supreme in your life. That's not the judgment of the thing. If you're doing the work, here's your elements right in front of you. Here's the three symbols that the pyramid text specialize and is regurgitated by Elfrag Monk, if that's even a real fucking thing. All right. I should have thought of it for you, Dorothy. So then I should have felt it in my heart. No, she had to find it out for herself. So he's saying, I should have felt it in my intuition. He's saying, I should have thought about it in my logic. No, this bitch has to feel it for you. Mind you, this guy, the ego, Or the lion, he ain't saying shit. I should have had the courage to confess. He could have made up something. I should have had the courage to do this or that. They're not doing that because, oh, I'm not even showing you, but it doesn't matter. Well, let me show you. So they're in this position, you know, she had to find it out for herself. So left brain, right brain behind you, they both speak to her. You know what I'm saying? He says nothing. There's nothing for him to say. He's tamed. He's her ego tamed. Let's go. Almost done. I'm happy about that. Now those magic slippers will take you home in 2 seconds. So now that phase lambda, we about to make that work. You had them on. That's what walks you through. Take you in 2 seconds. Toto 2, bitch. Whatever you wish. Now, he said, whenever you wish. Meaning, bitch, you in control. Oh, dear. That's too wonderful to be true. It's going to be hard to say goodbye. Okay, she's saying goodbye. They're going back in the thing. Goodbye, you lying motherfucker. See, he's honest. No more tough guy. The ego is over. He's controlling. He's the king of the forest. He's got her root on his head, which means he's got everything underneath, under control. All the animal self, he's the man. He's got his courage, and his courage is, to be honest, look at him crying, Mr. Courage. He's crying because it takes courage to show emotion. Even to this day with niggas, it takes courage to say, yo, that hurt, man. What the fuck? Like, you don't go in the studio, nigga, yo, nigga, what's up, nigga? Word is born, nigga. Your head shake. You smell funny. That hurt, brother. Why would you say that? I mean, nigga, word is born. Your mom's like it. You know, whatever you're going to say. Your mom's love to smell right underneath my nuts, and she loves it as soon as I come in. There's something about that sweat. So, you know, I usually just take out my nuts and just wave them over your mama's head. And I usually do this dance, but the nuts are hanging and they're going boom, boom, boom. I know how to make all sorts of beats on your mom's head with my nuts. What the fuck? That's a long ass defense, nigga, in the ego. But that's to say, that sounds more reasonable than, why'd you say that about me? You said that hurt, and take it back. He's showing that. Yeah, I'm starting to get tired. He's showing that shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get the fuck going with this. So goodbye, lion. I say goodbye too. Now look at this. Oh, look at this. Here we go. See her bluebird above her head? Let me go back 10 seconds. Look at her bluebird above her head. She's going to where bluebirds fly. Once on a lullaby. Let's see. See a Baphomet star? Go on, Baphomet. Go on, Baphomet. Go on, Buffy. Go on, Big Buff. Go on, Buffy. Go on, Buffy. Then here comes the vortex. There go Baphomet. Look at that vortex. She's going where bluebirds fly, nigga. She's going back home. See her in this middle gateway? She's the middle point. She's the house. Here's Baphomet. Here's the circle of Baphomet. Look behind me, stupidity. Circle. She's the middle point. Baphomet represents the middle point, your house of the soul. 5 points of man. In the middle is what, niggas? What? All right. So where we at? I'm glad we at the end of this bitch shit. I hope they don't flag none of this shit. They do. I'm figuring it out. So that's a mantra. Whenever you're down and you're feeling out of sorts, you rub your temples. My suggestion is you take your middle fingers and rub them. The 2 fingers that ground you, connect them. 2 fingers here. Forward to go backward, to go forward. Backwards to go back in time. So there's no place like home. There's no place like home. This is what you imagine your home or life to be. Now, if you're, say you moved in with a chick or moved somewhere, moved out from New York to Atlanta, if I need to remember the feelings of home, you rub backwards, grounding yourself, running backwards. There's no place like home. You're thinking of your grandmother's house or a good time at your home. Now, you're moving forward, you're thinking how your home want to be. You can click your heels if you want, but but to really wake up your root or the ruby slippers, you know, root yourself. That's a hell of a mantra. You might want to do that or do that when you really ready. So then as you can see here, let's see if I can catch it. So Dorothy clicks her heels, vortex, boom. And here's the scene that they chose to show. And she's back in her house. You travel through this. This is very much related to the Merkaba. And your Merkaba is your vehicle for travel. This is very much related to it. He's in Baphomet also sits in that meditative pose with his legs crossed. The bottom is Merkaba, and they're showing you as above, so below. They're showing you concealia, dissolve, whatever, which pretty much means evaporate, condensate. They're showing you how to go through different worlds. Y'all playing with this shit like it's a religious thing. It's a science thing. You follow what I'm saying? Right here, I mean, even this image, the house is in her face in this house as it goes. This is her. This is you. This represents the. Do I really need to rant with this shit? With the obvious, if you're too stupid to get this shit, then you deserve the stupidity that becomes you. So pretty much, she's waking up when she's back home. The human mind thinks, well, you know, she made it back to Kansas, but really she made it out of Kansas. They just couldn't show her in the cosmos. You know, what would you say about that? But she's waking up from the dream. So the dream here, let's say with Khadijah, my kids, like Buster Miles' heart. The dream here, when he woke up coming through the cusp, he was back with his family. So maybe you're back with the true family, the true Khadijah, and y'all get to go, yo, bitch, wasn't that a hell of a ride? Damn, but we're better. Our DNA has changed. Maybe this is how you up your money from where we're really from. And it's not economic money, but your value based upon your DNA, how pristine you can make your DNA. And maybe we created things to go through the trials, because all this, at the end of all of this, it's a know thyself moment. What if that's the rule of the game, and no matter where we show up, the different lives on different realities is just another game until we get to the end game? What if we're on Earth now, but the next stop is Venus, then the next stop Mercury, and then the next stop through the sun? How would you know? We used to live on Mars, yeah. And we're now in between Mars and Earth. One has the cat face. When it's put together, the man and cat face is the Sphinx, half man, half cat. Remember, there was a time we was having dreams about cats. They were merging with our DNA. And then we said, well, that's the Sphinx. Bobby had the dream, I had the dream, several others, Khadijah, B.O.B. Yeah, like you couldn't get this cat off of you. And I think it was trying to tell us something. You're in the house of the double lion, Acre. And I think our subconscious is, you couldn't get it off. It was like, fuck, now I get that. It was trying to tell us, you're stuck here. Listen, y'all need to listen to what the fuck I'm saying. Y'all are stuck in the house of eight. We are between the double lions. One is on Mars, or what we see is Mars out there, and one is here with us. We're stuck here. It's the double ego. It's the duality. It's half man, half cat. So it's dark side and light side. mixed together. Oh, y'all better get ready. So she's waking up from the dream. It was beautiful there, but it was that. You were there, you were there, you were there, which is another way of saying you guys are all from my psyche in the real world, and y'all showed up as helpers and whatever. So I'll be like, oh shit, you a real nigga? Yo, I was having a dream about you. Your name was Bobby Hammett. Oh, that's some funny shit. But nah, we used to go to school together, and we became cool, and I was your gym teacher. What the fuck? Why did I symbolize you on Earth? That's also a possibility. Well, I had a dream, nigga. You were there, or in the dream that I purposefully asked to do for my DNA change. You was there, and you was there. Oh, bitch, come on, nigga. And then we don't know what this is, but I'm telling you, this is a reflection, and you would never know what it is if you didn't. If I would have never found the cusp information, would you have seen this? And I'm clear on what this is. And when I do Avatar, it's just as much fuckery in that. That ain't about Jake going to a new planet. It's about Jake dying and waking up in the cusp. Ooh, I'll just give you that preview and see if you can see it yourself. Look in the beginning of that movie. Jake is looking at himself dead. Ain't no brother. No more than the Wicked Witch of the East was the Wicked of West's real sister. They're the same thing. So Jake is the one who died. He was conscious because he was sitting on Isis. When he landed on Pandora, he landed in the cusp. And I'm going to fuck you up with the rest of that shit. Now, so she's just woken up from the dream, and that could be symbolic of what or whatever. So look, I don't think I forgot anything, but that's enough. We're going to see if this one gets through. If not, I'm going to make it an audio, and you're just going to have to go from there, nigga. Have to do what you got to do, nigga. I'm coming back with a Trinity. So much shit is breaking through. Fuck it, I might be back tomorrow with a whole new thing. But I'm definitely going to do Avatar, and I'm definitely going to do all 3 M. Night Shyamalan joints. Finally, I found out this code, and that series is worthy of it because so much of his shit is just so, nigga, please. But it's interesting. I've seen the use of red in The Wizard of Oz, which I never seen before. And I thought M. Night Shyamalan at least was the first one to pull it off. But no, he's only biting from that. So they looked and decoded as filmmakers. They weren't even looking for the science, I don't think. What they were looking for is the technique as filmmakers. And I think he found it or stumbled on at least that idea of red. And because he understood chakras, he just made it so, what he did. All right, niggas, occultlectures.com. As soon as the COVID go away, after winter is over, as soon as they're able to start, we're going to start doing live lectures. That's the thing I want to do. And my book, I'm thinking about March. Do not ask where's the book. You will know when it's out. So if it's not on March 1st, don't worry. But I'm thinking March is the time. The spring, that's ushering. That's that spring equinox is ushering the 2012 era. I think you're going to really start feeling the rise then. What they're trying to do with that feeling in your heart is make you believe that that it's coming because of something they're doing. Make you believe that you feel that way because they are now setting up a long overdue justice system, a long overdue economic system, and more than any of that shit they're going to give you more fucking props. And we love to go with props. None of that shit none of Obama changed your economic system, but you feel them props though, because they can appease you with that. You got to start developing new values. These new values should come when you get an understanding like this. It's been laid out. And the crazy shit is that's the only thing we ever really worked on is your consciousness and your chakra system and checking your ego. We were doing it anyway. Like I said, you're not lost. We just have more of a game instruction. It's like somebody threw on Mortal Kombat and you're supposed to know the moves. You know you're supposed to fight, but you don't know the codes. You know what I'm saying? You know, what else? I'm looking at my other games. Well, that's good enough. Mortal Kombat, you don't know the codes. And the point is, the codes were laid out in the pyramids. The pyramids are nothing but game instructions. Who even said they were built? They may be, when this matrix was built, this simulation was built, what if that architecture was built into it? Just for you to create wonder. So what if 1,000 years from now, some green motherfuckers is here because it's their turn to do this work? White people weren't here before because maybe they haven't elevated to a point where they can go through the 12 gates. Maybe they're doing a terrible job. Maybe they'll be here longer because they have more to figure out and do. I don't know. Maybe they won't. Or maybe they're here and they have a different criteria to go to the next level because their idea of home is not your idea of home. This may be a matrix we built for this progress that's been up for more years than there are numbers. And different things that people go through it. Maybe those fucking pyramids are just a part of this simulation. Enough for you to wake up on the planet, they're there and don't know, and maybe everyone never knew how they were there. Now all of a sudden they're older, and the Sphinx, the double lion, is even older than that, and they have no idea, and they saying they don't know who put that up. The Sphinx is like 25,000 years older. When they did a geo test, what's his name? John Anthony West and Robert Bouval, some of these Egypt motherfuckers who challenged regular Egyptologists, who's really just challenging their lives, and did a geo test by the Sphinx versus the pyramids and found there was more water damage on the Sphinx than the pyramids, which means, and based upon the water damage, 25,000 or whatever fucking ridiculous number before the pyramid was there, meaning the Sphinx was one of the first monuments that's older. They're not dealing with that because you're in the house of the double lion. So they built pyramids and all that shit around it to celebrate something that might have been built there in the Matrix, or all together, or whatever, or the simulation could have been upgraded later. But at the end of the day, you don't know how to build a fucking pyramid, how that happened, or nothing. You can't duplicate it today. So just the fact that it's a mystery may be built into architecture. When you play games, there's a whole programming or a programmer that did it. As Mario, you just get in and start flowing. If Mario became conscious, he may wonder who built all this shit. I don't know, but I know what I'm supposed to do is jump and fly and get a mushroom. So you doing the work because you was already doing this, and the ego, which is, you could actually point down there. Your ego's in your dick or your pussy. Yeah, I fucked the shit out that nigga. He whipped. Yeah, that bitch know what it is. Look at her walking crooked. That's your ego. Now, those things we already know to deal with. We don't know how. And we really, if we don't really know, if we sure of the goal. So every once in a while, every time period, the matrix gets reset. And we know the goal again. Silly. This is what's happening now. I remember. That's why I can see it. This shit told me, just look at the Wizard of Oz. It's telling you everything. It's not a shocker, just a shocker story. They're in the cusp. You're in the cusp. Now, I just remember, this is now. We died. This is a process. The 12 gates, we're just going through another gate and we're stuck. Well, not we. You are stuck in the house of the lion. Sometimes some experts come in who played this game. I fucking remember this when I had my first reading. You did this before. Did what? You've been through this before. And somebody begged you to come here. I graduated from this. It was Bobby, I found out, who asked me to come here, and I wouldn't come because I have to go through the 12 gates. And even though I'm an expert and can retain memory, you're still going through it. I still went through all this depression. I still went through all this anger, all this abuse, all this neglect, all this abandonment, because you cannot go through. This is what you have to do. You have to be in a place because you need a reason to walk down the yellow brick road. You need a reason. And the conscious people are the ones who are actually getting in the hurricane. And that's what you're doing, getting in the whirlwind. The other person, they're still sleeping around here. And that's fine. There's no crime in that. There's no shame in that. There's purpose in this. I remember now, niggas. I remember so much shit is too scary to say. The light is on. We are in that era, and I think more people will feel what I'm feeling. I'm telling you, we're getting our fucking shoes back, and we're going to walk all over heaven. I promise you, we are doing this. This is now. I can see it, and you can see it too, because that's all. I'm here to speak. So I'm doing my job. This ain't special. I'm doing the role. This is all about shit. So that's why those who hear this and can see this, this is your divine right. You're in that place. Those who say, it may be bullshit. Good enough. I'm comfortable with that. It's the worst. That's between you and whatever you define as the worst. But those who can hear, I'm telling you this shit is working. I'm telling you I'm excited about this. I'm telling you I can see. Or I'm crazy. Either way, I'm comfortable with that shit. Yeah? There's no place like home, nigga. Home is where the heart is. The work is in the heart. The work is in the ego, and the work is in the mind. We did a pretty good job on the mind. So y'all niggas took the scarecrow off the pole. That's becoming conscious. Now you have to unfreeze your heart. You have to give it a little bit of oil. And that oil is thinking and starting to talk love. And then you have to slap that fucking ego back into place and admit, I'm a coward. That's why I talk angry and talk smart, sarcastic, because I'm scared someone's going to embarrass me. Come on. Come on. I'm scared somebody's going to say something and bust me out. I'm scared somebody's going to say, man, your arms stink, your ass stinks. So whatever the fuck niggas do or say that fucks with you or that you worried about. You know what I'm saying? Pang did video, you didn't fucking shave. Whatever. That's where you have your sarcastic return because you put them up. That's got to stop. You got to let it go. You got to not give a fuck. So you got it, niggas. We're going to see how this works. OccultLectures.com. Oh, I'm going to put my man B on after hours. Ooh.
What?
Clink.
What?
Clink.
What?
Clink.
Panoramic. What?
Clink.
What?
Clink.
What?
Clink.
What?
Clink. Clink. Woke up with a drink. Hey, don't blink. Looking for your boo high seat. Hey, roll that shit pronto. Kush OJ Bronco. Pass that shit rondo. Now yo ho my ho. She bloom like a flower off that whiskey sour. And she lit in Vegas in the Encore Tower. She know I can only lick it after showers. Keisha for Tommy and Belly and Empower. No, my eyes ain't low. That's just the way my eyes go. Fit back gon' work out at home. She squat this pole like cardio. Two wheel. Bobby got her jumping, doing flips. Front flips, back flips, boom, for mattress. We just cracking tablets, feeling fantastic. you were free, but hey man, take one to no one.
What?
Party in the hills, party out pills, that's why you can't keep still.
What?
Niggas be fake, but the hate be real. Somebody tell the bro niggas chill. Ass on fake, but it feels so real. Fuck it, I'm still gon' drill.
What?
Say she don't go and she gon' go hard. Yes, or I bet she will.
What?
I'm just trying to get in her bed.
What?
She just trying to get in my wheel.
What?
I'm rolling on 2 wheels.
What?
So bitch, don't tell me chill.
What?
I don't drip, Bob just spill. She tryna get a refill.
What?
Walls gotta get rebuilt.
What?
Looking for that nigga, he here.
What?
Tell her I hit it all night.
What?
And I was being so sincere.
What?
Say that she celibate, I know she celibate. Act like I never trick, she wants some evidence. She been tryna smash since the elements.
What? Huh?
Fanrific!
What? What? Huh? What?
Right.